He arrived not with anticipation, but with a quiet resolve. The train station was a symphony of controlled chaos, a torrent of hurried footsteps, echoing announcements, and the cacophony of 1,000 conversations. It was precisely this overwhelming sensory input that offered him the first breath of true freedom. Here, no one looked twice at the man with the weathered satchel, the man who moved with an unhurried grace amidst the throng. His ordinary clothes, his unassuming demeanor, were his most effective camouflage. He was just another traveler, another face in the relentless flow. His search for lodgings was equally deliberate, guided by a desire for the unremarkable. He bypassed the gleaming apartment complexes and the boutique hotels, opting instead for a nondescript boarding house tucked away in a labyrinth of narrow streets, far from the city's arterial thoroughfares. The room was small, sparsely furnished, and painted in a shade of beige that seemed to absorb all light and attention. The window overlooked a brick alley, a view that offered no picturesque vistas, no cause for lingering admiration. It was perfect. The landlady, a woman whose face seemed perpetually etched with a mild exasperation, barely glanced at him as she handed over the key. 2 weeks in advance, she'd grunted, her voice a dry rasp. No loud music, no late visitors. And keep it clean. Liwei had nodded, his gaze steady but non-confrontational. He paid with cash, a small, folded wad of bills that barely warranted a second look. He was not a man who craved luxury. He craved invisibility. His days quickly fell into a rhythm dictated not by external demands, but by his own quiet intentions. He found employment at a large, dusty public library, a veritable fortress of forgotten knowledge and quiet contemplation. His duties were simple: shelving books, assisting patrons with the labyrinthine catalog system, and maintaining an almost reverent silence. The hushed aisles, the scent of aged paper and binding glue, the gentle rustle of turning pages, these were the new sounds of his existence. The patrons of the library were as varied as the books they sought. Students hunched over textbooks, researchers with furrowed brows, the elderly seeking solace in familiar narratives, and the occasional lost soul simply looking for a warm, quiet place to pass the time. Liwei observed them all with a gentle detachment. He saw their struggles, their triumphs, their quiet moments of discovery, but he offered no judgment, no unsolicited advice. His interactions were limited to the practicalities of his role. Can I help you find something? Or the due date is stamped inside the cover. His voice, once capable of resonating with the force of a mountain wind, was now a soft murmur, easily lost in the ambient quiet. This deliberate immersion in the mundane was not a form of penance, but a profound act of self-preservation. The constant awareness, the heightened senses that had once been his greatest assets, now served a different purpose. He could detect the subtle tremor of anxiety in a patron's hand as they reached for a self-help book, the quiet desperation in the eyes of someone seeking escape in fiction. He could sense the approach of a librarian on a mission to enforce silence, or the nervous energy of a child overwhelmed by the vastness of shelves. But instead of acting on these perceptions, he let them flow through him, like water over stones. His power lay not in his ability to perceive, but in his ability to not intervene. The sheer scale of the city was an intoxicating drug of anonymity. Walking through its crowded streets was like being a single drop of water rejoining the ocean. Faces blurred into a kaleidoscope of fleeting expressions, personalities dissolved into the collective hum. He could stride through bustling marketplaces, navigate congested thoroughfares, and even attend public gatherings, all without a second thought, without a single gaze lingering on him for more than a passing moment. He was a ghost in the machine, an observer without a spotlight. He began to cultivate simple pleasures. A cup of strong, black tea from a street vendor, savored while leaning against a nondescript wall, watching the ebb and flow of pedestrian traffic. A quiet lunch of a sandwich purchased from a small deli, eaten on a park bench, the chirping of sparrows a more engaging soundtrack than any orator's speech. The acquisition of a new book, not for its philosophical depth or its strategic insights, but for the sheer pleasure of its narrative, its ability to transport him to another time and place, far from his own. There are moments, of course, when the old instincts flickered. A sudden commotion in the street, a scuffle breaking out, a cry of alarm. The ingrained response, the immediate assessment of threat, the readiness to move would surge within him. But then, he would consciously rein it in. He would consciously choose to walk past, to let the city's own mechanisms handle the situation. He would remind himself that this was not his fight, not his arena. His victory now was in his restraint, in his deliberate choice to remain a silent spectator. He discovered a peculiar comfort in the city's indifference. Unlike the village, where his integration had been a gradual process of earning trust and respect, the city demanded nothing of him. It was a vast, impersonal entity that accepted his presence without question, as long as he adhered to its unspoken rules of order. He was free to exist within its embrace, unburdened by the need to prove himself, to live up to any expectation. He began to explore the city's quieter corners, the forgotten alleyways, the overlooked parks, the hidden courtyards. These were not places of strategic importance, but of quiet beauty and transient peace. He found a small, enclosed garden behind a forgotten municipal building, where a lone gardener tended to a riot of flowers. He would often sit on a weathered stone bench, simply breathing in the scent of roses and damp earth, a stark contrast to the exhaust fumes and street food aromas that permeated the wider city. The library, too, offered its own brand of sanctuary. He learned the Dewey Decimal System not as a tool for organization, but as a map of human knowledge, a testament to the endless curiosity of the species. He found a quiet satisfaction in the simple act of returning a book to its rightful place, of contributing to the order and accessibility of this repository of stories. He was no longer a warrior, no longer a legend, but a humble guardian of narratives, a silent custodian of words. He recalled the monk's lessons not with a sense of obligation, but with a quiet understanding. The emptiness that the monk had spoken of was not an absence, but a space. The city, in its overwhelming fullness, paradoxically provided the greatest space for his own being to exist without being defined or demanded. He was not empty of purpose, but empty of a need for a defining purpose that the outside world could impose. He would sometimes stand on a bridge overlooking the river that bisected the city, watching the constant stream of boats, the endless flow of traffic on the water. He saw in it a metaphor for his own journey. He was no longer trying to divert the river, to dam its flow, or to steer its course. He was simply a leaf carried along by its current, content to drift, to observe, and to be within its magnificent, indifferent embrace. The city was his quietest battleground, his most profound conquest. He had not defeated any external foe, but had finally, irrevocably, defeated the ceaseless internal clamor for significance. In the heart of the roaring metropolis, Li Wei had finally found his profound and enduring quiet. The dawn, once a harbinger of training or conflict, now simply marked the beginning of another day, a gentle unfolding of light across the brick alley outside his window. Li Wei rose not to the sharp command of discipline, but to the subtle nudge of habit. The city, even in its slumber, possessed a distinct rhythm, and his place within it was as quiet and unassuming as a single note in a grand symphony. He moved through his small room with a practiced economy of motion, each action honed by repetition into an effortless flow. The preparation of his morning meal was a ritual of understated simplicity, a kettle whistling softly, the measured pour of water over coarse tea leaves, the slicing of a piece of dense, unadorned bread. These were not acts of asceticism for their own sake, but deliberate choices that anchored him to the present. The taste of the tea, the texture of the bread, these were sensations to be fully experienced, their plainness a canvas for mindful presence. There was no need for elaborate preparation. The act of sustenance was the point, not the artistry of the feast. He ate standing by the window, his gaze not fixed on any particular detail, but encompassing the nascent activity in the alley below. A lone garbage truck lumbering past, the early stirrings of shopkeepers opening their shutters, the distant murmur of traffic beginning to swell. He absorbed these sights and sounds without judgment, a passive recipient of the city's awakening pulse. His commute to the library was a deliberate immersion in the collective flow. He joined the river of humanity, surging towards the city's core, a tide of faces, each bearing the subtle marks of their own days unfolding. He walked, not by choice to experience the city's pulse, but because it was the most unobtrusive way to travel. The jostle of the crowd was not an inconvenience, but a gentle reminder of his connection to the larger organism. He observed the hurried steps of those late for work, the more leisurely pace of those with less pressing engagements, the quiet conversation of friends walking side by side. He was a part of this human current, yet distinct, an observer within the observed. His presence was unremarkable, his intent unseen. He noticed the subtle shifts in the city's atmosphere as he moved through different neighborhoods. The sharper scent of industry in one, the softer aroma of bakeries in another, the lingering perfume of blossoms in a hidden park. Each sensory detail was a brushstroke on the vast canvas of urban existence, and he absorbed them all, a silent collector of everyday experiences. His thoughts were not on grand strategies or past glories, but on the simple progression of the journey. The next street corner, the changing of the traffic lights, the gradual approach to the imposing facade of the library. At the library, his work was a series of small, defined tasks, each performed with an unwavering focus that bordered on reverence. Shelving books was more than just returning them to their designated spots. It was about restoring order, about ensuring that these vessels of knowledge were accessible to those who sought them. He ran his fingers along the spines, noting the worn edges of well-loved volumes, the crisp newness of recent acquisitions. He felt a quiet satisfaction in the precise alignment of each book, in the satisfying thud as it settled into its place. Assisting patrons was an exercise in patient observation. He listened carefully to their inquiries, deciphering the often unarticulated needs behind their words. His responses were concise, clear, and devoid of any extraneous commentary. The biography section is on the second floor, to your left, or that particular title is currently checked out, but we can place a hold for you. There was no attempt to engage in prolonged conversation, no desire to offer unsolicited advice or to probe deeper than the immediate request. His role was that of a facilitator, a quiet guide through the labyrinth of information. He saw the flicker of relief in a student's eyes when they found the resource they needed, the quiet gratitude of an elderly patron discovering a forgotten favorite. These were small victories, personal triumphs that he witnessed without claiming ownership. He found a peculiar solace in the library's hushed atmosphere. The rustle of pages, the soft click of keyboards, the distant hum of ventilation. These were the sounds of focused contemplation, a stark contrast to the boisterous clamor of his former life. He could detect the subtle tremor in a patron's hand as they reached for a book on coping with loss, the silent sigh of a researcher poring over dense academic texts. These perceptions, once potent signals for action, were now simply observations, data points in the rich tapestry of human experience. He acknowledged them, then let them pass, like clouds drifting across the sky. His commitment to the present moment was so profound that even the internal dialogue, the constant self-assessment and strategic thinking that had once been his constant companions, had begun to recede. He was simply there, performing his duties with an unhurried diligence, his mind a calm lake reflecting the quiet life of the library. The preparation of his evening meal was as straightforward as his morning routine. Perhaps a simple soup, a hearty bread, or a portion of rice with vegetables. He savored each bite, not for its culinary merit, but for the sensory input it provided. The warmth of the bowl in his hands, the aroma rising from the food, the distinct flavors. These were all opportunities to ground himself in the tangible reality of his existence. He would often eat in silence. The only sounds the gentle clinking of his utensils against the ceramic and the distant symphony of the city outside his window. The evenings were dedicated to quiet pursuits. He might read a book, not one that challenged his intellect or offered strategic insights, but one that simply told a story that allowed him to momentarily inhabit another world. Or he might sit by the window, observing the city lights begin to twinkle, the patterns of movement on the streets below. He was not seeking entertainment or distraction, but a continuation of his quiet immersion. There were moments, fleeting and rare, when the old reflexes would stir. A sudden shout in the street, the screech of tires, the amplified urgency of a siren. The ingrained tendency to assess, to anticipate, to prepare for the worst would begin to surface. But he would consciously, deliberately bring himself back. He would take a slow, deep breath, feel the solid ground beneath his feet, and remind himself that these were not his battles to fight. His victory lay not in his ability to intervene, but in his capacity to refrain. He had trained himself to be a warrior, to be a force of nature, but now he was training himself to be something else entirely, a tranquil observer, a still point in the turning world. Each completed task, no matter how small or insignificant it might seem to an outsider, was a testament to his renewed purpose. Washing his dishes, tidying his modest room, ensuring his clothes were clean and presentable. These were not chores to be endured, but deliberate acts of self-care and order, affirmations of his commitment to a life lived deliberately, quietly, and fully in the present. The rhythm of these mundane tasks was not a chain, but a comforting embrace, a steady beat against which he could finally hear the quiet song of his own existence. It was in these predictable, unadorned moments that Li Wei found his deepest satisfaction, a profound sense of peace woven from the very fabric of the ordinary. He was not seeking to escape his past, but to transmute it, to allow its lessons to inform his present without dictating its future. The city, in its vast indifference, had become the perfect crucible for this transformation, and the rhythm of mundane tasks was the steady hand that guided the process, shaping him anew, one quiet moment at a time. The world, once a battlefield demanding constant vigilance and strategic calculation, had transformed for Li Wei into a vast, intricate tapestry, each thread a human life, each not a moment of shared experience. His newfound attachment was not an abyss separating him from the rest, but a quiet perch from which he could finally see. He had shed the armor of his former life, the rigid exoskeleton of a warrior whose every perception was filtered through the lens of threat assessment and tactical advantage. Now, the lenses were different, polished by the steady hand of present moment awareness, revealing a spectrum of human existence he had previously been blind to. It was as if a lifetime of looking for dragons had prepared him to finally appreciate the delicate flight of a butterfly. He would stand at his usual spot by the library window during his breaks, not to scan for potential threats lurking in the periphery, but to simply observe the ebb and flow of people on the street below. A young woman, her brow furrowed in concentration, clutched a worn textbook, her lips moving silently as she rehearsed an answer. Li Wei recognized the subtle tension in her shoulders, the unconscious clenching of her jaw, the familiar pressure of an approaching deadline, a test that held the weight of her future. He recalled the sting of failure, the crushing disappointment that had once driven him to greater lengths, but now he saw it differently. It wasn't a weakness to be exploited, but a universal trial, a rite of passage for anyone striving for something more. He saw not a potential adversary, but a fellow traveler navigating the precarious landscape of ambition. Further down the block, an elderly gentleman, his gait slow and deliberate, carefully navigated the uneven pavement, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he greeted a passing neighbor. There was a lifetime etched into the lines of his face, a history of joys and sorrows that Li Wei could only surmise. He remembered the faces of elders in his former life, often seen as obstacles or simply part of the background, their wisdom unheeded, their vulnerability overlooked. Now he saw the quiet dignity in the man's careful steps, the profound strength in his simple act of continued existence. The man's nod was not a gesture of deference, but a silent acknowledgement of shared space, a recognition of the transient but real connection between two souls occupying the same moment in time. Li Wei found himself offering a soft, almost imperceptible nod in return, a gesture that felt surprisingly natural, a silent affirmation of that shared humanity. He observed the hurried, almost frantic energy of the business people, their briefcases swinging like weapons, their faces set in masks of purpose. He understood the relentless drive, the societal imperative to achieve, to conquer, to accumulate. He had once been a master of that game, his own ambition a roaring fire. But now, he saw the subtle tremor in their hands as they checked their phones, the fleeting flicker of anxiety in their eyes as they scanned the endless stream of information. He understood the exhaustion that lay beneath the veneer of success, the gnawing emptiness that even the most impressive achievements couldn't fill. He no longer saw them as rivals, but as individuals caught in a powerful current, striving for a summit that often proved elusive. There was a profound empathy in witnessing their struggle, a silent understanding that resonated deep within him. He no longer judged their methods or their goals, but simply acknowledged the inherent human desire for fulfillment, a desire that often manifested in ways that, from his new perspective, seemed both desperate and deeply poignant. Even his seemingly mundane interactions held a wealth of unspoken narrative. The street vendor meticulously arranging his fruit, his movements precise and practiced, a quiet pride in his craft evident in every placement. The arguments that flare between lovers on a park bench, heated words quickly followed by the softening of gestures, the shared embrace that signaled forgiveness and renewed connection. The lone figure sitting on a bus stop, staring blankly ahead, lost in a private world of memories or anxieties. Each was a story, unfolding in real time, a testament to the messy, beautiful, and often contradictory nature of human existence. Li Wei's ability to observe without needing to dissect, to understand without needing to judge, was a liberation. He was no longer a chess player, constantly strategizing moves and anticipating opponents' actions. He was now a spectator, able to appreciate the intricate dance of life in all its unscripted glory. His detachment had evolved from a defensive posture into a profound form of empathy. He realized that the imperfections he now witnessed, the moments of awkwardness, the misspoken words, the occasional bursts of irrationality, were not flaws, but essential components of the human experience. They were the brushstrokes that gave the painting its depth and character. He saw the quiet resilience in the face of setbacks, the unexpected acts of kindness that bloomed in the most unlikely circumstances. He noticed the young barista who always offered a genuine smile, even when the cafe was swamped. He saw the stranger who stooped to help an elderly woman retrieve a dropped item, the simple gesture radiating a warmth that transcended the transaction. These moments, once lost in the cacophony of his former life, now stood out with crystalline clarity, shining beacons in the ordinary. He began to recognize patterns, not of strategic advantage, but of shared human needs. The need for connection, for validation, for belonging. He saw it in the way people clustered together at social gatherings, in the way they sought out shared interests, in the way they celebrated milestones, however small. He had once believed that true strength lay in self-sufficiency, in the ability to stand alone, untouched by the vulnerabilities of others. Now, he understood that true strength often resided in the very act of reaching out, of forging bonds, of allowing oneself to be seen, flaws and all. The quiet embrace of the present moment had opened his eyes to the fundamental truth that none of them were truly alone, that they were all, in some fundamental way, interconnected. His own past, once a constant source of internal conflict and a benchmark against which he measured his present, began to fade into a more manageable hue. The memories of combat, of ruthlessness, of the cold logic of survival, no longer haunted him. Instead, they became a backdrop, a stark reminder of how far he had come. The skills he had honed, the discipline he had mastered, were not discarded, but repurposed. They were now the tools that allowed him to observe with such clarity, to resist the urge to interfere, to simply be present. The impulse to act, once a lightning-fast reflex, had been transmuted into a gentle understanding, a profound acknowledgement of the intricate, self-correcting mechanisms of the human spirit. He saw the quiet desperation in the eyes of those chasing fleeting pleasures, the hollow laughter that masked a deeper ache. He understood the allure of distraction, the siren call of forgetting. He had been a master of distraction himself, his mind a fortress against anything that threatened his singular focus. But now he found solace not in the absence of thought, but in the quiet acceptance of it. He allowed thoughts to arise, to pass through his awareness like leaves on a stream, without clinging to them, without letting them dictate his emotional state. This was a new kind of discipline, one that required not brute force, but a gentle, persistent attention. The library, once a sanctuary from the outside world, now felt like a microcosm of it. The hushed aisles, the rustling pages, the soft murmur of conversations. These were the ambient sounds of human lives being lived, of knowledge being sought, of stories being discovered. He saw the young student poring over ancient texts, seeking answers to questions that had vexed humanity for centuries. He saw the researcher meticulously cross-referencing data, striving to bring order to chaos. He saw the child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering the magic of a fairy tale. Each individual, in their pursuit, was a reflection of the universal human drive to understand, to connect, to find meaning. He no longer saw the world as a series of potential threats or opportunities for personal gain. Instead, he saw it as a grand, ongoing drama, a continuous unfolding of human experience. His role was not to be a protagonist or an antagonist, but simply an observer, a quiet witness to the unfolding narrative. This perspective brought a profound sense of peace, an acceptance of the world as it was, with all its beauty and its brokenness. He found a deep satisfaction in simply being a part of it, not by force or by ambition, but by the simple, quiet act of existing, of observing, of understanding. The intentional mediocrity he had cultivated was not an endpoint, but a gateway, a path that had led him not to insignificance, but to a deeper, richer understanding of what it truly meant to be human. He was no longer a lone wolf, but a quiet participant in the grand, ongoing symphony of existence, his own quiet note adding to its complex and beautiful harmony. The world, once a canvas for his martial prowess, had become a classroom, and his new eyes were finally open to its profound and endless lessons. The sun, a painter of celestial origin, now seemed to Li Wei to be wielding its brush with a newfound deliberateness. He found himself pausing, not out of fatigue or a strategic need to assess his surroundings, but simply to feel its warmth seep through his clothes, a gentle caress against his skin. It wasn't the burning intensity of a summer day that demanded shelter, nor the weak, apologetic rays of winter that hinted at an approaching chill. This was the nuanced embrace of a perfect afternoon, a balance struck between invigorating light and comforting heat. He would stand there, eyes closed, letting the sensation wash over him, feeling it dispel the lingering shadows of past anxieties. It was a sensation so pure, so utterly devoid of agenda, that was almost startling in its simplicity. He remembered sun-drenched training grounds, the glare that could blind, the heat that could sap strength and lead to fatal errors. Those experiences had trained him to see the sun as an environmental factor to be managed, a variable to be accounted for in the grand equation of survival. Now, it was simply a benevolent presence, a silent, radiant affirmation of existence itself. He found a peculiar joy in the way it illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air, transforming them from particles of insignificance into ephemeral constellations, each one a tiny, fleeting star in the vast expanse of the afternoon. He'd watch a beam of light pierce through the leaves of a nearby tree, dappling the ground with shifting patterns of gold and shadow, a silent, ever-changing artwork that required no interpretation, no analysis, just pure, unadulterated observation. The light felt like a blessing, a quiet testament to the world's enduring capacity for beauty, even in the most commonplace of settings. And then there was bread. The aroma alone was a revelation. Not the mass-produced, scentless loaves that had once filled the provisions of his former life, designed for sustenance and efficiency, but the honest, earthy fragrance of freshly baked bread from a local bakery. He'd find himself drawn to the baker's shop, not with any specific hunger, but by the olfactory siren call. He'd watch the baker, a stout man with flour dusted across his apron and a smile that seemed etched into his very being, pull a golden brown loaf from the oven. The crust, a deep, burnished hue, promised a satisfying crunch, a stark contrast to the soft, yielding interior. When he finally held a warm loaf in his hands, the weight of it felt grounding, substantial. The first bite was an explosion of simple, unadulterated pleasure. The crisp crackle of the crust giving way to the tender, airy crumb, the subtle sweetness of the wheat, the faint tang of fermentation. Each element was a symphony of flavor and texture. He savored it slowly, deliberately, allowing the taste to linger on his tongue. He recalled feasts and banquets, extravagant meals designed to impress and intimidate, often consumed with a mind preoccupied with strategy and veiled threats. Those meals, for all their opulence, had rarely offered such profound satisfaction. This humble loaf, born of simple ingredients and patient labor, possessed a truth, an authenticity that far surpassed any contrived extravagance. He noticed the way the crumbs would scatter, tiny fragments of joy, and he would carefully brush them back into his hand, reluctant to let any part of this experience go to waste. The bread wasn't just food. It was a testament to the honest work of human hands, to the earth's bounty, and to the quiet magic of transformation. It was a reminder that the most profound pleasures often required the least embellishment, that true nourishment could be found in the most fundamental of things. The sound of rain, too, had undergone a transformation in his perception. No longer a harbinger of difficult travel, a hindrance to movement, or a cover for clandestine operations, it had become a lullaby. He would find himself drawn to the window, not to check visibility or assess potential advantages, but to simply listen. The gentle patter on the glass, the soft drumming on the rooftops, the distant murmur of water finding its way through gutters and drains. These were the sounds of the world breathing, of nature's quiet, persistent rhythm. He'd watch the raindrops streak down the window pane, distorting the world outside into a watery impressionist painting. Each drop, a miniature world in itself, would race its fellows, leaving a temporary trail before merging with others, a silent metaphor for the transient nature of existence. He remembered storms that had tested his resilience, driving rain that had blurred his vision and soaked him to the bone, forcing him to adapt and overcome. Those were battles against the elements, a struggle for dominance. This rain, however, was an invitation to surrender, to embrace the stillness it imposed. He found a deep sense of peace in its presence, a feeling of being cleansed, not just of dirt, but of the accumulated anxieties of his former life. It was a gentle reminder that even in moments of apparent disruption, there was an inherent order, a natural cycle that unfolded with its own perfect timing. The air, heavy with the scent of damp earth and ozone, felt clean and invigorating, a welcome change from the often stale air of enclosed spaces. He'd sometimes sit with a cup of tea, its warmth mirroring the warmth he felt growing within, and let the rain wash over his senses, a soothing balm for a soul long accustomed to the harshness of conflict. And then there were the smiles, fleeting, unbidden, and utterly without artifice. He had once been adept at reading smiles, discerning their intent, The curtsy smile of feigned deference, the tight smile of suppressed anger, the predatory smile of an approaching ambush. But these new smiles, the ones he encountered now, were different. They were brief flares of genuine human connection, offered without expectation or demand. A child, chasing a runaway balloon, would glance his way, a wide, uninhibited grin flashing across their face before they darted away, their attention recaptured by the airborne prize. The baker, his hands dusted with flour, would offer a nod and a brief, warm smile as Li Wei passed his shop, a silent acknowledgement of shared space and passing time. Even the hurried stranger, rushing to catch a bus, might offer a quick, apologetic smile as they brushed past, a brief moment of shared humanity in the chaos of transit. These smiles were like tiny sparks, igniting a warmth within him that had long been dormant. He realized that he, too, had begun to offer them, almost unconsciously. A gentle nod and a soft smile to the librarian as he returned a book, a quiet acknowledgement of the shared space and the silent companionship of readers. A brief, genuine smile to the elderly woman struggling with her groceries, a silent offering of solidarity. These small gestures, so seemingly insignificant, were potent reminders of their shared humanity, of the inherent goodness that often lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. They were moments of pure, unadulterated connection, unburdened by the complexities of language or the weight of history. They were simply the pure expression of human warmth, a silent testament to the fact that even in a world often filled with division and distrust, moments of genuine kindness and connection could still bloom, unexpected and beautiful, like wildflowers pushing through cracks in the pavement. He found himself actively seeking these moments, not out of a desperate need for validation, but out of a simple, profound appreciation for the light they brought into the ordinary. Each shared smile was a small victory, a quiet affirmation that he was not an island, but a part of the vast, interconnected tapestry of human experience. He understood, with a clarity that surprised him, that true happiness was not a grand prize to be won, but a mosaic of these small, luminous moments, each one contributing to the overall brilliance of existence. The pursuit of grand achievements, once the driving force of his life, now seemed like a hollow echo. The real richness he was discovering lay not in the summit, but in the quiet appreciation of the path, in the simple, profound pleasure of being present, and in the silent language of a shared smile. He had learned to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find solace and joy in the understated beauty of a world that had always been there, waiting to be truly seen. This was the quiet embrace of now, and it was more than enough. The sun's warmth, the baker's bread, the rain's symphony, and the fleeting smiles, these were not mere sensory pleasantries. They were the outward manifestations of an inward shift, a profound reorientation that Li Wei was only beginning to grasp. For so long, his existence had been a frantic dance between what was and what could be, a constant negotiation with ghosts of the past and specters of the future. His strength had been measured in the sharpness of his blade, the speed of his reflexes, the intricate patterns of his techniques, and the strategic foresight that kept him one step ahead of any adversary. He had cultivated a mind that was a finely tuned instrument of anticipation and reaction, always processing, always calculating, always projecting. But what was the true measure of strength? He had begun to question this very definition. Was it the ability to wield immense power, to dominate, to conquer? Or was it something subtler, something that resided not in the doing, but in the being? The martial arts, in their most profound teachings, often spoke of emptiness, of yielding, of non-resistance. He had always interpreted these as strategic advantages, ways to absorb an opponent's force and redirect it. Now he saw a deeper truth. True strength, he was discovering, was not about absorbing or redirecting external forces, but about cultivating an unshakable inner stillness, a core of being that remained unperturbed by the external chaos. This stillness, he realized, was the direct result of dedicating himself, fully and without reservation, to the now. It was a conscious, deliberate act of letting go of the gnawing regret over past mistakes, the phantom pains of battles long finished, the bitter taste of betrayals that had once seemed insurmountable. These were echoes, vibrations from a realm that no longer held absolute dominion over his present. He understood that dwelling in the past was like trying to steer a ship by looking only at its wake. It offered no guidance for the waters ahead. Equally, he had to release the anxious grip of the future. The relentless pursuit of goals, the constant striving for the next victory, the next advancement, the next level of mastery. These had been the driving forces of his life. But they had also been a source of perpetual dissatisfaction. The mountain peak, once reached, only revealed another higher summit. There was no end to the striving, no ultimate plateau of contentment. This future orientation had rendered him perpetually discontent, always on the cusp of something more, something better, that never quite arrived. It was an insidious form of self-inflicted suffering, a constant state of not-enoughness. By actively choosing to anchor himself in the present moment, Li Wei found a liberation he had never imagined. It was not a passive surrender, but an active engagement with the immediate reality. When he felt the sun on his skin, he was only feeling the sun. His mind was not replaying a past sunny training session or worrying if the clouds would gather tomorrow. It was simply experiencing the warmth, the light, the sensation of being alive and present in that specific instant. When he tasted the bread, his awareness was wholly occupied by the textures, the flavors, the subtle nuances of the wheat and the bake. There was no comparing it to a forgotten feast or anticipating the next meal. It was a complete and utter immersion in the act of nourishment. This dedication to the now was not about ignoring challenges or forfeiting preparedness. Rather, it was about facing them from a place of grounded clarity. When a problem arose, his mind, unburdened by the weight of past failures or the dread of future consequences, could approach it with a clean slate. The present moment offered all the information, all the resources, and all the potential for action that was truly necessary. The past offered only lessons, not blueprints, and the future offered only possibilities, not certainties. To draw strength from them was to build a foundation on shifting sands. To draw strength from the present was to stand on bedrock. He observed this principle in the natural world. A tree did not worry about the acorns it dropped last autumn, nor did it fret about the storms of the coming winter. It simply stood rooted, drawing sustenance from the earth and light from the sun, in the only time it truly existed. Now, its strength was in its deep roots, its unwavering posture, its capacity to simply be a tree in the fullness of its present existence. A river flowed, not by planning its course miles ahead, but by responding to the contours of the land in each passing moment. Its power was not in its potential to flood, but in its continuous, present movement, carving its path with unwavering persistence. Li Wei began to see his own life as a series of such present moments, each one a universe unto itself. The task of mending a torn garment, once a mundane chore to be rushed through, became an opportunity to focus on the texture of the fabric, the precision of the needle, the satisfying pull of the thread. A conversation with a stranger, previously an opportunity for strategic assessment or guarded exchange, transformed into a chance for genuine listening, for observing the nuances of expression, for sharing a moment of authentic human connection. Even the most ordinary tasks, when approached with full presence, revealed an extraordinary depth. This was the ultimate form of strength, not the explosive power of a dragon's roar, but the quiet, unyielding resilience of a mountain that has weathered millennia of storms. It was the strength of being fully oneself, uncompromised by the anxieties that clawed at the edges of awareness. It was the power of absolute authenticity, born from the unshakable conviction that the present moment was sufficient, was complete, was all that was truly real. He no longer felt the need to become someone extraordinary. He was already Li Wei, existing now. His past achievements, once the pillars of his identity, now seemed like faded portraits on a distant wall. His potential for future greatness, once the relentless engine of his ambition, now appeared as a shimmering mirage on a distant horizon. The true treasure lay not in those realms, but in the very ground he stood upon, in the air he breathed, in the beating of his own heart in this very instant. This understanding brought with it a profound sense of peace, a deep, unwavering calm that settled over him like a gentle blanket. It was not the absence of challenge, but the presence of inner equilibrium that allowed him to face challenges with equanimity. The world continued to spin, with its inherent uncertainties and its unpredictable turns, but Li Wei found that he could navigate it from a place of profound inner stability. He was no longer a ship tossed about by every gust of wind, but a master mariner, charting his course with a steady hand and a clear eye, always focused on the immediate horizon, always present. He began to experiment with this newfound perspective in his training. Instead of rehearsing complex forms with an eye towards perfect execution and future demonstration, he focused on the feel of each movement in his body, the breath that accompanied it, the subtle shifts in balance. He let go of the mental rehearsal of an opponent's attack and instead focused on the awareness of his own posture, the readiness of his senses. The result was not a loss of skill, but an enhancement of it. His movements became more fluid, more responsive, more alive. The techniques flowed not from memory, but from an immediate, intuitive understanding of the present situation. This presence extended to his interactions with others. He found himself listening more intently, not waiting for his turn to speak, but truly absorbing the words, the tone, the unspoken emotions of the person before him. He offered his attention not as a commodity to be dispensed, but as a genuine offering, a sharing of the present moment. This simple act of presence often fostered deeper connections, dissolving the subtle barriers of suspicion and reserve that had once characterized his relationships. He realized that true connection was not about saying the right things, but about being there fully and authentically for another person. The world, seen through the lens of the present moment, became a place of endless fascination and subtle beauty. He noticed the intricate patterns of veins on a fallen leaf, the iridescent shimmer of a beetle's wing, the silent dance of dust motes in a sunbeam. These were not merely observations. They were moments of deep communion with the fabric of existence. Each detail, when fully attended to, revealed a universe of complexity and wonder. He had spent so long searching for grand truths in distant philosophies and arduous quests, only to discover that the most profound truths were present, waiting to be noticed in the simplest of phenomena. This quiet power of presence was not about achieving a state of blissful detachment from all worldly concerns. It was about engaging with those concerns from a place of unshakable inner peace. It was about living life fully, not in anticipation of it, nor in regret of it, but in it. It was about understanding that the greatest battles were not fought on external battlefields, but within the landscape of one's own mind, and that the ultimate victory was to achieve a state of peaceful sovereignty over that inner realm. He recognized that this was the essence of true mastery, a concept that had always eluded him in his relentless pursuit of external validation. Mastery was not about accumulating skills or defeating opponents. It was about cultivating an inner landscape of clarity, stillness, and unwavering presence. It was about being so completely at home in the now that the external world, with all its triumphs and tribulations, could no longer disturb the fundamental peace of one's being. The strength Li Wei was discovering was not the strength that broke things, but the strength that held them together. It was not the strength that conquered, but the strength that embraced. It was the quiet, profound power of simply existing, fully and peacefully, in the present moment, unburdened and uncompromised. And in that realization, he found a freedom that no martial prowess, no strategic brilliance, and no worldly success could ever have provided. He had found the quiet embrace of now, and in it, he had found his truest strength. Chapter 12. Rekindling Connection. The echoes of his monastic retreat still hummed within Li Wei, a subtle melody of peace that had become his constant companion. It was a stark contrast to the cacophony of his former life, a life dictated by the sharp edges of conflict and the cold calculations of survival. Yet, this newfound stillness wasn't an impenetrable fortress designed to shield him from the world. Rather, it was a fertile ground from which he felt a nascent urge to reach out, to reconnect with the very humanity he had, for so long, viewed with a mixture of suspicion and strategic assessment. The desire for connection, a quiet whisper at first, had grown into a gentle hum, a soft resonance that urged him to test the boundaries of his solitude, not with the expectation of grand alliances, but with a humble yearning for simple, honest exchange. He began, as he had learned to do in all things, with the smallest of gestures. His mornings, once solely dedicated to the rigorous discipline of his internal practice, now included a conscious effort to acknowledge the presence of others. When he visited the local market, he no longer moved through the stalls like a shadow, his gaze fixed on his objective. Instead, he found himself lingering, allowing his eyes to meet those of the vendors. A simple nod, a brief smile that felt both awkward and genuine, became his initial overtures. He would offer a quiet word of greeting, a comment on the freshness of the produce, or a simple thank you that carried the weight of his newfound appreciation for the simple act of exchange. These interactions were meticulously unburdened by any agenda, free from the strategic analysis that had once permeated his every social encounter. There was no ploy, no hidden motive, only the pure, unadulterated act of acknowledging another's existence, of participating in the shared rhythm of daily life. This tentative engagement extended to his interactions within the modest community he now inhabited. He noticed the elderly woman next door, Mrs. Chun, struggling to carry her groceries one afternoon. The old Li Wei would have assessed the situation, perhaps calculated the most efficient way to offer assistance that also served his own strategic interests, or perhaps dismissed it entirely as a distraction. But the Li Wei of this new era saw only a fellow human in need. He approached her not with a flourish, but with a quiet step. "Allow me, Mrs. Chun," he offered, his voice a low, steady tone, devoid of any hint of bravado. He took the heaviest bags, his movements efficient and respectful, ensuring he didn't loom or intimidate. As he walked her to her door, he listened to her gentle prattling about her grandchildren, his focus entirely on her words, on the genuine warmth in her voice. He offered no profound advice, no deeply insightful observations, merely a receptive presence, a quiet affirmation that her words were heard. The gratitude in her eyes, the slight softening of her features, was a reward far richer than any victory he had ever sought on the battlefield. In his interactions with the craftsmen and merchants who frequented the same tea house, Li Wei adopted a similar approach. He no longer sat in the corner, an island of stoic silence, observing the ebb and flow of conversation with the detached gaze of strategist. Instead, he began to join the periphery of their discussions, offering quiet contributions when he felt he had something of genuine value to add, or simply listening with an attentiveness that surprised them. He found himself engaging with the baker about the subtle nuances of different flours, with the carpenter about the grain of various woods, with the scholar about the poetic verses he occasionally recited. These were not conversations meant to impress or to extract information, but rather explorations of shared human interests, attempts to find common ground in the everyday realities of their lives. He learned to ask questions that invited genuine engagement, questions that stemmed not from a desire to probe or to uncover weaknesses, but from a simple curiosity about the lives and passions of those around him. His humility, a quality honed during his retreat, served as a natural buffer against the awkwardness of these new social forays. He harbored no illusions about his own importance or his right to demand attention. Instead, he presented himself as a quiet participant, a learner, an observer. When he offered help, it was with the quiet understanding that he, too, was often in need of assistance, even if that assistance was simply the unburdening of his own solitude. He understood that true connection was not built on a foundation of grand gestures or public pronouncements, but on the quiet accumulation of small acts of kindness, of shared moments of understanding, of mutual respect that blossomed in the fertile soil of present moment awareness. He was acutely aware of the specters of his past, the whispers of his former reputation that might still linger in the minds of some. This awareness, however, did not paralyze him with fear. Instead, it served as a constant reminder to approach each interaction with an unwavering commitment to authenticity and sincerity. He was not seeking to erase his history, but to build a present that was defined by its own gentle strength, its own quiet integrity. He understood that trust was a delicate seed, requiring careful tending, and that genuine companionship was not something to be demanded or coerced, but something to be nurtured with patience and unwavering consistency. There were moments, of course, when the old instincts would stir. A sharp word from a merchant, a dismissive glance from a passerby, could still trigger a flicker of defensiveness, a fleeting urge to erect his formidable walls once more. But the lessons of his retreat served as an anchor. He would acknowledge the sensation, breathe through it, and gently steer his focus back to the present moment, back to the quiet intention of connection. He learned to discern between a genuine slight and a mere misunderstanding, between an act of malice and the simple clumsiness of human interaction. His responses, when they came, were no longer fueled by pride or a need to assert dominance, but by a calm desire for clarity and resolution, or by a conscious decision to let go, recognizing that not every interaction required his intervention or his defense. He found a particular quiet joy in observing the simple, unadorned rituals of community life. He would sit by the village well in the early evenings, not to strategize or to eavesdrop, but to witness the quiet comings and goings, the easy camaraderie of neighbors sharing news and laughter. He noticed the way the children played, their uninhibited joy, their easy forgiveness of minor squabbles. He saw the way the elders offered gentle guidance, their wisdom conveyed not through lectures, but through quiet example. These were the threads that wove the fabric of human society, and he felt a growing desire to become a part of that weave, not as a solitary, ornate tapestry, but as a humble, yet essential thread. His expectations, once so monumental and often self-defeating, were now minimal. He sought no grand camaraderie, no legion of loyal followers, no intimate confidants who would unravel the complexities of his soul. What he sought was far simpler: the quiet satisfaction of shared smiles, the gentle warmth of a friendly nod, the unburdened ease of simply being in the company of others without the constant pressure of performance or pretense. He was testing the waters of trust, not with the intention of plunging headfirst, but with the cautious dipping of a toe, assessing the temperature, feeling the gentle currents. He was learning that the most profound connections often began with the most unassuming of overtures, with the silent offering of one's present self, without expectation, without agenda, and with an open heart that was slowly, tentatively, beginning to trust in the fundamental goodness of human connection. This was the nascent stage of rekindling, not a roaring bonfire, but the first gentle flicker of a flame, promising warmth and light in the quiet spaces between souls. The subtle shift in Li Wei's approach to human interaction from his monastic retreat had been a journey of rediscovery. He had learned to appreciate the quietude of his own mind, but in that stillness, he had also begun to hear the unspoken narratives woven into the fabric of everyday life. It was a revelation that dawned not with a thunderclap, but with the gentle persistence of a spring rain. He realized that in his previous existence, driven by strategy and survival, he had often been too preoccupied with his own voice, his own pronouncements, his own defenses. Communication had been a battlefield where words were weapons or shields, rarely conduits for genuine understanding. Now, however, the battlefield had transformed into a garden, and he was learning the art of tending to the delicate blooms of human connection. He began to notice a recurring pattern in his interactions, a quiet desperation for acknowledgement that seemed to underlie so many conversations. People would approach him, perhaps drawn by the aura of his past, or simply by the stillness he now projected, and they would begin to speak. Initially, he found himself falling back into old habits, his mind formulating responses, preparing counter-arguments, or assessing their words for hidden agendas. But the discipline of his retreat had instilled in him a profound sense of presence, a capacity to remain grounded in the now. He would catch himself, take a slow breath, and consciously release the urge to control the narrative. Instead, he would simply listen. It wasn't an active, analytical listening, where one dissects every word for its strategic value. It was a deeper, more immersive form of listening, one that involved offering his full, undivided attention. He learned to let his gaze rest gently on the speaker, to offer small, nonverbal affirmations, a nod, a soft hum of understanding that conveyed his engagement without interrupting the flow of their thoughts. He found that by creating this space of unhurried attention, he was not just hearing words, but sensing the emotions, the unspoken anxieties, the hidden hopes that pulsed beneath the surface. One afternoon, while sitting in his usual spot at the tea house, a regular patron, a man named Master Jian, a respected but perpetually flustered scholar, approached his table. Master Jian was known for his verbose pronouncements and his almost manic energy when discussing his research. Usually, Li Wei would offer polite nods and brief, non-committal responses, his mind already drifting to his own contemplations. But today, Master Jian seemed particularly agitated, his hands wringing a silken handkerchief. "Li Wei, my friend," he began, his voice a strained whisper, "you will not believe the utter chaos that has descended upon my studies. The scrolls, they are in disarray. My annotations, my cross-references, all seems to have vanished into a miasma of my own making." He paced a small circle around Li Wei's table, his words tumbling out in a torrent. The old Li Wei would have interrupted, perhaps offered a quick, pragmatic solution, or even suggested he was overreacting. But the Li Wei who had embraced the stillness of the mountains now did something different. He simply met Master Jian's frantic gaze with a steady, calm presence. "Tell me," he said, his voice a low rumble, devoid of judgment or impatience. "Tell me what happened." And Master Jian did. He spoke of misplaced documents, of forgotten insights, of the creeping dread that his life's work was slipping through his fingers like sand. He recounted late nights spent poring over ancient texts, the thrill of discovery, and the crushing weight of perceived failure. He spoke for a long time, his initial agitation slowly giving way to a weary vulnerability. Li Wei did not offer solutions. He did not offer platitudes. He did not even offer advice on how to organize his scrolls. He simply listened. He observed the tremor in Master Jian's hands, the faint lines of worry etched around his eyes, the subtle shifts in his posture as he relived his anxieties. When Master Jian finally fell silent, exhausted by his own outpouring, a profound quiet settled over their corner of the tea house. Li Wei remained silent for a moment, allowing the echoes of Master Jian's words to resonate. Then he spoke, not to offer solutions, but to validate. "It sounds," Li Wei said, his voice gentle, "as though you have poured your very essence into this work, and the fear of losing it is a heavy burden." Master Jian looked at Li Wei, his eyes wide with a surprise that slowly softened into relief. "Yes," he breathed, the single word carrying the weight of unspoken years. "Yes, that is precisely it." He slumped back into the chair opposite Li Wei, the tension in his shoulders visibly easing. I had not realized how much I needed to simply say it all out loud. This was the gift, not the offering of solutions, which often implied a deficiency in the speaker, but the quiet validation of their experience. Li Wei discovered that many people caught in the currents of their own lives, were not necessarily seeking answers, but seeking to be heard. They craved the simple reassurance that their struggles, their joys, their fears were seen and understood, not judged or dismissed. He began to notice this phenomenon in his everyday encounters. The baker, whose hands were perpetually dusted with flour, would often sigh and speak of the ever-increasing cost of good grain, of the long hours, of the worry of providing for his family. Li Wei would listen, acknowledging the weight of his concerns, offering a simple, "That sounds like a great deal of pressure to carry." The carpenter, with calloused hands and a gruff exterior, would sometimes lament the changing tastes of the town, the demand for cheap, mass-produced furniture over the enduring quality of his craft. Li Wei would listen, and sometimes, with a quiet observation, reflect the passion he sensed beneath the grumbling. "It is clear you take immense pride in the integrity of your work." These were not conversations designed to impress or to gain favor. They were acts of simple human connection, forged in the space created by attentive listening. Li Wei found that by withholding his own voice, by stepping back from the urge to offer his own wisdom or experience, he allowed the speaker to find their own answers, or at least to find solace in the act of articulating their feelings. He observed that in his previous life, strength was often equated with speaking loudly, with asserting one's will, with dominating the discourse. He had been a master of that form of strength, but now he was discovering a different kind of power, a quiet, profound strength that resided in the capacity for empathy, in the willingness to surrender the need to be right, to be the one with the answers. This was the strength of listening, the strength of bearing witness to another's humanity. There was a young woman who worked at the local apothecary, a shy individual named May. She often seemed overwhelmed, her movements hurried and anxious. One day, while purchasing herbs, she fumbled with her coins, her face flushing with embarrassment. Li Wei, seeing her distress, did not immediately reach out to steady the coins or offer a reassuring word that might have felt patronizing. Instead, he simply waited, his presence calm and unhurried. When she finally gathered her coins, he met her downcast gaze with a gentle smile. "It is understandable," he said softly, "when so many things demand our attention." May looked up, surprised by the lack of judgment in his tone. She then, haltingly, began to speak of the pressures of her work, of the demands of her family, of a pervasive sense of inadequacy that seemed to follow her. Li Wei listened, his mind no longer racing to find solutions. He focused on the raw emotion in her voice, the vulnerability she was bravely exposing. He heard the fear of failure, the longing for peace. When she finished, he simply said, "Your efforts are seen, May, and your quiet strength in facing these challenges is evident." The impact of this simple acknowledgement was palpable. May's shoulders relaxed, and a faint, genuine smile touched her lips. She thanked him, her voice softer, more confident. It was a small interaction, seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Yet Li Wei understood its profound weight. He had offered her not advice, but a moment of solace, a validation of her internal experience. He had provided a mirror where she could see her own struggles reflected without distortion. This practice of selfless listening extended beyond mere politeness. It was a conscious cultivation of empathy. Li Wei began to actively seek out opportunities to engage in this form of connection, not with a strategic goal in mind, but with a genuine curiosity about the inner lives of others. He understood that every person carried a universe within them, filled with their own unique constellations of experiences, joys, and sorrows. His role, he was learning, was not to map out these universes for them, but to simply, respectfully observe them and to offer a quiet space for their unfolding. He realized that this gift of listening was not a passive act, but an active engagement of the spirit. It required a willingness to set aside one's own ego, one's own agenda, and to become fully present for another. It demanded a certain courage, the courage to be vulnerable ourselves by opening ourselves to the vulnerability of others, the courage to withhold judgment, and the courage to simply be with someone in their emotional landscape without the need to change it or fix it. In his quest to rekindle connection, Li Wei was discovering that true strength was not in the force of his pronouncements, but in the depth of his understanding. It was in the quiet power of acknowledging another's reality, of offering them the profound gift of being truly heard. This act of selfless listening, he realized, was not just about making others feel better. It was about fostering a profound sense of shared humanity, a recognition that beneath the myriad differences, we all navigated similar currents of hope and fear, joy and sorrow. It was in these quiet moments of unburdening, of shared vulnerability, that the most authentic and enduring connections began to take root, transforming the solitary landscape of the individual into the rich tapestry of community. He was not just hearing, he was connecting, one silent, attentive moment at a time. The seeds of trust, sown in the quiet soil of attentive listening, had begun to sprout. Li Wei found himself cultivating these nascent connections with a newfound tenderness, a stark departure from the calculated strategies of his former life. He was no longer observing human interaction as a distant strategist, but engaging with it as a participant, albeit a cautious one. The mountain's silence had taught him the value of stillness, but it had also revealed the profound significance of what remained unspoken, the quiet tremors of the soul that often lay beneath a composed exterior. Now, he was learning to acknowledge these tremors, not just in others, but also, and perhaps more significantly, within himself. This realization dawned not as a sudden revelation, but as a gradual unfolding, much like the slow unfurling of a lotus petal. He understood that while his retreat had provided him with a sanctuary for introspection and the arduous work of self-mastery, it had also, by its very nature, created a certain distance. He had achieved a profound internal peace, but in doing so, he had, perhaps inadvertently, reinforced the very walls he had once sought to dismantle. The discipline of his monastic life had been invaluable, yet had also fostered a certain self-reliance that, when translated back into the complexities of human relationships, could manifest as an almost impenetrable reserve. He had learned to be at peace with his own solitude, but he was now discovering that true connection required not the absence of vulnerability, but its gentle, considered sharing. The initial impulse was still to shield, to protect the hard-won tranquility he had cultivated. There was a natural inclination to present a facade of unwavering composure, a testament to his inner strength. But the interactions at the tea house, the quiet confidences shared by Master Jian, the anxieties of Mei, the baker, the carpenter, these encounters had subtly shifted his perspective. He had witnessed firsthand the power of simply being present, of acknowledging another's burden. And in that witnessing, he had begun to understand that true strength was not the absence of weakness, but the courage to acknowledge it, both in oneself and in others. He began, therefore, to experiment, to test the waters of vulnerability with a delicate touch. It wasn't a grand pronouncement of past failures or a dramatic unveiling of deep-seated fears. Instead, it was a carefully curated offering, a small chip of genuine feeling offered into the palm of a trusted hand. He would recall a minor regret, a fleeting moment of indecision from years past, or a current, low-grade anxiety that hummed beneath the surface of his day. These were not presented as overwhelming burdens, but as observations, as natural humors of the human experience. For instance, when conversing with Master Jian, whose scholarly pursuits often led him down rabbit holes of self-doubt, Li Wei might say, "I recall, Master Jian, a time when I was so consumed with mastering a particular technique in calligraphy that I neglected the simpler beauty of a single, perfectly formed character. I spent so long striving for perfection that I almost missed the profound elegance of effortlessness. It is a lesson I still ponder, this balance between striving and simply being." He would deliver these words with a gentle cadence, his gaze steady but not demanding. There was no expectation of pity or even advice, The sole purpose was to offer a glimpse into his own internal landscape, a landscape that, while perhaps more serene than Master Jian's, was not entirely devoid of its own subtle challenges. The effect was often subtle but profound. Master Jian, who was accustomed to viewing Li Wei as a figure of almost unassailable wisdom, would often pause, his brow furrowing in thought, before responding with a shared anecdote. "Ah, Li Wei," he might say, his voice losing some of its usual fluster, "that reminds me of my own struggles with the sequencing of historical narratives. One becomes so intent on the grand tapestry that the individual threads can seem insignificant, until a single misplaced fiber unravels the whole. It is a humbling realization, is it not? In these moments, the chasm between them seemed to narrow, bridged by the shared acknowledgement of a common human struggle. Similarly, with Mei, the shy apothecary assistant, Li Wei began to weave in small threads of his own gentle uncertainties. One afternoon, as she carefully measured out a potent herbal mixture, her hands trembling slightly from a sleepless night, Li Wei, while waiting for his own purchase, remarked, "It is remarkable, Mei, how the most potent remedies require such delicate handling. Sometimes I find myself wondering if the greatest strengths are not those that are loud and evident, but those that are quiet and sustained, like your own, in attending to these delicate balances." He might then add, his voice barely above a whisper, "I myself still grapple with the nuances of patience, especially when the desired outcome seems slow to materialize. It is a constant practice, this waiting." This sharing wasn't about seeking validation or attempting to elicit sympathy. It was about revealing himself as relatable, as someone who, despite his evident calm and wisdom, was still navigating the ebb and flow of human experience. It was a strategic unveiling, not in the sense of manipulation, but in the sense of careful construction. He was building bridges, not with grand pronouncements, but with the finely mortared stones of shared imperfection. He was demonstrating that vulnerability, when offered with grace and authenticity, did not diminish one's strength, but, in fact, enhanced it. It showed that true mastery wasn't about eradicating all traces of doubt or regret, but about integrating them into one's being with wisdom and self-compassion. He also learned to frame these revelations in a way that did not burden the recipient. He would not recount tales of deep trauma or profound despair. Those were inner battles that he had fought and, in his own way, largely settled. Instead, he would focus on the more commonplace anxieties that most people experienced, the occasional flicker of self-doubt when facing a new challenge, the quiet worry about the passage of time, the minor frustrations of daily life. These were the soft edges of the human condition, the universally understood imperfections that made one relatable. When a merchant, harried by fluctuating prices and the uncertainty of trade, complained to Li Wei about a recent, minor loss, Li Wei might respond not with stoic pronouncements about the impermanence of material wealth, but with a quiet, "I understand that feeling, friend. There are days when even the simplest endeavors feel fraught with unforeseen obstacles. I, too, have felt the sting of such unpredictability, and it can be a disquieting sensation." He was not equating his own internal struggles with the merchant's financial woes, but he was offering a shared emotional resonance, a recognition of the discomfort that such situations could evoke. This subtle art of sharing vulnerability required a constant calibration. Li Wei was acutely aware of the fine line between revealing enough to foster connection and oversharing, which could create discomfort or elicit unwanted pity. His monastic training had honed his ability to observe and discern, and he applied this skill to his interpersonal relationships. He paid close attention to the reactions of those he spoke with, gauging their receptivity, their comfort levels. If a particular revelation seemed to make someone uneasy, he would gently steer the conversation back to safer ground, never pushing, never demanding. He discovered that this practice had a reciprocal effect. When he offered a glimpse of his own inner world, it often encouraged others to do the same, not necessarily in kind, but in their own authentic ways. The baker, having heard Li Wei speak of his own quiet struggles with patience, might then feel more comfortable admitting, "You know, Master Li, sometimes I worry that my hands are not as steady as they once were. The kneading, the shaping, it requires a certain youth that is slowly slipping away." And Li Wei would listen, offering the same gentle acknowledgement he had received. "The passage of time touches us all, my friend. But the skill and care you pour into your craft are a testament to your enduring dedication." He understood that this was not about a tit-for-tat exchange of weaknesses. It was about creating an atmosphere of mutual acceptance, a space where the inherent imperfections of being human were not hidden, but acknowledged and understood. He was, in essence, demonstrating that the most robust forms of connection were not built on the flawless facades that society often encouraged, but on the shared, messy, and beautiful reality of our incomplete selves. The young woman, May, found herself gradually opening up more fully. After Li Wei had shared his own quiet wrestling with patience, she confided, "I confess, Master Li, I often feel I am not truly capable of managing everything. The demands at the apothecary, my family's needs, there are moments when I feel I am just barely holding on. I worry that I am not strong enough." Li Wei's response was not to offer a facile reassurance of her inherent strength, but to acknowledge the reality of her struggle. "It is a testament to your character, May," he said softly, "that you continue to strive even when the weight feels heavy. To acknowledge that struggle is, in itself, a profound strength. Many would simply break under such pressure. You, however, are enduring, and that is a remarkable thing." He was learning that the greatest gift he could offer was not his wisdom, or his power, or his serenity, but his genuine human presence. And a crucial component of that presence was the willingness to be seen, not as an unblemished ideal, but as a fellow traveler on the winding path of life. This was the gentle art of sharing vulnerability, a delicate dance of revelation that, when performed with sincerity and wisdom, led to the most profound and enduring of human connections. It was a testament to the fact that true connection thrived not in the absence of flaws, but in the shared acceptance of them, a silent acknowledgement that in our shared imperfections, we were, in fact, profoundly united. The subtle shift in Li Wei's interactions, the gradual unfurling of his own vulnerability, began to weave a new tapestry of connection. He was no longer an observer of human dynamics, meticulously analyzing their intricate patterns, but an active participant, his own threads now intertwined with those of others. This transformation was not a sudden, dramatic upheaval, but a quiet evolution akin to a river carving a new path through ancient stone. The monastic discipline had taught him the virtue of self-sufficiency, the formidable power of the individual will. Yet, in the gentle currents of the village, he was discovering a different kind of strength, one that flowed not from solitary mastery, but from the confluence of shared experiences. This realization crystallized with the arrival of a minor crisis that rippled through the close-knit community. Old Man Hemlock, a fixture of the marketplace, renowned for his stall of meticulously carved wooden trinkets, suffered a fall that left him with a sprained ankle and a deep gash on his forehead. The news spread quickly, and a palpable wave of concern settled over the village. Li Wei, having witnessed the quiet dignity with which Hemlock conducted his trade, felt a familiar, yet now tempered, urge to act. In his past life, he would have envisioned a swift, decisive intervention, a display of power that would banish the problem in moments. But now his instinct was gentler, more considered. He found Hemlock propped up in his humble dwelling, his face etched with pain and frustration. The vibrant energy that usually animated the old man's eyes was dimmed, replaced by a weary resignation. His stall, usually a riot of color and intricate design, stood bare and silent in the market square, a stark visual representation of his incapacitation. Li Wei observed the scene, not with the detached analysis of a strategist, but with the empathetic gaze of a friend. He saw not just a broken ankle, but the disruption of a livelihood, the quiet fear of lost income, and the indignity of dependence. "Master Hemlock," Li Wei began, his voice a low, steady presence in the small room. "I heard of your misfortune. Allow me to be of assistance." There was no boastfulness in his tone, no hint of the awe-inspiring feats he was capable of. Instead, it was a simple, earnest offer, delivered with the quiet assurance of someone who genuinely wished to alleviate suffering. He didn't immediately offer to fix the ankle with some arcane healing technique. That would have felt like a performance, a reinforcement of the old divide. Instead, he focused on the immediate, tangible needs. He spent the afternoon tending to Hemlock's wounds, his movements precise and careful. He cleaned the gash with practiced hands, applying a soothing poultice prepared by May, the apothecary's assistant, whose own gentle nature he had come to appreciate. He ensured the old man was comfortable, adjusting his pillows, fetching water, and offering quiet words of reassurance. He didn't simply delegate tasks. He performed them himself, his hands, once instruments of war, now ministering with a tenderness that surprised even himself. He learned that the simple act of being present, of offering practical help without fanfare, could be profoundly healing in itself. More significantly, Li Wei took it upon himself to manage Hemlock's stall for the duration of his recovery. This was not a task he undertook lightly. It required an understanding of Hemlock's business, his clientele, and the subtle art of negotiation. He spent hours at the market, not as a warrior observing from afar, but as a merchant, engaging with customers, displaying the carved animals with care, and handling transactions with honest fairness. He learned to haggle respectfully, to answer questions about the wood and the carving techniques, and to greet each customer with the same warm smile that Hemlock always offered. He discovered a quiet satisfaction in seeing the small wooden birds and bears find new homes, knowing that he was, in his own way, supporting Hemlock's livelihood. During this time, the villagers, witnessing Li Wei's dedication, began to interact with him on a different level. They saw not the legendary warrior, but a neighbor, a friend lending a hand. They brought him food, offered words of encouragement, and shared their own anxieties and triumphs. The baker, whose own hands had trembled when Li Wei had first met him, now offered him freshly baked bread each morning, his face alight with a shy pride. The carpenter, who had initially regarded Li Wei with a mixture of awe and apprehension, now stopped to chat about the best way to preserve wood from the elements, his respect evident in his easy camaraderie. One evening, as Li Wei was closing up Hemlock's stall, the carpenter, Jian, approached him. "Master Li," he began, his voice rough but sincere, "I've been meaning to say, it's good to see you looking after Hemlock. He's a good man, and he's been worried sick about his business." Jian paused, then added, "If there's anything you need for the stall, any repairs, you just say the word. I'll be happy to help." Li Wei felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling far more potent than any battle victory. "Thank you, Jian," he replied, genuinely moved. "Your offer is greatly appreciated. For now, everything seems to be in order, but I will certainly keep it in mind." He realized that this was the essence of what he had been seeking. It wasn't about grand gestures or displays of overwhelming strength. It was about the quiet hum of mutual reliance, the understanding that in a community, everyone had something to offer and everyone at some point would need support. This period of supporting Hemlock also served as an unexpected balm for Li Wei's own introspective moments. The quiet contemplation that had once been his sole focus now had a new dimension. As he sat by Hemlock's bedside, or during the quiet hours of the market stall, his mind would often drift to his own past, to the solitary peaks he had scaled and the battles he had fought. But the memories no longer carried the same sharp edges of regret or the heavy weight of isolation. Instead, they were softened by the present reality of shared human experience. He found himself reflecting on the emptiness of his former pursuits, the hollow echo of victories won alone. It was during these quiet reflections, often late at night after a long day at the market, that Li Wei found himself leaning on the very connections he was fostering. One evening, a persistent worry gnawed at him, a doubt about his ability to truly contribute, a fear that his past was too deeply ingrained, too irredeemable. He found himself seeking out Master Jian, the scholar, not with a problem to be solved, but with a quiet unease to be shared. He found Jian poring over ancient scrolls in his study, the air thick with the scent of old paper and ink. Li Wei, after a moment's hesitation, spoke not of grand strategies or existential dilemmas, but of a more personal struggle. Master Jian, he began, his voice low, I find myself wrestling with a persistent shadow. It is the memory of my past actions, the weight of the lives I have touched, both for good and ill. I strive to be of service now, but there are moments when I fear the past is an insurmountable wall that I am incapable of truly shedding its influence. Master Jin looked up from his scrolls, his brow furrowed, not in judgment, but in gentle understanding. He closed his book with a soft thud and turned his full attention to Li Wei. Li Wei, he said, his voice calm and resonant. The past is indeed a powerful current, but it is not an unchangeable destiny. You are not the same man who walked those paths. Your present actions, your willingness to serve, your very presence here, sharing this vulnerability with me, these are the testament to your transformation. The shadow may linger, but it does not define the dawn. Jian then shared his own struggles with the weight of historical knowledge, how the vastness of human folly could sometimes threaten to extinguish hope. I too, he confessed, often feel the despair of ages pressing down. It is easy to be overwhelmed by the darkness of the past. But then I look around me, at your efforts to help Hemlock, at May's unwavering dedication to her remedies, at the simple kindnesses exchanged in the market, and I see that the light of human goodness, though often flickering, is persistent. It is in these small acts of resilience and compassion that true hope is found. In that shared moment of introspection, Li Wei felt a profound sense of relief. It wasn't that his doubts had vanished, but they had been acknowledged, understood, and placed within a larger context. Jian's quiet wisdom, his own admission of struggle, had created a space for Li Wei's own anxieties to breathe. He realized that even his most solitary battles, the internal wars he had fought and seemingly won, could be enriched by the understanding and acceptance of another. The reciprocity of their support became increasingly evident. Li Wei's unwavering assistance to Hemlock earned him the deep gratitude of the old man, who, upon his recovery, showered Li Wei with his most prized carvings. But more than the tangible gifts, it was the quiet nod of approval, the shared smile of understanding that meant the most. Hemlock, in turn, would often sit with Li Wei at the market, his presence a comforting anchor, offering words of encouragement and wisdom gleaned from a lifetime of observation. May, the apothecary's assistant, also found herself drawn to Li Wei's quiet strength. One afternoon, as she painstakingly prepared a complex herbal tincture, her brow furrowed with concentration, Li Wei noticed a tremor in her hand, a subtle sign of fatigue. He offered her a moment of respite, suggesting she take a break while he kept an eye on the delicate brewing process. As they sat together, sharing a cup of calming tea, May confided her own worries about her ailing mother and the constant pressure to manage the apothecary's affairs. Sometimes, she whispered, her voice barely audible, I feel as though I'm being pulled in so many directions, and I fear I will eventually break. I worry I'm not strong enough to carry all these burdens. Li Wei listened intently, his gaze steady and compassionate. He didn't offer platitudes or dismiss her fears. Instead, he acknowledged the weight she carried. May, he said softly, the strength you possess is not in the absence of weariness, but in your enduring commitment to care for those you love, even when it exhausts you. To acknowledge the struggle is, in itself, a profound act of courage. You are not breaking, you are enduring, and that is a remarkable strength. He then shared a brief, carefully chosen anecdote from his own monastic life, not of great trials, but of the quiet discipline required to find peace amidst constant demands. He spoke of the importance of finding small moments of stillness, of recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, even in the midst of chaos. This exchange, like his conversations with Jian, left Li Wei feeling lighter, more centered. He had offered comfort and understanding, and in doing so, he had found it for himself. He saw that by actively participating in the well-being of others, he was, in turn, strengthening his own inner resolve. The isolated peak of his past, where power was measured by individual prowess and self-reliance, now seemed a barren and lonely place. The true strength, he was learning, resided not in being an unassailable fortress, but in being part of a resilient network, where support flowed in both directions, enriching and sustaining all involved. His legendary past, with its tales of unparalleled martial skill and solitary triumphs, began to recede, not into oblivion, but into a different context. Those skills, once honed for individual dominance, were now tools for service, applied with a wisdom born of experience and a newfound understanding of human connection. He was no longer Li Wei the invincible, but Li Wei, the friend, the helper, the fellow traveler. And in that transformation, he discovered a power far more profound and enduring than any he had ever wielded in isolation. The quiet hum of mutual support, the gentle ebb and flow of shared burdens, was the true melody of strength, a song that resonated deeply within his transformed soul. He understood that true power wasn't about standing alone at the summit, but about building bridges between individuals, creating a community where strength was not a solitary pursuit, but a collective embrace. The weight of his past, once a crushing burden, was now transmuted into a source of empathy, a reminder of the journey he had undertaken and the profound value of the connections he was now forging. His interactions were no longer calculated moves, but genuine expressions of care, born from the recognition that in supporting others, he was, in the most fundamental sense, supporting himself. The subtle shift in Li Wei's interactions, the gradual unfurling of his own vulnerability, began to weave a new tapestry of connection. He was no longer an observer of human dynamics, meticulously analyzing their intricate patterns, but an active participant, his own threads now intertwined with those of others. This transformation was not a sudden, dramatic upheaval, but a quiet evolution, akin to a river carving a new path through ancient stone. The monastic discipline had taught him the virtue of self-sufficiency, the formidable power of the individual will. Yet, in the gentle currents of the village, he was discovering a different kind of strength, one that flowed not from solitary mastery, but from the confluence of shared experiences. This realization crystallized with the arrival of a minor crisis that rippled through the close-knit community. Old Man Hemlock, a fixture of the marketplace, renowned for his stall of meticulously carved wooden trinkets, suffered a fall that left him with a sprained ankle and a deep gash on his forehead. The news spread quickly, and a palpable wave of concern settled over the village. Li Wei, having witnessed the quiet dignity with which Hemlock conducted his trade, felt a familiar, yet now tempered, urge to act. In his past life, he would have envisioned a swift, decisive intervention, a display of power that would banish the problem in moments. But now his instinct was gentler, more considered. He found Hemlock propped up in his humble dwelling, his face etched with pain and frustration. The vibrant energy that usually animated the old man's eyes was dimmed, replaced by a weary resignation. His stall, usually a riot of color and intricate design, stood bare and silent in the market square, a stark visual representation of his incapacitation. Li Wei observed the scene, not with the detached analysis of a strategist, but with the empathetic gaze of a friend. He saw not just a broken ankle, but the disruption of a livelihood, the quiet fear of lost income, and the indignity of dependence. Master Hemlock, Li Wei began, his voice a low, steady presence in the small room. I heard of your misfortune. Allow me to be of assistance. There was no boastfulness in his tone, no hint of the awe-inspiring feats he was capable of. Instead, it was a simple, earnest offer, delivered with the quiet assurance of someone who genuinely wished to alleviate suffering. He didn't immediately offer to fix the ankle with some arcane healing technique. That would have felt like a performance, a reinforcement of the old divide. Instead, he focused on the immediate, tangible needs. He spent the afternoon tending to Hemlock's wounds, his movements precise and careful. He cleaned the gash with practiced hands, applying a soothing poultice prepared by May, the apothecary's assistant, whose own gentle nature he had come to appreciate. He ensured the old man was comfortable, adjusting his pillows, fetching water, and offering quiet words of reassurance. He didn't simply delegate tasks. He performed them himself, his hands, once instruments of war, now ministering with a tenderness that surprised even himself. He learned that the simple act of being present, of offering practical help without fanfare, could be profoundly healing in itself. More significantly, Li Wei took it upon himself to manage Hemlock's stall for the duration of his recovery. This was not a task he undertook lightly. It required an understanding of Hemlock's business, his clientele, and the subtle art of negotiation. He spent hours at the market, not as a warrior observing from afar, but as a merchant, engaging with customers, displaying the carved animals with care, and handling transactions with honest fairness. He learned to haggle respectfully, to answer questions about the wood and the carving techniques, and to greet each customer with the same warm smile that Hemlock always offered. He discovered a quiet satisfaction in seeing the small wooden birds and bears find new homes, knowing that he was, in his own way, supporting Hemlock's livelihood. During this time, the villagers, witnessing Li Wei's dedication, began to interact with him on a different level. They saw not the legendary warrior, but a neighbor, a friend lending a hand. They brought him food, offered words of encouragement, and shared their own anxieties and triumphs. The baker, whose own hands had trembled when Li Wei had first met him, now offered him freshly baked bread each morning, his face alight with a shy pride. The carpenter, who had initially regarded Li Wei with a mixture of awe and apprehension, now stopped to chat about the best way to preserve wood from the elements, his respect evident in his easy camaraderie. One evening, as Li Wei was closing up Hemlock's stall, the carpenter, Jian, approached him. "Master Li," he began, his voice rough but sincere, "I've been meaning to say, it's good to see you looking after Hemlock. He's a good man, and he's been worried sick about his business." Jian paused, then added, "If there's anything you need for the stall, any repairs, you just say the word. I'll be happy to help." Li Wei felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling far more potent than any battle victory. "Thank you, Jian," he replied, genuinely moved. "Your offer is greatly appreciated. For now, everything seems to be in order, but I will certainly keep it in mind." He realized that this was the essence of what he had been seeking. It wasn't about grand gestures or displays of overwhelming strength. It was about the quiet hum of mutual reliance, the understanding that in a community, everyone had something to offer and everyone at some point would need support. This period of supporting Hemlock also served as an unexpected balm for Li Wei's own introspective moments. The quiet contemplation that had once been his sole focus now had a new dimension. As he sat by Hemlock's bedside, or during the quiet hours of the market stall, his mind would often drift to his own past, to the solitary peaks he had scaled and the battles he had fought. But the memories no longer carried the same sharp edges of regret or the heavy weight of isolation. Instead, they were softened by the present reality of shared human experience. He found himself reflecting on the emptiness of his former pursuits, the hollow echo of victories won alone. It was during these quiet reflections, often late at night after a long day at the market, that Li Wei found himself leaning on the very connections he was fostering. One evening, a persistent worry gnawed at him, a doubt about his ability to truly contribute, a fear that his past was too deeply ingrained, too irredeemable. He found himself seeking out Master Jian, the scholar, not with a problem to be solved, but with a quiet unease to be shared. He found Jian poring over ancient scrolls in his study, the air thick with the scent of old paper and ink. Li Wei, after a moment's hesitation, spoke not of grand strategies or existential dilemmas, but of a more personal struggle. "Master Jian," he began, his voice low, I find myself wrestling with a persistent shadow. It is the memory of my past actions, the weight of the lives I have touched, both for good and ill. I strive to be of service now, but there are moments when I fear the past is an insurmountable wall, that I am incapable of truly shedding its influence. Master Jin looked up from his scrolls, his brow furrowed, not in judgment, but in gentle understanding. He closed his book with a soft thud and turned his full attention to Li Wei. Li Wei, he said, his voice calm and resonant. The past is indeed a powerful current, but it is not an unchangeable destiny. You're not the same man who walked those paths. Your present actions, your willingness to serve, your very presence here, sharing this vulnerability with me, these are the testament to your transformation. The shadow may linger, but does not define the dawn. Jian then shared his own struggles with the weight of historical knowledge, how the vastness of human folly could sometimes threaten to extinguish hope. I too, he confessed, often feel the despair of ages pressing down. It is easy to be overwhelmed by the darkness of the past. But then I look around me, at your efforts to help Hemlock, and May's unwavering dedication to her remedies, at the simple kindnesses exchanged in the market, and I see that the light of human goodness, though often flickering, is persistent. It is in these small acts of resilience and compassion that true hope is found. In that shared moment of introspection, Li Wei felt a profound sense of relief. It wasn't that his doubts had vanished, but they had been acknowledged, understood, and placed within a larger context. Jian's quiet wisdom, his own admission of struggle, had created a space for Li Wei's own anxieties to breathe. He realized that even his most solitary battles, the internal wars he had fought and seemingly won, could be enriched by the understanding and acceptance of another. The reciprocity of their support became increasingly evident. Li Wei's unwavering assistance to Hemlock earned him the deep gratitude of the old man, who, upon his recovery, showered Li Wei with his most prized carvings. But more than the tangible gifts, it was the quiet nod of approval, the shared smile of understanding that meant the most. Hemlock, in turn, would often sit with Li Wei at the market, his presence a comforting anchor, offering words of encouragement and wisdom gleaned from a lifetime of observation. May, the apothecary's assistant, also found herself drawn to Li Wei's quiet strength. One afternoon, as she painstakingly prepared a complex herbal tincture, her brow furrowed with concentration, Li Wei noticed a tremor in her hand, a subtle sign of fatigue. He offered her a moment of respite, suggesting she take a break while he kept an eye on the delicate brewing process. As they sat together, sharing a cup of calming tea, May confided her own worries about her ailing mother and the constant pressure to manage the apothecary's affairs. Sometimes, she whispered, her voice barely audible, I feel as though I am being pulled in so many directions, and I fear I will eventually break. I worry I am not strong enough to carry all these burdens. Li Wei listened intently, his gaze steady and compassionate. He didn't offer platitudes or dismiss her fears. Instead, he acknowledged the weight she carried. May, he said softly, the strength you possess is not in the absence of weariness, but in your enduring commitment to care for those you love, even when it exhausts you. To acknowledge the struggle is, in itself, a profound act of courage. You are not breaking, you are enduring, and that is a remarkable strength. He then shared a brief, carefully chosen anecdote from his own monastic life, not of great trials, but of the quiet discipline required to find peace amidst constant demands. He spoke of the importance of finding small moments of stillness, of recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, even in the midst of chaos. This exchange, like his conversations with Jian, left Li Wei feeling lighter, more centered. He had offered comfort and understanding, and in doing so, he had found it for himself. He saw that by actively participating in the well-being of others, he was, in turn, strengthening his own inner resolve. The isolated peak of his past, where power was measured by individual prowess and self-reliance, now seemed a barren and lonely place. The true strength he was learning resided not in being an unassailable fortress, but in being part of a resilient network where support flowed in both directions, enriching and sustaining all involved. His legendary past, with its tales of unparalleled martial skill and solitary triumphs, began to recede, not into oblivion, but into a different context. Those skills, once honed for individual dominance, were now tools for service, applied with a wisdom born of experience and a newfound understanding of human connection. He was no longer Li Wei the invincible, but Li Wei, the friend, the helper, the fellow traveler. And in that transformation, he discovered a power far more profound and enduring than any he had ever wielded in isolation. The quiet hum of mutual support, the gentle ebb and flow of shared burdens, was the true melody of strength, a song that resonated deeply within his transformed soul. He understood that true power wasn't about standing alone at the summit, but about building bridges between individuals, creating a community where strength was not a solitary pursuit, but a collective embrace. The weight of his past, once a crushing burden, was now transmuted into a source of empathy, a reminder of the journey he had undertaken and the profound value of the connections he was now forging. His interactions were no longer calculated moves, but genuine expressions of care, born from the recognition that in supporting others, he was, in the most fundamental sense, supporting himself. It was not a sudden revelation, but a slow, steady unfolding, like the dawn breaking over the eastern hills. The small acts of kindness, the shared laughter over a simple meal, the quiet comfort offered in moments of doubt, these were the threads that wove the fabric of a new existence for Li Wei. He found himself anticipating the daily rhythm of the village, not with the strategic foresight of general, but with the simple pleasure of someone looking forward to seeing familiar faces. The baker would set aside his best loaf for Li Wei, a gesture that spoke volumes of their burgeoning camaraderie. Jian, the carpenter, would often pause his work to share a story or a piece of wisdom, his rough hands now capable of delivering not just sturdy furniture, but also gentle encouragement. Mei, the apothecary's assistant, continued to be a source of quiet companionship, her presence a steady reminder of the healing power of shared vulnerability. These were not grand pronouncements of loyalty, nor were they formal alliances. They were the quiet affirmations of shared humanity. Li Wei found a profound contentment in simply being present, in contributing his skills and his time without expectation of reward. He would help repair a leaky roof for a widow, his once formidable strength now applied with a craftsman's care. He would sit with the elderly, listening to their stories, offering his quiet presence as a testament to their value. He realized that the greatest battles he had fought had not been against external enemies, but against the walls of his own isolation. And it was in the dismantling of those walls, brick by painstaking brick, that true victory lay. One afternoon, a traveling merchant passed through the village, his wares a dazzling array of silks and exotic spices. The villagers, accustomed to their simple lives, were captivated. The merchant, sensing an opportunity, began to spin tales of faraway lands, of opulent courts, and of a warrior named Li Wei, whose legendary exploits had echoed across the continent. He spoke of battles won against impossible odds, of a man who stood alone, a force of nature. The villagers listened with a mixture of awe and apprehension, glancing at Li Wei, who stood quietly at the edge of the gathering, his expression unreadable. When the merchant finished his dramatic recitation, he turned to Li Wei, expecting a nod of recognition, perhaps a dismissive wave. Instead, Li Wei simply smiled. "Those tales," he said, his voice calm and clear, "speak of a man who was lost, a man who believed that strength resided only in the solitary summit. He was a powerful warrior, yes, but he was also profoundly alone." He then turned to the villagers, his gaze encompassing each of them. "The true strength," he continued, "lies not in standing alone, but in standing together. It is in the baker who offers his bread, the carpenter who shares his skills, the apothecary who mends our hurts, and in the quiet courage of those who simply offer a listening ear. A silence fell over the crowd, a pregnant pause pregnant with understanding. The merchant, taken aback, stammered, But you are the warrior, the legend." Li Wei's smile deepened. "The legend is a story, a reflection of what once was. This," he said, gesturing around him at the faces of the villagers, "this is what is now. This is real. This is where I find my purpose and my peace." He had finally shed the mantle of the solitary hero, not by renouncing his past, but by integrating it into a richer, more human present. He had found his belonging, not in the echoes of his own power, but in the symphony of shared existence, a melody far more beautiful and enduring than any solo performance. The whispers of his past glory were now a gentle backdrop to the vibrant, lived experience of his present, a present where he was not a distant icon, but a cherished member of a community, a testament to the enduring power of connection. He had learned that true fulfillment wasn't found in conquering the world, but in building a world, however small, with the people you cared about. The quiet hum of this nascent community became a constant, reassuring presence in Li Wei's life. It was in the shared meals, where the simplicity of the food was elevated by the warmth of conversation. In the impromptu gatherings in the market square, where laughter and stories flowed as freely as the village well's water. In the quiet moments of shared understanding, when a knowing glance or a gentle touch conveyed more than words ever could. Li Wei found himself looking forward to these everyday interactions with an eagerness that had once been reserved for the anticipation of battle. The baker, Old Man Giles, with his flour-dusted apron and perpetual smile, would always have a warm loaf ready for Li Wei, often accompanied by a wry observation about the day's gossip. Jian, the carpenter, would often seek Li Wei out, not for assistance with any grand project, but simply to share a cup of tea and discuss the merits of different types of wood, his gruff exterior softening with each shared moment. Mei, the apothecary's assistant, found in Li Wei a confidant, a steady presence who listened without judgment to her worries about her ailing mother and the demands of her craft. Li Wei, in turn, found himself offering his own quiet contributions to this web of connection. He discovered a knack for soothing crying children, his booming voice now capable of a gentle lullaby. He found satisfaction in helping to mend fishing nets, his precise movements, once honed for combat, now lending themselves to the delicate art of knot tying. He even found a certain amusement in assisting Giles with his deliveries, his imposing frame now used to carry baskets of warm bread through the village streets, eliciting delighted smiles from the children. Each small act, seemingly insignificant on its own, contributed to the growing tapestry of their shared lives. He realized that the global adulation he had once chased, the echoes of his victories that had reverberated across continents, had offered only a fleeting sense of accomplishment. This quiet network of ordinary relationships, however, provided a deep, abiding sense of fulfillment, a feeling of true belonging that no amount of external validation could ever replicate. He was no longer the solitary warrior, the legend spoken of in hushed tones. He was Li Wei, the friend, the neighbor, the man who helped with the bread deliveries and listened to stories. There were moments, of course, when the echoes of his past would try to resurface. A challenging task, a moment of unexpected solitude, might stir the old habits of self-reliance, the instinct to confront every obstacle alone. But these moments were now quickly soothed by the awareness of the network around him. He knew that if he stumbled, there would be hands to catch him, voices to offer comfort, and shared experiences to remind him that he was not alone. One crisp autumn evening, as the village gathered around a bonfire in the central square, sharing roasted chestnuts and cider, Li Wei found himself observing the scene with a profound sense of peace. The firelight danced on the faces of his newfound friends, illuminating their laughter, their quiet conversations, their simple joy in each other's company. He saw Giles sharing a story with Mei, Jian playfully nudging Old Man Hemlock, whose ankle had long since healed, and a host of other villagers, their lives intertwined in a complex, beautiful dance. He, Li Wei, was a part of this dance. He was not the conductor, nor was he a solitary performer. He was a dancer, moving in harmony with others, his steps guided by the rhythm of their shared humanity. This was his true belonging, forged not through power or prowess, but through the quiet strength of authentic connection. He had finally found his home, not in a place, but in the hearts of the people he now called his own. The emptiness that had once plagued him was filled not with accolades, but with the warm, steady glow of shared existence, a light far brighter than any he had ever known. Chapter 13. The Ordinary Path Forward. Li Wei awoke not to the clang of swords or the urgent call to battle, but to the gentle chirping of sparrows outside his window and the distant aroma of baking bread. The dawn, unhurried and soft, painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, a stark contrast to the fiery dawns he had once known, presaging days of blood and chaos. Each morning, he awoke with a quiet awareness, a deliberate calibration of his internal compass. There was no external mandate dictating his day, no looming threat demanding his immediate, decisive action. Instead, there was the simple, profound act of choice. His abilities, once wielded with the precision of a surgeon and the ruthlessness of a predator, were now tools he chose to employ with a different intention. The strength that had once been his sole defining characteristic was now a quiet reserve, a potential he consciously chose not to unleash in ways that would disrupt the delicate peace he had found. He rose and dressed, not in armor, but in simple, homespun cloth. His movements were deliberate, unhurried. He made his way to the communal kitchen, where Giles, the baker, was already kneading dough, his face alight with the familiar, contented glow of his craft. "Ah, Li Wei," Giles greeted, his voice a warm rumble. "The early bird catches the freshest loaf, they say, though I suspect you simply enjoy the quiet before the village truly stirs." He winked, flour dusting his eyebrows. Li Wei returned the smile, a genuine warmth spreading through him. "Your bread is always worth rising for, Giles. And yes, the quiet has its own particular sweetness." He didn't ask Giles about the flour shortage he'd overheard May discussing, nor did he offer a solution involving his formidable knowledge of logistics. Instead, he simply accepted the offered loaf, its warmth a comforting weight in his hands, and savored the simple act of breaking bread together. This was not a strategic alliance forged in necessity, but shared ritual of sustenance and camaraderie. Later, he found himself by the river, watching the fishermen mend their nets. Jian, the carpenter, was there, not to inspect the wooden boats as he usually did, but to help with the repairs. Li Wei observed the practiced, patient movements of their hands. He could, with a single, precise burst of his chi, mend those nets in mere moments, weaving the fibers together with invisible force. But that was not the path he chose. He watched, absorbing the rhythm of their work, the quiet murmur of their conversation. Eventually, he sat down beside Jian, not to offer his superior strength, but simply to be present. "A difficult catch this season?" Li Wei inquired, his voice low. Jian grunted, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The river's capricious, always has been, but we manage, always have." He didn't ask Li Wei for help, and Li Wei didn't offer it. The choice was not to possess the power to solve everything instantly, but to choose participation, to embrace the shared effort, the slow, steady progress. His strength lay not in the act of mending the nets, but in the choice to sit and watch, to offer a quiet presence, to share in the ebb and flow of their challenges. The notion of weakness itself had undergone a profound redefinition in Li Wei's mind. In his former existence, weakness was an enemy to be eradicated, a vulnerability to be masked or destroyed. Now he saw it as an intrinsic part of the human condition, a shared landscape of imperfection that fostered empathy and connection. He witnessed May, the apothecary's assistant, struggling to lift a heavy sack of herbs, her brow beaded with sweat. The old Li Wei would have seen an opportunity to impress, to demonstrate his effortless strength by effortlessly lifting the sack with a flick of his wrist. But the current Li Wei saw a fellow traveler, perhaps weary, perhaps facing a moment of physical limitation. He walked over, not with the fanfare of a hero, but with the quiet step of a neighbor. "May," he said gently, "allow me to assist." He lifted the sack, not with a show of explosive power, but with a steady, controlled strength, placing it gently where she indicated. He didn't linger for thanks or adulation. He simply offered the help, then moved on, leaving her to her work. The act was not about demonstrating his lack of weakness, but about acknowledging and alleviating hers, a testament to his understanding that true strength lay in compassion, not in its absence. His days were no longer measured by the intensity of his training or the breadth of his martial knowledge, but by the quality of his interactions. He found himself actively seeking out opportunities for simple connection. He would spend time with the children, not as a stern instructor, but as a gentle companion, listening to their fantastical tales of dragons and knights, his imposing presence softened by his genuine interest. He would visit Old Man Hemlock, not to offer advice or to demonstrate his prowess, but to simply share a cup of tea and listen to the old man's rambling stories of his youth. These interactions, seemingly insignificant to an outsider, were the very foundation of his new existence. Each conversation, each shared moment, was a conscious choice to weave himself into the fabric of the community, to contribute to its warmth and resilience without imposing his own extraordinary nature upon it. He understood that this deliberate choice, this conscious steering of his life's course, was a far more potent force than any martial technique he had ever mastered. It was the power of intention, the quiet revolution of the soul. He was not bound by destiny, nor was he driven by the relentless pursuit of external validation. He was free, profoundly and exhilaratingly free, to define himself through his actions, through the values he chose to uphold each day. The pursuit of power, in its conventional sense, had become utterly meaningless. What use was the strength to shatter mountains when the true challenge lay in building bridges between hearts? What purpose did invincibility serve when the greatest victory was found in vulnerability, in the willingness to connect and to be connected? This inner landscape, once a barren expanse of discipline and isolation, was now a fertile garden, cultivated with intention. He didn't avoid challenges, but he approached them differently. When a dispute arose in the market between two vendors, the old Li Wei would have intervened with swift, decisive judgment, his authority unquestioned. Now he listened. He allowed the voices to be heard, facilitated dialogue, and encouraged compromise. He didn't impose his will. He fostered understanding. His power in these situations was not the power to command, but the power to facilitate, to guide, to create an atmosphere where resolution was possible through mutual respect. He recognized that true influence wasn't about wielding authority, but about cultivating wisdom and fostering connection. His past self, the warrior renowned for his unwavering resolve and almost inhuman self-sufficiency, would have scoffed at the notion of relying on others. But Li Wei had learned that interdependence was not a sign of weakness, but a testament to the inherent strength of community. He saw how the villagers, each with their unique skills and talents, supported one another. The baker's bread nourished them. The carpenter's sturdy homes sheltered them. May's remedies healed them, and the fisherman's catch sustained them. And Li Wei, in his own quiet way, contributed to this intricate web of mutual support. His choice was to be a thread in that tapestry, not the loom itself. He was not an architect of their lives, but a humble participant, adding his own color and texture to the unfolding design. The quiet contentment he experienced was not a passive state, but an active cultivation. It required constant vigilance, a daily recommitment to the path he had chosen. There were moments, especially in the quiet solitude of the evenings, when the old instincts would whisper, when the lure of solitary mastery, of absolute control, would resurface. But these whispers were now met with a gentle, internal counternarrative, a reminder of the deeper satisfaction he found in connection, in the shared laughter and the quiet acts of kindness. He had discovered that true peace was not the absence of storms, but the ability to find calm within them, a calm that was nurtured by the steady presence of others. He made a conscious effort to embrace the ordinary. He found beauty in the predictable rhythm of the seasons, in the simple pleasure of a well-tended garden, in the shared stories exchanged over a communal meal. He didn't shy away from the mundane. He embraced it, recognizing it as the very substance of a life well lived. His choices were not grand pronouncements of power, but quiet affirmations of presence, of empathy, of belonging. He chose to be present, to listen, to offer what he could without fanfare or expectation. This was not a path of renunciation, but a path of redefinition. He had not shed his past, but he had transmuted it, shaping the formidable power he once possessed into a force for connection and quiet contribution. The freedom that came with this intentional living was intoxicating. He was no longer a prisoner of his own formidable abilities, forever bound to the expectation of exceptionalism. He could choose to be ordinary, and in that ordinariness, he found an extraordinary depth of experience. He could choose to be vulnerable, to admit uncertainty, to accept help, and in doing so, he discovered a resilience that transcended physical strength. His life was no longer a relentless pursuit of dominance, but a gentle unfolding, a continuous exploration of the simple yet profound beauty of human connection. Each sunrise was an invitation to reaffirm his commitment, to choose the path of peace, not through the suppression of conflict, but through the cultivation of understanding and compassion. His internal landscape, once a battleground for self-mastery, was now a sanctuary of contentment, a testament to the enduring power of a life defined not by power, but by choice. He was not merely surviving. He was thriving, not in spite of his limitations, but because of his embrace of them, and in his unwavering commitment to the ordinary, he had found his extraordinary truth. The morning sun, a gentle artist, painted the dew-kissed leaves of the village with strokes of soft amber. Li Wei watched the light play across the familiar cobblestone path leading to the marketplace, a scene that, not so long ago, would have been a battleground for his ego, a stage for his prowess, or a minefield of perceived threats. Now, it was simply the marketplace. The aroma of roasted nuts mingled with the earthy scent of fresh produce, a symphony of everyday commerce. A familiar vendor, Old Man Zhao, known for his booming voice and equally booming prices, was locked in a spirited negotiation with a younger woman over a basket of ripe peaches. The woman, her brow furrowed in frustration, gestured emphatically, while Zhao, a twinkle in his eye, remained steadfast. In the Li Wei of yesterday, this scene would have been an irresistible magnet. He would have seen a power imbalance, a potential for exploitation. His instinct would have been to intervene, to either swiftly end the unfair negotiation with a word of his formidable authority, or, in a darker twist of his former self, to subtly amplify the woman's plight, perhaps by demonstrating his own willingness to pay an exorbitant price, thereby exposing Zhao's perceived greed and restoring a manufactured sense of balance. Or worse, he might have felt the urge to impress the woman with his own negotiation skills, a silent challenge to Zhao's authority, a display of dominance masquerading as helpfulness. But today, Li Wei's gaze was different. He observed the dance of their words, the ebb and flow of their argument, not as a problem to be solved, but as a microcosm of human interaction. He saw the woman's genuine desire for a fair price, her hard-earned coins clutched in her hand. He saw Zhao's practiced salesmanship, honed over decades of market life, his livelihood dependent on the art of the deal. There was no malice, no genuine injustice, only the age-old rhythm of buyer and seller. He understood that most challenges in the grand tapestry of life were not battles to be won or lost, but rather experiences to be understood and learned from. His approach was now measured, empathetic, and focused on finding peaceful resolutions, or, as he was increasingly learning, on simply accepting what could not be changed without imposing his own will. He continued his walk, his steps unhurried, his presence a quiet observer in the unfolding narrative of the morning. He passed a group of children chasing a runaway chicken, their delighted shrieks echoing through the air. The chicken, a blur of frantic feathers, darted between legs and market stalls, eluding its pursuers with surprising agility. A younger Li Wei, ever the strategist, would have seen this as a minor tactical puzzle. He might have calculated the chicken's trajectory, anticipated its every move, and with a few precise, economical steps, cornered the errant fowl, presenting it triumphantly to the relieved children. Such an act, while seemingly innocent, would have served a dual purpose: a demonstration of his superior intellect and physical control, and a reinforcement of his role as the capable, problem-solving figure. Yet, the present Li Wei found a different kind of satisfaction in simply watching the chase. He appreciated the children's unbridled joy, the pure, unadulterated excitement of the pursuit. He saw the chicken's instinctual drive to survive, its own desperate bid for freedom. He understood that sometimes the most profound wisdom lay not in imposing order, but in allowing the natural chaos of life to play out, in observing the inherent beauty of instinct and play. He smiled a gentle, knowing smile as one of the children, with a triumphant yell, finally scooped up the clucking bird. He offered a nod of silent acknowledgement to the successful child, a subtle affirmation that needed no words, no grand pronouncements of his own abilities. His strength now was not in the act of capturing, but in the choice to witness, to appreciate the unfolding drama without seeking to be its central figure. Later that day, a dispute arose near the village well. Two women, their faces flushed with anger, were arguing heatedly over whose turn it was to draw water. Their voices, sharp and accusatory, cut through the afternoon air. The old Li Wei would have stepped in immediately, his imposing presence silencing the women, his judgment swift and decisive. He would have assessed the situation with icy logic, declared one woman the clear victor, and banished the other to wait, all in the name of restoring order. His intervention would have been a show of dominance, a display of his absolute command over chaotic situations. However, the Li Wei who had walked the path of introspection now approached the situation with a different understanding. He did not rush to judge. Instead, he stood at a respectful distance, observing. He listened to the rising tide of their grievances, to the underlying currents of exhaustion and frustration that fueled their anger. He recognized that their argument was not just about water, but about the burdens they carried, about the cumulative weight of daily chores and unspoken resentments. He saw that imposing his will, even with the best intentions, would only suppress the issue, not resolve it. True resolution, he knew, came from understanding and empathy. He waited for a lull in their argument, for a moment when their voices began to falter, replaced by weary sighs. Then he stepped forward, not with the thunderous pronouncements of a judge, but with the quiet calm of a mediator. "It seems the well is busy today," he said, his voice even and gentle. He looked from one woman to the other, his gaze neither accusatory nor favoring. "Perhaps," he continued, "one of you could help the other with their task, and then take your turn? The weight of two buckets is lighter when shared." He offered no definitive ruling, no declaration of right or wrong. He simply presented a possibility, a path towards shared effort and mutual assistance. He understood that most challenges were not black and white, but shades of gray, and that forced solutions often bred further discord. His role was not to dictate, but to facilitate, to guide them towards their own understanding. He watched as the tension in their shoulders began to ease, as their sharp glares softened into hesitant glances. One woman, a flicker of a smile playing on her lips, nodded slowly. That is a good idea," she said, her voice softer now. The other woman, her anger visibly deflated, offered a curt but agreeable nod. Li Wei offered a small, encouraging smile and then moved on, leaving them to find their own resolution. A resolution he had gently nudged into existence without ever wielding his immense power. This was the practical application of his journey, the profound philosophical change, translating seamlessly into everyday behavior. He continued to encounter situations that might have once triggered his obsessive pursuit of power or his desperate attempts at weakness. For weakness, in his old paradigm, had been a weapon, a tool for manipulation, a mask to hide his true strength. He remembered times when he would feign incompetence, feign ignorance, to lull opponents into a false sense of security, only to strike with devastating precision. It was a game of deception he had mastered, a shadow play of intent. Now, he encountered a stray dog limping by the roadside, its fur matted and its eyes filled with pain. The oldly way might have seen an opportunity to showcase his healing abilities, to perform a feat of miraculous restoration, thereby garnering admiration. Or, in a more perverse manifestation of his manipulative weakness, he might have used the dog's plight to elicit sympathy, to draw attention to himself as a compassionate soul, even if the compassion was a carefully constructed facade. But the Li Wei of today saw simply a creature in pain, a being in need of simple care. He knelt beside the dog, his movements slow and non-threatening. He spoke in a low, soothing tone, his hands, those instruments of devastating force, now offering gentle comfort. He didn't possess the specific knowledge of a veterinarian, and he didn't pretend to. He couldn't magically mend the bone or cure the ailment with a wave of his hand. This was a limitation, a truth he no longer fought against. Instead, he offered what he could, a steady presence, a quiet empathy, and a promise of a safe haven. He gently coaxed the dog to follow him back to the village, where May, the apothecary's assistant, with her actual knowledge and skill, could provide the necessary care. His decision to bring the dog to May was not an abdication of responsibility, but an act of wisdom. It was an acknowledgement that true strength lay not in knowing everything or being able to do everything, but in recognizing one's limitations and collaborating with those who possess the relevant expertise. He had learned that embracing his own perceived weaknesses, his lack of specialized knowledge in certain areas, was not a surrender, but a strategic choice that fostered community and facilitated genuine healing. He wasn't trying to be the hero who single-handedly saved the day. He was being a responsible member of the community, connecting a creature in need with the person best equipped to help. This quiet act, devoid of fanfare or expectation of reward, resonated deeply within him, a testament to his evolving understanding of strength. The village festival was approaching, an event that once would have been a source of immense internal conflict for Li Wei. Festivals were often characterized by boisterous revelry, by competitions, and by the uninhibited display of skill and strength. He recalled past festivals where he had been the undisputed champion of every contest, his victories a foregone conclusion. But the weight of those victories had been hollow, the applause a distant echo of his own inner emptiness. He had been a solitary peak, admired from afar, but never truly connected. This year, however, the approaching festival stirred a different feeling within him. He found himself drawn to the preparations, not as a participant in any grand competition, but as a quiet contributor. He saw the villagers struggling to erect the main pavilion, the heavy timbers proving difficult to maneuver. The old Li Wei would have effortlessly lifted the entire structure into place, a display of power that would have silenced all conversation and highlighted his solitary brilliance. But the current Li Wei, observing the collaborative effort, the grunts of exertion, the shouted instructions, the shared laughter that punctuated their struggle, felt a different impulse. He joined them, not by single-handedly hoisting the massive beams, but by offering his steady strength to reinforce their efforts. He worked alongside them, his movements coordinated with theirs, his power a supporting force rather than a dominant one. He felt the familiar ache of exertion, the sweat on his brow, the camaraderie of shared labor. It was a profound experience, one that offered a deeper satisfaction than any solo victory ever had. He was no longer an outsider looking in, but an integral part of the collective effort, his presence contributing to the harmony of the group. He also found himself participating in the preparation of the communal feast. He saw the women, their hands stained with berry juice, rolling out dough for pies, their faces etched with the familiar focus of creation. The old Li Wei would have viewed this as a domestic chore, beneath his notice, or perhaps an opportunity to impress with some obscure culinary technique he had learned during his travels. But the Li Wei of today saw the artistry, the dedication, the love woven into every movement. He offered his assistance, not by taking over or by dictating the best method, but by simply lending his hands and his attention. He learned to carefully crimp the edges of a pie crust, his formidable dexterity proving surprisingly adept at the delicate task. He listened to the women share stories as they worked, their conversations a tapestry of village life, of joys and sorrows, of enduring traditions. He offered no advice, no pronouncements, only his quiet presence and his willingness to learn. He understood that true wisdom was not about having all the answers, but about being open to receiving them, about understanding that knowledge resided not just in ancient texts or formidable training, but in the lived experiences of ordinary people. He found himself less concerned with the winning of any situation and more focused on the being within it. When a disagreement arose among the artisans about the design of a new village banner, the old Li Wei would have stepped in, declared the superior design, and enforced its adoption, his decision final and unquestioned. This would have been efficient, undoubtedly, but it would have also stifled creativity and bred resentment. The new Li Wei, however, facilitated a discussion. He encouraged each artisan to present their vision, to articulate the reasoning behind their choices. He listened intently to each perspective, acknowledging the merits of different approaches. He did not dismiss any idea outright, nor did he champion one over the others. Instead, he guided the conversation towards a synthesis, a blending of the strongest elements from each design. He might have suggested, for instance, that the bold colors championed by one artisan could be beautifully complemented by the intricate patterns proposed by another. His goal was not to win the argument for one side, but to foster a collective creation, one that reflected the diverse talents and perspectives of the community. The resulting banner, a testament to their shared effort, became a symbol of their unity, a far more potent symbol than any banner he could have designed and imposed single-handedly. He realized that his past obsession with power had been a desperate attempt to fill an internal void, a relentless pursuit of external validation that could never truly satisfy. He had mistaken control for strength, dominance for leadership, and isolation for self-sufficiency. His journey had stripped away these illusions, revealing the far greater power that lay in vulnerability, in connection, in the quiet acceptance of life's inherent complexities. He understood that most challenges were not battles to be won or lost, but experiences to be understood and learned from. His approach was measured, empathetic, and focused on finding peaceful resolutions or simply accepting what could not be changed without imposing his own will. This demonstrated the practical application of his journey, showing how profound philosophical change translated into everyday behavior, weaving itself into the very fabric of his existence. He was no longer a warrior seeking to conquer the world, but a man learning to live in it, with grace, with wisdom, and with an ever-deepening understanding of the ordinary path forward. Li Wei had not sought out any grand pronouncements, nor had he actively pursued a role as a beacon of wisdom. His days were now marked by a quiet rhythm, a gentle unfolding of tasks and interactions that held no pretense of superiority or the yearning for external validation. Yet a subtle shift was occurring, a quiet osmosis of his transformed being into the fabric of the village. It was not an influence born of power or pronouncements, but rather a luminescence that emanated from his very essence. He found himself observing the villagers with a new lens, not as individuals to be managed or problems to be solved, but as fellow travelers on life's unpredictable journey. There was Old Man Hemlock, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, who would often sit by the village well, his hands gnarled and calloused from a lifetime of tilling the soil. In the past, Li Wei might have seen Hemlock as an obstacle, a slow-moving figure in his path, or perhaps a subject for pity. Now, he saw the quiet dignity in the old man's posture, the unspoken stories etched into his weathered skin. He would often stop, not to offer unsolicited advice or to impress with his knowledge, but simply to sit beside him, sharing a comfortable silence that spoke volumes. It was in these moments of shared stillness, devoid of agenda, that a connection formed, a subtle exchange of presence that seemed to offer Hemlock a measure of peace, a silent affirmation that his existence, in its unhurried, earthbound way, was seen and valued. Similarly, he noticed young Anya, the baker's daughter, whose dreams of escaping the confines of the village were a palpable ache she carried. She would often gaze longingly at the horizon, her fingers tracing patterns in the flour dust on the bakery counter. Li Wei remembered his own youthful restlessness, the burning desire to prove himself, to conquer the world. He saw in Anya a flicker of that same fire, but tempered now by a nascent understanding of what truly mattered. He never spoke of his own past ambitions or the futility of certain pursuits. Instead, when he purchased bread, he would offer a quiet word about the beauty of a perfectly proof dough, the satisfaction of creating something nourishing with one's own hands, or the quiet joy of a sunrise scene from one's own doorstep. These were not lectures, but gentle observations, offered without expectation. Anya, in turn, found herself listening, her yearning gaze sometimes shifting from the distant horizon to the simple craft before her. She began to see the artistry in her mother's kneading, the quiet contentment in the villagers who savored her family's bread. Li Wei's ordinariness, his lack of striving, paradoxically made his quiet appreciation of the present moment more compelling than any grand pronouncements of worldly success. The village elder, Master Jean, a man steeped in tradition and accustomed to the deference of others, found himself inexplicably drawn to Li Wei's presence. Jean had always held himself with an air of detached authority, his pronouncements carrying the weight of generations. He had seen Li Wei's past, his prowess, his notorious arrogance. The transformation was not lost on him, but it baffled him. He observed Li Wei's interactions, the way he listened more than he spoke, the way he offered help without seeking recognition, the way he navigated disagreements with a calm that seemed almost unshakable. One afternoon, Jean witnessed Li Wei helping a group of villagers mend a section of the irrigation ditch. It was arduous work, involving heavy stones and slippery mud. Li Wei was not directing, nor was he performing the most strenuous tasks to showcase his superior strength. He was simply a part of the collective, his efforts steady and reliable, his presence a quiet reassurance. Jean, observing from a distance, felt a stirring within him. He realized that his own authority, built on the edifice of past achievements and pronouncements, felt brittle compared to the quiet, unyielding strength Li Wei now embodied. He found himself seeking Li Wei's company, not for counsel, but for the simple act of sharing space. In Li Wei's quietude, Jean found a rare moment of respite from the pressures of his own perceived importance. He saw that true leadership, or at least true influence, could also manifest as quiet participation, as unwavering authenticity. There was a palpable sense of calm that seemed to follow Li Wei, a subtle easing of tension in his wake. It was as if the very air around him vibrated with a peaceful frequency, a soothing balm to the usual anxieties and frictions of village life. When minor disputes arose, as they inevitably did, Li Wei's presence, even if he remained silent, seemed to have a moderating effect. A farmer arguing with a neighbor over a boundary line, their voices rising in anger, would often find their tempers cooling when Li Wei happened to pass by. He wouldn't intervene, wouldn't offer judgment. He would simply acknowledge them with a nod, his gaze steady and unperturbed. This silent acknowledgement, free from any hint of taking sides or imposing a solution, seemed to remind them of their shared humanity, of the absurdity of their squabble in the grand scheme of things. The anger would drain from their faces, replaced by a sheepish grin or a grudging sigh. They would often turn to each other, their voices softer, and find a way to resolve their differences, guided by an unspoken inspiration. His resilience in the face of life's inevitable setbacks was another quiet lesson. When a storm damaged several rooftops, or when a blight threatened the harvest, Li Wei did not despair or issue pronouncements of doom. He simply rolled up his sleeves and joined the efforts to repair and rebuild. His response was practical, his demeanor one of quiet determination. He didn't offer false hope, but rather the unwavering example of continued effort, of facing adversity with a steady heart. This grounded approach, this refusal to be overwhelmed, resonated deeply with the villagers. They saw that strength wasn't about avoiding hardship, but about navigating it with grace and perseverance. They learned from his quiet example that a setback was not an end, but an opportunity to demonstrate their collective strength and ingenuity. The children of the village, with their innocent candor, were perhaps the most direct recipients of his subtle influence. They were no longer intimidated by his formidable presence, as they once had been. Instead, they saw a kind, gentle man who would sometimes stop to watch them play, his eyes reflecting a genuine warmth. He never forced his attention upon them, never sought to impress them with feats of strength. Sometimes he would join them in a game of chase, his movements surprisingly nimble, but always with a lightheartedness that conveyed no competitive edge. He would laugh with them, a pure, unadulterated sound that seemed to unlock something joyous within them. He taught them, without words, that strength could be playful, that power could be gentle, and that true joy could be found in the simplest of shared moments. They gravitated towards him, not out of fear or obligation, but out of a genuine affection, drawn to the aura of peace and kindness he exuded. His compassion was not a grand, performative gesture, but an intrinsic part of his being. He remembered the stray dog from the previous day, its injured leg. He had brought it to May, the apothecary's assistant, with her knowledge of healing herbs and animal care. He hadn't stayed to bask in any potential praise for his act of kindness. He had simply ensured the dog was in capable hands and then moved on. When May later mentioned how grateful she was for his initiative, Li Wei simply smiled and said, "It was the right thing to do." This simple, unadorned statement, devoid of any boastfulness, spoke volumes. It reinforced the idea that compassion was not a virtue to be paraded, but a natural response to suffering, an inherent aspect of living a life of integrity. The villagers, in turn, began to reflect this quiet authenticity in their own lives. They started to communicate more openly, to listen more attentively, and to offer help more readily. They weren't consciously trying to emulate Li Wei. Rather, his lived example had lowered the bar for what they considered acceptable behavior. His ordinariness had become extraordinary because it stood in stark contrast to the performative displays of strength, ego, and pretense that often characterized human interaction. He had, through his sheer being, redefined what it meant to be strong, to be influential, to be truly content. He had become, not a guru on a pedestal, but a fellow traveler, walking the same dusty paths, sharing the same sun and rain. His influence was not in commanding attention, but in radiating a quiet assurance that drew people in. They sought his presence not for answers, but for the palpable sense of peace he offered, for the silent reminder that a life lived with purpose, integrity, and genuine kindness was the most profound achievement of all. It was a ripple effect, subtle yet pervasive, emanating from the simple, unwavering truth of his ordinary path forward. He had, through his journey, discovered that the most potent influence was not wielded, but lived. It was the quiet power of authenticity, a gentle beacon in the often turbulent waters of life, guiding others not by force, but by example, showing them that the greatest strength lay not in conquering, but in embracing the simple, profound beauty of simply being. He found that by relinquishing the need to control or impress, he had, paradoxically, gained a far greater capacity to connect and to inspire. His presence was a testament to the idea that true influence was not about demanding respect, but about earning it through consistent, unwavering integrity and a profound embrace of one's own truth, however ordinary it might seem. Li Wei found himself increasingly drawn to the subtle art of imperfection, not as a failing to be overcome, but as the very warp and weft of genuine existence. In the bustling marketplace, where vendors once hurried to display their wares with a flawless sheen, he now observed a different kind of beauty emerge. Old Man Hemlock, whose hands were as gnarled as ancient roots, would sometimes fumble with his meager pile of herbs, a few sprigs tumbling to the dusty ground. In years past, Li Wei might have felt a flicker of impatience, a desire to swiftly rectify the situation. Now, he saw not a mistake, but a moment of unguarded humanity. He would often stoop, not to scold, but to help gather the fallen herbs, his movements unhurried, his smile gentle. Even the sturdiest oak sheds a few leaves, Master Hemlock, he might say, his voice a low murmur. It only shows it has weathered many seasons. The old man's eyes, often clouded with a lifetime of worry, would clear for a moment, a rare smile creasing his lips. This shared act of quiet acceptance, of acknowledging the small stumbles, fostered a deeper connection than any flawless transaction ever could. It was in these moments, stripped of pretense, that the true richness of human interaction unfolded. He extended this philosophy to his own endeavors. When he began to help Anya with her baking, not as a master imparting his wisdom, but as a fellow traveler exploring the nuances of dough, he actively encouraged her missteps. If a loaf came out slightly misshapen, or if the crust was a shade too dark, he wouldn't lament it as a failure. Instead, he would point out the unique character it possessed. This one, he'd say, holding up a rustic, uneven bowl, has a story to tell. See how the oven's kiss left its mark unevenly? It makes it all the more interesting. Anya, initially mortified by what she perceived as her own incompetence, slowly began to see his point. She started to appreciate the subtle variations in flavor and texture that arose from these imperfections. The bread that was slightly flatter than usual might have a more concentrated, earthy taste. The one with a slightly burnt edge, when scraped clean, offered a delightful bitterness that complemented the soft interior. Li Wei never pushed her towards a perfect, factory-produced uniformity. He celebrated the happy accidents, the deviations from the planned path, understanding that it was these very anomalies that made each creation unique and, in its own way, superior to a flawless but soulless replica. His interactions with Master Jean also deepened through this lens of embracing imperfection. Jean, a man accustomed to the rigid structure of tradition and the unwavering authority it demanded, struggled with the concept of accepting flawed outcomes. Li Wei, however, found ways to gently challenge this rigidity. When the village council debated a new irrigation system, and a minor oversight in the initial planning led to a slight inefficiency, Jean was quick to assign blame and demand immediate, perfect correction. Li Wei, president of the meeting, didn't defend the oversight. Instead, he offered a broader perspective. A river never flows in a perfectly straight line, Master Jean, he stated calmly. It encounters obstacles, it bends, it finds new paths. This small bend in our plan simply means we must learn to navigate it, to adapt our approach. Perhaps this inefficiency will teach us something valuable about water conservation that a perfect system never could. He spoke of how even the most meticulously crafted martial forms contain subtle imperfections, moments of vulnerability that, when understood, could actually become sources of strength, allowing for improvisation and adaptation. Jean, initially bristling, found himself slowly nodding. He began to see that the relentless pursuit of an unattainable ideal of perfection could blind one to the pragmatic beauty of adaptation and the lessons learned from overcoming minor setbacks. Li Wei's willingness to acknowledge and work with what was imperfect, rather than simply dismissing it, was a revelation. He observed the children's play, with this same appreciation for their unpolished exuberance. Their games were often chaotic, their rules fluid and subject to spontaneous change. A game of tag could devolve into a sprawling, laughing mob, with shrieks of delight and occasional tumbles. Li Wei never corrected their improper way of playing. He didn't impose rigid structures or demand adherence to an imagined ideal of organized sport. Instead, he would sometimes join them, his own movements mirroring their joyful abandon. He would embrace the unexpected tag, the sudden change of direction, the shared laughter that erupted from a particularly clumsy chase. He recognized that in this uninhibited play, these children were not striving for perfection. They were simply reveling in the present moment. Their imperfections, a scraped knee, a forgotten rule, a burst of uncontrollable giggles, all part of the vibrant tapestry of their childhood. He saw in their unscripted interactions a purity that was often lost in the more polished, self-conscious interactions of adults. Li Wei's own journey was a testament to this ongoing embrace of imperfection. He no longer viewed his past mistakes, his moments of arrogance, or his regrettable actions as stains that could never be fully scrubbed away. Instead, he saw them as integral parts of his narrative, the rough edges that gave his story depth and texture. He understood that the pursuit of a flawless past was a futile endeavor, an attempt to rewrite history. The true path forward lay in accepting the unalterable truth of his experiences, learning from them, and allowing them to inform his present without defining it. He found a profound sense of liberation in this acceptance. The constant pressure to present an unblemished facade, to maintain an image of unassailable strength and wisdom, had been exhausting. Now he could simply be. He could acknowledge his moments of doubt, his occasional fatigue, his human need for rest and quiet contemplation, without shame or apology. He began to actively seek out and highlight the inherent beauty in flawed craftsmanship, whether it was in the humble pottery of the village, the rough-hewn wooden furniture, or even the very landscape itself, shaped by erosion and time. He would point out the subtle asymmetry in a handcrafted bowl, the way the glaze had pooled unevenly, creating a unique pattern. He would admire the weathered patina on an old farmer's tool, a testament to its years of faithful service. He saw these imperfections not as flaws, but as badges of honor, markers of authenticity and a life lived. He contrasted this with the sterile, mass-produced goods that sometimes found their way to the village, perfectly uniform and utterly devoid of soul. He believed that true beauty resided not in the flawless, but in the unique, the hand-touched, the perfectly imperfect. This perspective extended to his understanding of relationships. He recognized that true intimacy was not found in a seamless, conflict-free existence, but in the willingness to navigate disagreements, to forgive shortcomings, and to accept each other's vulnerabilities. He saw how the villagers, when they stopped striving for an ideal of perfect harmony and instead embraced the messy reality of their differences, found a deeper, more resilient form of community. He observed couples who bickered over minor things, but who, when faced with true hardship, stood unwavering by each other's side. He saw friendships that weathered misunderstandings, emerging stronger for having navigated the storms. Li Wei championed this messy, imperfect love, this authentic connection that acknowledged and embraced the inherent flaws in all human beings. He understood that perfection in relationships was a mirage, a dangerous illusion that set people up for inevitable disappointment. True connection thrived in the shared vulnerability, the mutual acceptance of imperfection. He also recognized that the very concept of perfection was subjective and often dictated by fleeting societal trends or personal biases. What one era deemed a mark of beauty, another might dismiss as a flaw. He saw this in the way fashion changed, the way ideals of physical appearance shifted. Li Wei, having shed his own obsession with achieving a perfect martial mastery, now understood that such an ideal was a moving target, ultimately unattainable and deeply unsatisfying. He found a profound sense of peace in stepping away from this endless chase. He realized that by embracing his own imperfections, he was not settling for less, but rather choosing a path of authenticity and contentment. He was choosing to live fully in the present, with all its rough edges and beautiful inconsistencies, rather than striving for an imagined, perfect future that might never arrive. His influence was not in demanding that others abandon their own pursuits of excellence, but in subtly shifting their perspective, in offering a gentle counterpoint to the relentless societal pressure to be flawless. He didn't preach about the virtues of imperfection. He embodied it. He lived a life that demonstrated, through his actions and his quiet demeanor, that authenticity, vulnerability, and the acceptance of one's own unfinished nature were not weaknesses, but profound strengths. He showed that true fulfillment lay not in achieving an impossible ideal, but in finding joy and meaning in the unfolding, imperfect journey of life. He was a living testament to the idea that it was in the cracks, the seams, and the unexpected deviations that the true light of existence shone through, illuminating the path forward, not as a perfectly paved road, but as a vibrant, ever-evolving landscape, rich with the beauty of the unfinished. Li Wei found himself standing at a precipice, not of a grand, terrifying chasm, but of a quiet, sun-dappled meadow. The wind, once a roaring gale that tested his every fiber, had softened to a gentle caress, whispering secrets of acceptance rather than challenges of dominance. He observed the world not through the narrowed eyes of a warrior seeking an advantage, nor through the detached gaze of a philosopher dissecting reality, but with the wide-eyed wonder of a child discovering the world anew. His journey, once a relentless climb towards an ever-receding peak of perfection, had finally led him to a place where the summit was not a destination, but the very ground beneath his feet. The strength he now possessed was not the kind that could shatter stone or cleave steel, but the more profound, more enduring strength that allowed him to simply be. This realization wasn't a sudden, thunderous revelation, but a slow, dawning understanding, like the gradual warming of the earth after a long winter. It had been cultivated in the shared silences with Anya as they kneaded dough, in the quiet nods exchanged with Master Hemlock over a handful of herbs, in the unforced laughter of children playing in the dust. He had spent so long chasing an ideal, a perfect form of martial arts, a flawless understanding of life, that he had almost missed the profound beauty inherent in the unpolished, the unfinished, the utterly, wonderfully ordinary. He saw now that the striving itself had been a kind of resistance, a denial of the present moment in favor of a perceived better future. The pursuit of perfection had been a relentless battle against what was a fight that, by its very nature, could never truly be won. He watched a dragonfly hover over a patch of wild irises. Its wings, a delicate filigree, beat with a speed that seemed impossible, yet the insect remained perfectly still, suspended in the air by sheer, effortless grace. It wasn't straining, it wasn't exerting immense power. It was simply existing, utilizing the natural forces around it with an innate understanding. This, Li Wei mused, was the essence of his newfound strength. It wasn't about pushing against the current, but about understanding its flow and finding his place within it. It was about recognizing that true power didn't reside in the ability to impose one's will upon the world, but in the capacity to harmoniously coexist with it. The dragonfly didn't seek to be a hawk, nor the iris to be a rose. They were, in their own unique ways, perfectly complete. His own past felt like a distant landscape, viewed now with a gentle, detached understanding. The fierce warrior who had once believed his worth was measured by the number of opponents he could defeat. The arrogant scholar who had sought to impose his intellectual constructs upon reality. The disillusioned seeker who had grappled with the seeming futility of it all. They were all part of him, like layers of sediment in a riverbed. But they no longer defined him. He didn't need to fight them, or to erase them, or even to fully reconcile them. He could acknowledge their presence, understand the lessons they had taught him, and then simply let them rest, allowing the present moment to take precedence. The weight of those past selves, once a crushing burden, had dissolved into the light of acceptance. He thought of Anya's hands, dusted with flour, her brow furrowed in concentration as she shaped a loaf of bread. There were days when the bread was perfectly round, a testament to her growing skill. But there were also days when it emerged slightly lopsided or with an uneven bake. In the past, she would have sighed with frustration, her shoulders slumping. Now, she would often turn to Li Wei, a small, almost mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Look at this one," she'd say, holding up a bread that was more rustic than refined. "It's decided to be unique today." And Li Wei would smile back, seeing not a failure, but a celebration of individuality. He saw her growing strength, not in her ability to achieve flawless loaves every time, but in her increasing ease with the occasional deviation, in her newfound capacity to find joy in the imperfect outcome. She was learning, just as he was, that the true art lay not in the perfect execution, but in the uninhibited creation, the joyful process, and the acceptance of the delightful, unpredictable results. Master Jean, too, had begun to soften. The rigidity that had once defined his every interaction was slowly yielding to a more fluid understanding. Li Wei had observed him in the village council meetings, his initial pronouncements still carrying an air of authority, but now tempered with a willingness to listen, to consider alternatives, and even, on rare occasions, to admit an oversight without resorting to self-recrimination or the blame of others. He remembered a recent discussion about a new well being dug. A minor miscalculation had led to the water being slightly brackish. Jean had been quick to propose a complex, expensive solution, his voice tight with the need to assert control. But then, he had paused, his gaze falling upon a group of children gleefully splashing in a muddy puddle. A slow smile spread across his face. "Perhaps," he'd said, his voice much softer, "we can find a way to filter it, or perhaps the villagers can learn to appreciate a more mineral-rich water. It's not ideal, but it is what we have. We will adapt." It was a small shift, a subtle change in his posture, but for Li Wei, it was monumental. Jean was beginning to understand that true strength wasn't about always being right or always being in control, but about the resilience to face what is and find a way forward, with grace and without undue suffering. Li Wei found himself drawn to the simple acts of existence. He would spend hours watching the bees diligently gathering nectar, their fuzzy bodies dusted with pollen. They weren't concerned with the most efficient method or the most aesthetically pleasing way to collect pollen. They simply did what they were meant to do, their purpose unfolding naturally. He would sit by the riverbank, not seeking profound insights, but simply feeling the cool spray on his face, listening to the water's ceaseless murmur. He would observe the way the sunlight dappled through the leaves, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor, a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow that required no interpretation, no judgment, only passive appreciation. These were moments of pure, unadulterated being. He wasn't trying to achieve anything. He was simply experiencing everything. He realized that the martial arts, which had once been the sole focus of his life, had become a metaphor for this larger understanding. The precise katas, the powerful strikes, the defensive maneuvers, they were all expressions of energy, of movement, of interaction. But the ultimate goal wasn't the perfect execution of a technique. It was the state of mind cultivated in the practice, the focus, the awareness, the adaptability, and ultimately the peace. A true master, he now understood, wasn't the one who could perform the most difficult techniques flawlessly, but the one who could move with effortless grace in any situation, who could respond with intuition rather than reaction, who carried a stillness within them that no external force could disturb. This stillness, this inner equilibrium, was the quiet, unshakable power he had finally attained. He no longer felt the need to prove himself, either to others or to himself. The striving for external validation had faded, replaced by an inner contentment that was self-sustaining. He understood that his worth was not dependent on his accomplishments, his knowledge, or his abilities. His worth, like the worth of the dragonfly, the iris, the bee, was simply in his existence. He was a part of the intricate tapestry of life, and that was enough. This acceptance was liberating, freeing him from the constant pressure to perform, to impress, to be something he was not. He could simply be Li Wei, a man who had walked a long and winding path, who had made mistakes, who had learned, and who had finally found peace in the simple, profound act of being present. He began to actively seek out moments of stillness, not as a means to an end, but as an end in themselves. He would sit in quiet contemplation, not to solve problems or to attain enlightenment, but simply to be in the silence. He found that in these moments, the noise of the world, both external and internal, began to recede, leaving behind a profound sense of clarity and calm. It was in this clarity that he understood the true nature of strength. It wasn't about building walls to protect himself, but about dissolving them, about allowing the world to flow through him without resistance. It was about being vulnerable, not as a weakness to be hidden, but as an openness that allowed for genuine connection. He thought of his interactions with Anya. Their relationship had deepened not because they had achieved a state of perfect harmony, but because they had learned to navigate their differences with love and understanding. They had weathered disagreements, celebrated small triumphs, and supported each other through moments of doubt and fear. Their connection was not a flawless diamond, but a well-worn, beautiful stone, polished by the constant flow of life, its imperfections adding to its unique character and enduring strength. He understood that true intimacy was not the absence of conflict, but the presence of grace in the face of it. He saw this same dynamic playing out in the village. The initial anxieties about his unconventional teachings had slowly subsided, replaced by a quiet acceptance. The villagers still had their routines, their struggles, their moments of discontent, but there was a new undercurrent of resilience, a shared understanding that life was not about achieving a perfect state, but about navigating its inherent messiness with courage and compassion. They were learning, as he had, that the strength to simply be was the most profound strength of all. It was the strength to face each day, with all its uncertainties and imperfections, and to meet it not with fear or resistance, but with an open heart and a quiet presence. Li Wei's journey had not been about conquering himself, but about befriending himself. It had not been about eradicating his flaws, but about embracing them as integral parts of his being. He was not a perfect warrior, nor a perfect philosopher, nor a perfect sage. He was simply Li Wei, a human being, flawed and incomplete, and in that incompleteness, he found a profound sense of wholeness. He was strong enough to live, not because he could defeat any foe, but because he could stand his own truth, vulnerable and unshielded, and find peace in the simple, extraordinary act of existing. The path forward was not a grand, heroic quest, but a gentle unfolding, a quiet journey of simply being, day by day, breath by breath, in the unadorned beauty of the present moment. Chapter 14. A Legacy of Quietude. Li Wei's existence had, by his own design, become an unwritten history. The echoes of his past, the whispers of his prowess, had been deliberately muted, like a skilled musician choosing to play a simple melody rather than a roaring symphony. He sought no monuments, no inscriptions, no grand narratives to immortalize his journey. Instead, his life unfolded in the quiet spaces between the world's clamor, a testament to the profound power found not in renown, but in deliberate anonymity. His path was no longer a pursuit of martial perfection or philosophical enlightenment, but a gentle unfolding, a quiet integration into the rhythm of everyday life. The warrior, the scholar, the seeker, they had all receded, not vanquished, but integrated into a man who found his truest strength in the art of simply being. The bustling marketplace, once a place he navigated with a warrior's vigilance, now held a different allure. He observed the ebb and flow of traders, the the boisterous calls of merchants, the laughter of children chasing pigeons. He saw not potential adversaries or complex social dynamics to dissect, but a vibrant tapestry of human connection. He'd find himself lingering near Anya's stall, not to offer advice or display his newfound calm, but simply to share a knowing glance, a soft smile that acknowledged the shared ordinariness of their lives. He helped her unpack crates of vegetables, his movements efficient and unhurried, his hands no longer the instruments of destruction, but the tools of honest labor. The sweat on his brow was not the mark of exertion in battle, but the honest sheen of work, a quiet dignity he embraced. He learned the names of the regulars, the baker's daughter who loved sweet buns, the old man who always bought the ripest apples. These interactions were not footnotes to a grander story. They were the story. His legacy, he realized, was not to be found in the legends of his feats, but in the quiet accumulation of these simple, human moments. He often found himself at the village well, not to dispense wisdom or solve disputes, but to simply draw water, to listen to the gossip, to feel the communal pulse of the place. He'd offer a helping hand to an elderly woman struggling with her buckets, his strength now an offering of service rather than a display of dominance. There were no hushed whispers of "It's Li Wei," no awestruck gazes. He was just another villager, a man with kind eyes and capable hands. This invisibility was his chosen cloak, a shield against the expectations and pressures that had once defined his existence. He had learned that true power wasn't in being seen and acknowledged, but in the quiet satisfaction of contributing, of being a part of something larger without needing to be its focal point. His contribution was not a grand gesture, but a steady, reliable presence, like the sturdy timbers of the village hall or the consistent flow of the river. His teachings, once delivered with the precision of a sword stroke, had evolved into something far more subtle. He no longer gathered disciples in hushed groves or formal dojos. Instead, his lessons were woven into the fabric of daily life. He might be seen tending the communal garden, his movements slow and deliberate, demonstrating the importance of nurturing growth. He'd share a quiet word with a frustrated farmer about the patience required to coax life from the soil, drawing parallels not to martial forms, but to the natural cycles of planting and harvest. He'd observe a child struggling to tie their shoelaces, and rather than demonstrating the perfect knot, he'd offer a gentle word of encouragement, a quiet reminder that mastery comes with practice and that perfection is a journey, not a destination. These were not lessons designed to create warriors or sages, but to cultivate resilience, kindness, and a deep appreciation for the simple act of living. The impact of these lessons was immeasurable, not because they were widely publicized, but because they were deeply felt, transforming individuals in ways that rippled outwards, unseen and unacknowledged by the wider world. He'd spend afternoons sitting beneath the old willow tree by the stream, not in deep meditation, but in quiet observation. He'd watch the dragonflies dart and hover, their iridescent wings catching the sunlight. He'd listen to the water's song, a constant, soothing murmur. He'd feel the gentle breeze on his skin, noticing the subtle shifts in temperature, the scent of damp earth and wild blossoms. These moments were not about seeking hidden meanings or profound truths. They were about fully inhabiting the present, about experiencing the world with an unadorned awareness. He understood that the most profound wisdom was often found not in seeking, but in resting, in allowing the world to reveal itself without the interference of ego or expectation. His stillness was not an absence of activity, but a profound presence, a state of being that was both deeply personal and intimately connected to the natural world. His relationship with Anya had deepened into a quiet understanding, a comfortable silence that spoke volumes. They moved through their days with a shared rhythm, their actions often complementing each other without the need for words. He would help her with the preparation for the village festivals, his strength and precision assisting with tasks that required effort, while she would bring her innate understanding of people and community to the social interactions. Their conversations were not grand declarations of love, but simple exchanges about the day, observations about the changing seasons, shared dreams for the future that were grounded in the present. He saw in Anya's unwavering kindness, her steady resolve, and her ability to find joy in the everyday, a reflection of the path he had chosen. Her legacy, like his, was being woven into the lives of those around her, not through displays of power, but through the quiet strength of her character. The children of the village, who had initially regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, now saw him as a familiar, comforting presence. He would sometimes join their games of tag in the dusty square, his movements no longer swift and intimidating, but playful and gentle. He'd let them capture him, his laughter mingling with their shrieks of delight. He'd tell them stories, not of epic battles or heroic deeds, but of the clever fox and the diligent ant, of the wise old owl and the curious sparrow. His stories were imbued with the quiet lessons he had learned, the value of patience, the strength in kindness, the beauty of diversity. He found a particular joy in watching their faces light up with understanding, in seeing the seeds of compassion and resilience being sown, not through instruction, but through shared experience. These were the small miracles that constituted his unwritten history, the moments that would shape the future in ways that could never be documented in any chronicle. He occasionally encountered travelers passing through the village, individuals seeking refuge or respite. To them, he offered no grand pronouncements, no tales of his past exploits. Instead, he offered a warm meal, a place to rest, and a listening ear. He learned that many carried burdens of their own, tales of hardship, loss, and the relentless pursuit of something they could not quite define. He would offer them not solutions, but understanding. He'd share a cup of tea, his presence a quiet anchor in their turbulent journeys. He understood that the greatest gift he could offer was not to solve their problems, but to remind them of their own inherent strength, their own capacity for peace, even in the midst of their struggles. These encounters were fleeting, but the warmth and quiet wisdom he imparted often left a lasting impression, a subtle shift in perspective that the travelers carried with them long after they had left the village. Li Wei's deliberate withdrawal from the world's gaze was not an act of timidity, but an act of profound courage. It was the courage to resist the societal imperative of achievement and recognition, to choose instead a path of quiet contribution. He understood that true impact was not always measured by the volume of one's voice, but by the depth of one's influence. His influence was not a tidal wave, but a gentle rain, nurturing the soil of the community, allowing for slow, steady growth. He had finally understood that the grandest legacies were often built not in the grand pronouncements of history books, but in the quiet accumulation of individual transformations, in the subtle currents of kindness and understanding that flowed through the lives of ordinary people. His life had become a testament to the unwritten, the power of presence, the strength of silence, an enduring legacy of a life lived with quiet integrity. He had found his ultimate martial art, not in the mastery of combat, but in the mastery of peace, a peace that resonated outwards, not with thunderous acclaim, but with a gentle, persistent hum. The archives of the Club of Weakness, a name that now held a wistful irony rather than a direct assertion, were less a repository of martial secrets and more a carefully curated collection of whispers. Decades had passed since Li Wei's intentional dissolution into the quietude of everyday life. Yet the spirit he had, almost inadvertently, breathed into the nascent organization continued to flicker. It was a spirit not of grand pronouncements or rigorous self-discipline, but of gentle inquiry, of embracing the inherent messiness of existence. The members who now frequented the humble rooms, filled with the scent of aging paper and dried ink, were not ascetics seeking to conquer their perceived frailties. Instead, they were individuals drawn by a shared understanding that the pursuit of an unyielding, unblemished strength was a mirage, a costly illusion that often led to isolation and a profound disconnect from the authentic self. Within the carefully cataloged boxes and leather-bound journals, The tangible echoes of Li Wei's presence were surprisingly mundane. There were no detailed diagrams of complex fighting stances or intricate philosophical arguments designed to shatter worldly illusions. Instead, one might find a brittle, yellowed page bearing Li Wei's elegant, yet understated, script detailing a conversation he'd overheard at the village market regarding the optimal ripeness of a particular variety of pear. Another entry might describe his observation of children playing, their shrieks and tumbles punctuated by moments of shared laughter and spontaneous cooperation, a poignant contrast to the often solitary and competitive nature of traditional martial training. These weren't lessons in the conventional sense. They were fragments of life, moments of quiet contemplation that, when assembled, painted a picture of a man who had found profound wisdom not in the pursuit of unattainable perfection, but in the acceptance and even celebration of imperfection. One particularly fascinating section of the archives contained what were labeled accidental wisdoms. These were not lessons consciously imparted by Li Wei, but rather moments where his inherent nature, his quiet grace, or his simple act of being seemed to offer profound insight to those around him. There was a recurring anecdote about Li Wei helping Anya at her market stall, his movements efficient and unhurried as he stacked crates of vegetables. A young acolyte, eager to impress, had tried to mimic his movements with exaggerated haste, only to stumble and nearly drop a heavy basket. Li Wei, without a word of admonishment, had simply knelt beside the flustered youth, his hands steadying the basket. The rhythm of the task, the acolyte later wrote in his reminiscences, was not in the speed, but in the breath. He did not rush, and so he did not falter. It was a lesson in patience, delivered not with words, but with steady hands. This became a cornerstone of the club's understanding. True mastery often lay in the quiet adherence to natural flow, not in the forceful imposition of will. The archives also held scraps of Li Wei's interactions with travelers. These weren't the tales of epic battles or strategic prowess that one might expect from a legendary figure. Instead, they were accounts of quiet conversations over steaming cups of tea, of shared silences under starlit skies, of a listening ear offered without judgment. One journal entry, penned by a weary merchant who had sought shelter in the village, spoke of Li Wei's simple act of sharing his meager meal. He offered no platitudes, the merchant wrote, his hand trembling slightly as he transcribed his memories decades later. No grand pronouncements of spiritual resilience. He simply shared his bread, and his presence was enough. In his quiet acceptance of my own weariness, I found a strange sort of strength. It was the strength of not being alone, the strength of shared humanity in its most unvarnished form. These accounts underscored the club's evolving philosophy, that true connection, and therefore true strength, was born from vulnerability and empathy, not from an impenetrable facade. The records also bore witness to Li Wei's subtle influence on the children of the village. While he never formally taught the martial arts, his presence had a profound impact. There were sketches and simple drawings, created by children years later, depicting Li Wei sharing stories under the willow tree. The stories themselves, as recalled and transcribed by early club members, were not tales of heroic conquests, but fables of resourceful animals, of perseverance through hardship, and of the quiet beauty of the natural world. One young girl, who would later become a respected elder and a keeper of the archives, wrote about Li Wei's explanation of why a spider's web, though delicate, could catch the strongest flies. He told me, she had penned, her handwriting still a little uneven, that its strength was not in its thickness, but in its intricate design, its ability to bend without breaking, and its patience in waiting. He made me see that being small and seemingly fragile didn't mean being weak. This simple analogy, born from observing nature, became a powerful metaphor for the club's embrace of vulnerability. The evolution of the Club of Weakness was a testament to Li Wei's unintentional legacy. It had begun, in its earliest days, with a desire to understand and perhaps mitigate perceived personal weaknesses. However, through the subtle, almost accidental wisdom that Li Wei embodied, the club had transformed. It no longer sought to eradicate weakness, but to understand it, to integrate it, and to recognize the unique strengths that often lay hidden within it. The archives were a constant reminder of this journey, a quiet testament to the man who had, without overt effort, shown them that true strength was not the absence of vulnerability, but the courage to live authentically with all of one's imperfections. Among the most treasured documents were Li Wei's own infrequent contributions to the early discussions. These weren't directives or pronouncements, but rather observations, questions, and gentle nudges towards introspection. One such entry, a mere few lines on a worn piece of parchment, read, "If the river seeks the sea, does it fear the stones in its path, or does it simply flow around them? And in flowing, does it not become stronger, shaped by the very obstacles it navigates?" This question, posed not as a rhetorical flourish, but as a genuine inquiry, had resonated deeply with the founding members. It implied that resistance to challenges, the aggressive confrontation that characterized much of martial philosophy, was perhaps less effective than adaptive resilience. The river, in its ceaseless journey, found its power not in breaking the stones, but in yielding to them, in finding a new path, and in the process, carving its own magnificent course. The club's modern-day members, many of whom were academics, artists, and even disillusioned athletes, found solace and inspiration in these archival fragments. They were not seeking to achieve the impossible feats of legendary warriors, but rather to cultivate a more balanced and authentic existence. The archives provided a counter-narrative to the relentless societal pressure to be strong, perfect, and perpetually successful. They offered a sanctuary where admitting struggle, acknowledging fear, and embracing one's perceived limitations were not signs of failure, but rather the very foundations of genuine personal growth. The whispers in the archives of the Club of Weakness were not echoes of a bygone era, but gentle invitations to a more humane and honest way of living, a quiet legacy nurtured by the man who had found his greatest strength in the art of simply being. The notion of weakness itself had undergone a profound redefinition within the club's philosophy. It was no longer a term of opprobrium, but a descriptor of the human condition, a fertile ground for empathy and understanding. Li Wei's simple presence, his preference for quiet observation over assertive pronouncements, had inadvertently laid the groundwork for this radical shift. He had demonstrated that true power lay not in dominance, but in connection, not in eradicating flaws, but in integrating them into a cohesive whole. The archives, therefore, served as a constant reminder of this fundamental truth. One might find a series of notes detailing Li Wei's patient efforts to mend a broken fishing net, his fingers surprisingly nimble despite their accustomed strength. He had apparently spent hours on this seemingly insignificant task, not out of necessity, but out of a quiet respect for the tool and the process. The accompanying observation, penned by a young man who had watched him, read, "He treated the broken threads with the same care he might have given a wounded comrade." There was no frustration, only a quiet determination to restore what was functional. It taught me that even in mending, there's a profound strength, a restoration that honors the object's purpose. The club's current endeavors reflected this evolved perspective. Instead of rigorous training regimes, they engaged in communal activities that fostered collaboration and mutual support. They organized workshops on emotional intelligence, practiced mindfulness techniques that encouraged self-compassion, and even held sessions dedicated to exploring creative outlets, recognizing that art and expression could be powerful conduits for understanding and processing one's inner landscape. The archives were consulted not for specific techniques, but for the underlying ethos they represented. A particularly poignant entry spoke of Li Wei observing a group of villagers struggling to lift a fallen tree. Instead of offering his own formidable strength, he had quietly suggested they work together, coordinating their efforts. The resulting success and the camaraderie it fostered was described with a simple note from Li Wei himself. The sum of many small efforts can move mountains. And in moving them together, we find not just a cleared path, but a strengthened bond. The archives also contained a series of anonymized letters from individuals who had encountered Li Wei in his later years. Individuals who had no direct connection to the club's origins, but who had been touched by his quiet presence. These letters spoke of a stranger who had offered a warm meal on a cold night, a man who had listened patiently to tales of woe without offering unsolicited advice, a figure of quiet reassurance in moments of personal crisis. One letter, from a woman who had traveled extensively, read, "I remember meeting a man by a stream. His eyes held a depth that spoke of ancient knowledge. Yet he asked me only about my journey and offered me a piece of fruit. He did not preach, he did not judge. He simply was. And in his being, I found a peace I had long been searching for. I have never forgotten him, though I never learned his name." These were the true testaments to Li Wei's legacy, the ripples of quiet kindness that spread outwards, touching lives in ways he could never have foreseen or controlled. The custodians of the archives, a dedicated group of individuals who devoted their time to preserving these fragments of the past, often spoke of the hum of authenticity that permeated the collection. It was a sense that these were not carefully constructed narratives designed to impress, but genuine glimpses into a life lived with profound integrity and an unwavering commitment to finding value in the unvarnished truth of human experience. The Club of Weakness, in its modern iteration, saw itself as a living embodiment of this legacy, a space where the whispers from the past encouraged a more compassionate and honest engagement with the present. They understood that Li Wei's true contribution was not in conquering weakness, but in showing them how to embrace it, how to find strength not in its absence, but in its acceptance, and how to build a more resilient and fulfilling life by acknowledging the beautiful, messy, and undeniably human tapestry of their own imperfections. The quietude that Li Wei had sought had, ironically, created a lasting resonance, a testament to the enduring power of humility and the profound impact of a life lived with gentle authenticity. The quiet revolution Li Wei had inadvertently initiated was not a storm that raged and reshaped landscapes with dramatic force. Instead, it was more akin to a slow, persistent tide, gradually altering the shoreline of human perception. While the explicit dialogue surrounding the Club of Weakness and its unconventional philosophies might have waned in their public prominence, the seeds of its core tenets had been sown deeply. The conversations Li Wei's life and the nascent club had sparked were not extinguished. They had merely transformed, becoming quieter, more internalized, and, in many ways, more potent. Across the globe, in hushed conversations over steaming cups of tea, in thoughtful scribbles and personal journals, and in the gentle guidance offered by mentors, a different understanding of strength was quietly taking root. It was a strength that didn't boast of impenetrable fortresses or the crushing of adversaries. It was a strength that found its power in the quiet resilience of a willow tree bending in a gale, in the intricate patience of a spider weaving its web, and in the unwavering determination of a river carving its path through solid rock. This was the strength of acceptance, of vulnerability embraced, of the profound connection forged through shared human experience rather than through the assertion of dominance. Consider the burgeoning interest in contemplative practices that began to surface in academic circles and wellness communities. These were not about achieving peak performance or pushing physical limits to the brink of exhaustion. Rather, they were about cultivating an inner stillness, a quiet awareness of the present moment, and a gentle acceptance of one's own mental and emotional landscape. Meditation, mindfulness, and even the burgeoning field of positive psychology, with its emphasis on character strengths and flourishing, were, in essence, echoes of Li Wei's philosophy. They celebrated the power of inner peace, the strength found in self-awareness, and the capacity for growth that arose not from relentless striving, but from mindful observation and gentle integration. These were not programs explicitly designed by the Club of Weakness, but they were the natural fruits of the environment Li Wei had helped cultivate, an environment that valued introspection over external validation and inner harmony over outward displays of power. In artistic communities, too, this shift was palpable. The frantic pursuit of groundbreaking innovation often gave way to a deeper exploration of personal narrative and emotional truth. Artists, writers, and musicians began to delve into themes of imperfection, of struggle, and of the quiet beauty found in the everyday. The rawness of authentic expression, the courage to reveal one's own vulnerabilities and doubts, became a source of profound connection with audiences. This was a departure from the grand, heroic narratives that often dominated the cultural landscape. Instead, it was a celebration of the relatable, the human, the imperfectly beautiful. A painter might spend weeks perfecting the subtle nuances of light on a weathered face, capturing not just the physical form, but the quiet story etched in the lines of time. A writer might craft a novel that explored the quiet despair and eventual acceptance of a character grappling with loss, finding strength not in defiance, but in the simple, profound act of continuing to live. These artistic endeavors, while independent of any formal movement, resonated with the core principles that Li Wei had embodied. The recognition that true depth and beauty often resided in the nuanced, the understated, and the imperfect. The world of competitive sports, often seen as the ultimate arena for demonstrating unyielding strength, also began to see subtle shifts. While the drive to win remained, there was a growing appreciation for sportsmanship, for the camaraderie between rivals, and for the personal growth that could be found in the process of training, regardless of the outcome. Coaches began to incorporate mental conditioning and emotional resilience training, recognizing that an athlete's ability to cope with pressure, to bounce back from setbacks, and to maintain a balanced perspective was as crucial as their physical prowess. Stories of athletes who spoke openly about their anxieties, their moments of doubt, and their dedication to the journey rather than solely the destination began to gain traction. These were not tales of weakness being overcome through brute force, but of strength being found in the courage to be vulnerable, to persevere through adversity with grace, and to find fulfillment in the honest effort itself. The narrative was slowly shifting from one of pure dominance to one that acknowledged the complex interplay of physical and mental fortitude, where resilience and emotional intelligence became celebrated virtues. Even in the corporate world, where the language of power and competition often reigned supreme, there were whispers of a different approach. The rise of emotional intelligence as a key leadership trait was a significant indicator. Companies began to recognize that empathetic leaders, those who could foster collaboration, build trust, and create environments where employees felt valued and understood, were often more effective and sustainable in the long run. The emphasis began to shift from cutthroat ambition to cooperative innovation, from ruthless efficiency to mindful productivity. Teams that learned to communicate openly, to support each other through challenges, and to celebrate collective successes, rather than individual conquests, started to outperform their more combative counterparts. This was not a widespread abandonment of competitive principles, but a gradual realization that genuine, lasting success often stemmed from a foundation of strong relationships, mutual respect, and a shared sense of purpose, qualities that Li Wei's philosophy had championed. The global interconnectedness facilitated by technology, while often fostering a sense of relentless competition and comparison, also provided unexpected avenues for the dissemination of these subtler philosophies. Online communities dedicated to personal growth, mindfulness, and well-being flourished. Individuals seeking connection and understanding found solace and inspiration in shared experiences of vulnerability. Forums and social media platforms became spaces where people could openly discuss their struggles, offer support to one another, and explore alternative perspectives on success and fulfillment. This decentralized network of shared humanity, though often lacking a formal structure or a single recognized leader, serve as a testament to the enduring power of Li Wei's unintentionally spread wisdom. It was a global village where the quiet whispers of acceptance and empathy found a receptive audience, fostering a sense of shared responsibility for cultivating a more balanced and compassionate world. Li Wei, in his quiet withdrawal from the world, had gifted humanity with a profound paradox that in embracing what we perceive as our weaknesses, we discover our most authentic and enduring strengths. His legacy was not etched in stone monuments or grand pronouncements, but in the subtle shifts in human consciousness, in the growing recognition that true fulfillment lay not in the relentless pursuit of an unattainable ideal, but in the courageous and compassionate acceptance of our own beautifully imperfect humanity. The seed he had planted, watered by countless acts of quiet kindness and gentle introspection, was now bearing fruit in the most unexpected corners of the world, a testament to the transformative power of a life lived with profound simplicity and unwavering authenticity. The global conversation continued, not in loud debates, but in the quiet hum of growing understanding, a testament to the enduring strength found in the art of being. The ripples of Li Wei's quiet quest had, over time, become a subtle but persistent current in the vast ocean of human consciousness. Future generations, born into a world that was still, by and large, grappling with its inherent contradictions, found themselves inheritors of a cultural landscape subtly but irrevocably altered. They might not have recognized the name of the unassuming man who had inadvertently catalyzed this shift, nor understood the intricate philosophical threads he had woven through the fabric of society. Yet, they lived in a world where the aggressive, chest-thumping displays of power that had once held absolute sway were no longer the sole, or even the most admired, metrics of worth. The relentless pursuit of individual supremacy, the winner-take-all mentality that had defined so many aspects of human endeavor, had begun to face a quiet, yet potent, challenge. This was not a sudden, dramatic overthrow of established norms. It was rather a gradual recalibration, a slow dawning of a different understanding. The prevailing narrative of strength, once almost exclusively synonymous with physical prowess, unyielding willpower, and the subjugation of others, had begun to broaden its definition. Concepts that had once been relegated to the fringes or dismissed as weakness were now being re-examined with fresh eyes. Emotional intelligence, for instance, which had previously been an abstract notion for psychologists and philosophers, was now becoming a tangible, highly valued attribute in leadership, interpersonal relationships, and even personal development. Children were being taught in schools not just to excel academically or athletically, but to understand their own emotions, to empathize with others, and to navigate conflict with a degree of sensitivity and understanding that would have been considered revolutionary a generation prior. The ability to listen, to understand different perspectives, and to foster collaborative environments were no longer seen as soft skills, but as essential components of true competence. The club of weakness, though it might have faded from public discourse as a formalized entity, had left an indelible mark on the collective psyche. Its core tenet, that vulnerability was not an absence of strength, but a different, perhaps more profound, manifestation of it, had, through countless uncredited conversations and internalized reflections, seeped into the societal consciousness. This was evident in the way people approach challenges. Instead of seeing setbacks as personal failures to be hidden or overcome with brute force, there is a growing acceptance of them as integral parts of the human experience. Individuals were more willing to admit when they didn't have all the answers, to ask for help, and to learn from their mistakes without the crushing weight of shame. This openness fostered a sense of shared humanity, a realization that everyone, regardless of their outward appearance or achievements, navigated their own internal battles. The strength found in admitting one's limitations and seeking support was increasingly recognized as a vital component of resilience, a far more sustainable form of power than the facade of invincibility. The rise of collaborative problem-solving was another testament to this evolving perspective. In boardrooms, in research labs, and in community initiatives, the siloed approach, where individuals guarded their knowledge and competed for individual recognition, was gradually giving way to more integrated models. Teams recognized that diverse perspectives and collective intelligence could unlock solutions that no single individual, no matter how brilliant, could conceive of alone. This shift was driven by a deeper understanding of how true innovation often arose from the cross-pollination of ideas, from the willingness of individuals to contribute their unique insights without fear of being overshadowed or invalidated. The emphasis moved from who could claim ownership of an idea to how the collective could harness and develop it for the greater good. The success of a project was increasingly measured not by the accolades of a few, but by the tangible benefits it brought to the community or the organization as a whole. Consider the evolving nature of mentorship. In previous eras, a mentor was often seen as an all-knowing sage, imparting wisdom and guiding a protege along a clearly defined path to success. While such guidance remained valuable, the contemporary mentor often adopted a more facilitative role. They were less about dictating answers and more about empowering the mentee to discover their own solutions. The mentor became a sounding board, a source of constructive feedback, and a trusted confidant who could help navigate the complexities of challenges. Crucially, these mentors were often more open about their own past struggles and learning processes, thereby demystifying the journey and making it feel more attainable for the mentee. This shared vulnerability created a deeper, more authentic connection, fostering a trust that was essential for genuine growth. The mentor's strength was not in their perceived perfection, but in their ability to guide, to encourage, and to share their own imperfect journey. The arts and media also reflected this profound shift. The archetypal hero, the lone wolf who single-handedly vanquishes evil, was still present, but his narrative was increasingly nuanced. He was often portrayed with deeper emotional complexities, with vulnerabilities that made him more relatable and his triumphs more meaningful. Furthermore, new archetypes emerged, celebrating characters whose strength lay in their empathy, their ability to connect with others, and their commitment to building community. Stories that explored themes of reconciliation, forgiveness, and collective healing gained significant traction, resonating with audiences who were increasingly weary of narratives solely focused on conflict and individualistic achievement. The quiet courage of an everyday person who chose kindness in the face of adversity, or the resilience of a community that came together to rebuild after a disaster, became as celebrated, if not more so, than the exploits of a superpowered individual. Even the realm of personal well-being, once dominated by self-help gurus hawking quick fixes and extreme transformation programs, began to embrace a more holistic and accepting approach. The focus shifted from forcing oneself into an idealized mold to cultivating self-compassion and acceptance. Practices that encouraged introspection, mindfulness, and the gentle integration of one's perceived flaws gained prominence. This was not about complacency, but about understanding that true growth often stemmed from a place of inner peace and self-acceptance, rather than constant self-criticism. The idea that one could be strong enough to be weak, to acknowledge and work with one's vulnerabilities rather than trying to eradicate them, became a powerful paradigm. This led to a more sustainable and authentic form of personal development, one that celebrated progress over perfection. The impact of this evolving worldview was perhaps most evident in the younger generations. Growing up in a world where the discourse around mental health was becoming more open and less stigmatized, they were less likely to equate emotional expression with weakness. They were more adept at identifying their own emotional needs and communicating them, and they were more inclined to offer support to their peers. The pressure to present an unflattering image of perpetual strength was lessened, allowing for a more genuine and interconnected social fabric to emerge. This was not to say that all societal ills were eradicated. The inherent human tendencies towards competition and self-interest remained. However, the landscape upon which these tendencies played out had been subtly reshaped. The rewards were no longer solely for the loudest, the most aggressive, or the most outwardly dominant. There was a growing recognition, and indeed a valuing of the quiet strengths. The empathy that bridged divides, the resilience that weathered storms, the collaboration that built better futures, and the profound courage it took to simply be one's authentic, imperfect self. Li Wei's legacy, therefore, was not one of grand pronouncements or monumental achievements that could be easily cataloged. It was a legacy woven into the very fabric of human interaction, a quiet revolution that had subtly shifted the parameters of what it meant to be powerful. It was in the growing appreciation for the strength of a gentle word, the power of a listening ear, and the enduring resilience found in shared vulnerability. The generations that followed him, though unaware of his specific journey, were living in a world that was, in countless small ways, a testament to his extraordinary quest for the ordinary. They were reimagining strength, not as a weapon to be wielded, but as a garden to be cultivated, a shared space where vulnerability and compassion bloomed, creating a more resilient and interconnected human experience. The subtle recalibration of values, the quiet embrace of a broader definition of strength, was a testament to the enduring power of a life lived authentically, a life that demonstrated, through its very existence, that true power often resided in the quietest of gestures and the most profound of acceptances. The interconnectedness fostered by global communication networks played a crucial role in disseminating these evolving values. While technology could amplify the loudest and most aggressive voices, it also provided unprecedented platforms for the quieter, more introspective narratives to find an audience. Online communities dedicated to mindfulness, emotional well-being, and collaborative living flourished. Individuals seeking refuge from the pressures of constant competition and overt displays of power found solace and inspiration in shared experiences of vulnerability. Social media, once often a tool for showcasing curated perfection, began to host a growing number of conversations about authenticity, self-acceptance, and the challenges of navigating modern life with grace and empathy. These digital spaces, though often fragmented and decentralized, collectively represented a growing collective consciousness that was actively seeking alternative paradigms of success and fulfillment. It was a testament to the inherent human desire for genuine connection and understanding, a desire that Li Wei's philosophy had, in its own unassuming way, helped to reawaken. The education systems, too, began to adapt, albeit slowly and with varying degrees of success across different regions. Educational psychologists and curriculum developers, influenced by the growing societal appreciation for emotional intelligence and holistic development, started to advocate for pedagogical approaches that fostered empathy, critical thinking, and collaborative skills. The emphasis began to shift from rote memorization and individualistic achievement to experiential learning, project-based collaboration, and the cultivation of self-awareness. Students were encouraged to engage in dialogue, to debate respectfully, and to learn from each other's diverse perspectives. The goal was not merely to impart knowledge, but to equip individuals with the social and emotional competencies necessary to thrive in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. This represented a significant departure from earlier models that prioritized academic rigor above all else, acknowledging that a well-rounded individual was as much a product of their emotional and social development as their intellectual prowess. In the professional sphere, the concept of work-life balance, once a fringe idea, became a more mainstream expectation. Companies that recognized the importance of employee well-being and fostered a supportive, collaborative environment often saw higher rates of productivity, innovation, and retention. This was a tangible manifestation of the idea that strength did not solely reside in relentless, all-consuming ambition, but also in the ability to nurture and sustain oneself and one's relationships. Leaders who prioritized open communication, demonstrated empathy, and actively sought to create a sense of belonging within their teams were increasingly valued. The old model of the autocratic, demanding boss was gradually being replaced by that of the supportive facilitator, the one who empowered their teams and fostered an environment where collective success was the primary objective. This shift was not merely altruistic. It was increasingly recognized as a strategic imperative for long-term organizational health and success. The very notion of success itself was being subtly redefined. While material wealth and outward achievement remained desirable, there was a growing awareness that these were not the sole indicators of a life well lived. Many individuals began to prioritize experiences over possessions, meaningful relationships over superficial accolades, and personal growth over the relentless pursuit of external validation. The quiet satisfaction derived from contributing to one's community, from mastering a craft with dedication, or from fostering strong familial bonds began to hold as much, if not more, weight than the accumulation of wealth or status. This broader definition of success allowed for a more inclusive and diverse range of human aspirations to be recognized and celebrated, moving away from a singular, often unattainable, ideal. The cultural narratives that shaped public consciousness continued to evolve. The rise of documentary filmmaking that explored the lives of ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances, the proliferation of podcasts that delved into personal stories of resilience and growth, and the increasing popularity of literature that celebrated empathy and human connection all contributed to this ongoing redefinition of strength. These mediums provided powerful counterpoints to the more traditional narratives of conflict and individual heroism, offering audiences relatable stories of human courage, compassion, and quiet perseverance. The beauty of the everyday, the strength found in enduring hardship with grace, and the profound impact of small acts of kindness were increasingly brought to the fore, shaping a collective imagination that was more attuned to the nuances of the human condition. Ultimately, the generations that followed Li Wei did not inherit utopia, nor did they completely abandon the pursuit of excellence or the drive to overcome challenges. What they did inherit was a more expansive understanding of what it meant to be strong, to be successful, and to live a fulfilling life. They learned, through the subtle currents set in motion by Li Wei's journey, that true power was not a zero-sum game, but a capacity that could be amplified through connection, empathy, and a willingness to embrace one's own imperfect humanity. The quiet revolution Li Wei had initiated was not a singular event, but an ongoing process, a testament to the enduring power of authenticity and the profound strength that could be found, not in the absence of weakness, but in its courageous and compassionate embrace. The world continued to turn, and with each passing year, the seeds of quietude that Li Wei had so unintentionally sown continued to blossom in the most unexpected and beautiful ways, shaping a future where strength was understood not as a force to dominate, but as a grace to share. The final act of Li Wei's extraordinary life was not punctuated by thunderous applause or the pronouncements of history. Instead, it unfolded in the soft hum of cicadas, the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves, and the quiet, steady rhythm of a heart at peace. He had, in his own inimitable way, ascended to the pinnacle of human achievement, the mastery of the ordinary. His existence, once a quest for an elusive, powerful truth, had ultimately resolved into the profound realization that truth resided not in the extraordinary, but in the unadorned beauty of the everyday. The existential angst that had propelled him through years of arduous training and philosophical inquiry had long since dissipated, replaced by an almost palpable serenity. He no longer sought to conquer his limitations, nor to transcend his perceived inadequacies. Instead, he embraced them, much like an old friend, with a familiarity born of deep understanding and unwavering acceptance. His days were a symphony of quietude. Mornings began not with strenuous training, but with the simple ritual of brewing tea, the aroma of roasted leaves filling his modest dwelling. He would sit by the open window, observing the nascent dawn paint the sky with hues of rose and gold, a silent witness to the world's daily reawakening. This was not a passive observation. It was an active engagement, a deep communion with the unfolding moments. The chirping of a sparrow, the distant call of a farmer to his ox, the subtle shift in the wind, Each was a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence, and Li Wei found profound satisfaction in recognizing his own thread within it. He had learned that true presence was not about striving to be somewhere else or someone else, but about fully inhabiting the present moment with all its inherent imperfections and quiet wonders. The concept of perfection, once the driving force behind his most rigorous endeavors, had become a distant echo. He no longer harbored the desire to achieve some unattainable ideal. Instead, his focus had shifted to a more attainable and infinitely more rewarding goal: authenticity. He understood now that the pursuit of perfection was, in essence, a denial of reality, a constant battle against the natural order of things. To be truly fulfilled, one needed to shed the illusion of flawlessness and embrace the inherent beauty of imperfection. His own life was a testament to this evolved understanding. He was an old man, his body bearing the marks of time and past struggles, his mind occasionally prone to moments of forgetfulness. Yet, in these very imperfections, he found a unique kind of strength, the strength of acceptance. He didn't fight the tides of aging. He flowed with them, finding grace in the natural progression of life. Connection, too, had become a cornerstone of his contentment. In his younger years, his solitary quest had often led him to a profound sense of isolation. He had viewed relationships as potential distractions, as burdens that could hinder his progress. Now, he understood them as the very essence of a meaningful life. His interactions, though infrequent, were imbued with a depth and sincerity that transcended superficial pleasantries. He would converse with the local villagers, not as a detached observer, but as a fellow traveler on the path of life. He listened to their joys and their sorrows, offering not facile advice, but a genuine presence, a listening ear that conveyed understanding and empathy. He found that in sharing their burdens, his own seemed to lighten, and in celebrating their triumphs, his own heart swelled with a quiet joy. He realized that the strength he had once sought in isolation was, in fact, amplified through genuine human connection. His days were punctuated by small acts of service, not born out of a sense of obligation, but from an overflow of inner peace. He might help a neighbor mend a broken fence, or share the bounty of his small vegetable garden with those in need. These acts were not performed with any expectation of reward or recognition. They were simply expressions of his inherent interconnectedness, his understanding that his well-being was intrinsically linked to the well-being of others. He had discovered that the greatest fulfillment often came not from grand gestures, but from the quiet, consistent practice of kindness. These simple acts, repeated day after day, wove a rich tapestry of meaning into his existence, creating a quiet legacy of goodwill that rippled outwards through the community. The philosophical inquiries that had once consumed his mind had softened, transforming into a form of gentle contemplation. He no longer wrestled with grand cosmic questions, but rather found wisdom in the subtle observations of his immediate surroundings. The way a seed sprouted and grew into a plant, the resilience of a spider weaving its web after it had been destroyed, the cyclical nature of the seasons. These were the lessons he now pondered. They spoke of a profound order, a gentle unfolding that required no forceful intervention. His understanding of the universe had moved beyond intellectual comprehension to a deep, intuitive knowing, a silent agreement with the natural flow of existence. He had achieved the ultimate goal of many a seeker, to understand that he was not separate from the universe, but an integral part of it. His physical presence itself seemed to radiate a calming influence. People would often seek him out, not for his martial prowess or his philosophical insights, but for the palpable peace that emanated from him. Children would play near his home, drawn by an unseen magnetism, their boisterous energy softening in his vicinity. Adults, burdened by the anxieties of their daily lives, would find their shoulders relaxing, their breaths deepening, simply by being in his presence. He offered no sermons, no grand pronouncements, yet his very being was a sermon on the power of inner tranquility. He had become, in essence, a living embodiment of the quietude he had so arduously cultivated. He recognized that true strength was not about the absence of weakness, but about the courage to acknowledge and embrace it. His journey had been a testament to this very principle. He had faced his own perceived inadequacies, his moments of doubt, his physical limitations, and rather than succumbing to them, he had found a profound strength in their acceptance. This was the ultimate liberation, freedom from the relentless pressure to be something more than he was. He was Li Wei, an old man living a simple life, and in that simple truth, he found an unparalleled power. His final years were a quiet affirmation of this profound discovery, a peaceful conclusion to an outwardly unremarkable, yet inwardly monumental existence. The extraordinary had been found not in conquering the world, but in mastering the art of simply being in it. The essence of his final years was a profound understanding of the cyclical nature of life. He no longer feared the inevitable decline that age brought, for he saw it as a natural transition, a shedding of the old to make way for the new, even if that new was simply the continuation of the natural order. He observed the leaves on the trees turn from vibrant green to fiery hues before letting go and falling to the earth, providing nourishment for the soil. He saw the frost of winter give way to the burgeoning life of spring. He understood that his own eventual passing would be no different, a natural cessation, a return to the elements from which he had come, a continuation of the grand cycle. This understanding removed the sting of mortality, replacing fear with a quiet sense of belonging to something far larger and more enduring than his individual self. He found immense joy in the small, often overlooked details of nature. The intricate patterns on a fallen leaf, the delicate unfurling of a fern frond, the shimmer of dew on a spider's silk. These were the wonders that captivated his attention. He would spend hours observing a single ant trail, marveling at the organized chaos, the collective purpose that guided each tiny creature. This immersion in the natural world served as a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. He saw himself not as a superior being, but as an equal participant in the grand symphony of life, each element playing its vital role. His conversations, when they happened, were rarely about the past or the future. They were firmly rooted in the present moment. He would ask about the harvest, about the health of a neighbor's child, about the quality of the recent rainfall. These were the tangible realities that mattered, the elements that shaped the lives of the people around him. He had shed the intellectual preoccupations of his younger days, recognizing that true wisdom often lay in the simple, practical observations of life. He had learned that the most profound truths were often the most accessible, hidden not in obscure texts or esoteric practices, but in the very fabric of everyday existence. The concept of legacy itself had undergone a transformation in his mind. He no longer worried about leaving behind grand achievements or enduring monuments. His legacy, he realized, was being woven in the quiet moments, in the subtle shifts he had inspired in the people he encountered. It was in the way a younger villager, having spent time with him, began to approach conflict with a little more patience, or in the way a parent, having witnessed his gentle interactions, started to value emotional expression in their child. His influence was not a roaring bonfire, but a gentle ember, radiating warmth and light in small, consistent ways. He understood that the most profound impact was often the least visible, the quiet transformation that occurred within the hearts and minds of others. He also discovered a deeper layer of self-understanding through his engagement with the ordinary. By relinquishing the pursuit of the extraordinary, he had finally found himself. He was no longer defined by his quest, by his ambitions, or by the expectations of others. He was simply Li Wei, a man at peace with himself and the world. This acceptance was not born of resignation, but of a profound liberation. He had finally stopped fighting against himself and had begun to simply be. This internal harmony was the true prize, the ultimate achievement that dwarfed any external validation he might have once craved. His evenings were often spent in quiet reflection, not of his past accomplishments, but of the simple blessings of the day. The warmth of the fire, the taste of a simple meal, the comfort of his humble dwelling. These were the things he cherished. He had learned to find profound contentment in the absence of striving, in the quiet acceptance of what was. This was the enduring peace of the ordinary, a peace that was not fragile or fleeting, but deep, resonant, and utterly unshakable. It was the quiet testament to a life lived authentically, a life that had finally discovered its truest strength not in the exceptional, but in the simple, enduring beauty of the everyday. The world outside continued its ceaseless motion, its dramas and its triumphs. But within the quiet sanctuary of his being, Li Wei had found a stillness that transcended it all. Chapter 15, Epilogue, Strong Enough to Live. The final act of Li Wei's extraordinary life was not punctuated by thunderous applause or the pronouncements of history. Instead, it unfolded in the soft hum of cicadas, the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves, and the quiet, steady rhythm of a heart at peace. He had, in his own inimitable way, ascended to the pinnacle of human achievement, the mastery of the ordinary. His existence, once a quest for an elusive, powerful truth, had ultimately resolved into the profound realization that truth resided not in the extraordinary, but in the unadorned beauty of the everyday. The existential angst that had propelled him through years of arduous training and philosophical inquiry had long since dissipated, replaced by an almost palpable serenity. He no longer sought to conquer his limitations, nor to transcend his perceived inadequacies. Instead, he embraced them, much like an old friend, with a familiarity born of deep understanding and unwavering acceptance. His days were a symphony of quietude. Mornings began not with strenuous training, but with the simple ritual of brewing tea, the aroma of roasted leaves filling his modest dwelling. He would sit by the open window, observing the nascent dawn paint the sky with hues of rose and gold, a silent witness to the world's daily reawakening. This was not a passive observation. It was an active engagement, a deep communion with the unfolding moments. The chirping of a sparrow, the distant call of a farmer to his ox, the subtle shift in the wind, each was a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence, and Li Wei found profound satisfaction in recognizing his own thread within it. He had learned that true presence was not about striving to be somewhere else or someone else, but about fully inhabiting the present moment, with all its inherent imperfections and quiet wonders. The concept of perfection, once the driving force behind his most rigorous endeavors, had become a distant echo. He no longer harbored the desire to achieve some unattainable ideal. Instead, his focus had shifted to a more attainable and infinitely more rewarding goal: authenticity. He understood now that the pursuit of perfection was, in essence, a denial of reality, a constant battle against the natural order of things. To be truly fulfilled, one needed to shed the illusion of flawlessness and embrace the inherent beauty of imperfection. His own life was a testament to this evolved understanding. He was an old man, his body bearing the marks of time and past struggles, his mind occasionally prone to moments of forgetfulness. Yet, in these very imperfections, he found a unique kind of strength, the strength of acceptance. He didn't fight the tides of aging. He flowed with them, finding grace in the natural progression of life. Connection, too, had become a cornerstone of his contentment. In his younger years, his solitary quest had often led him to a profound sense of isolation. He had viewed relationships as potential distractions, as burdens that could hinder his progress. Now, he understood them as the very essence of a meaningful life. His interactions, though infrequent, were imbued with a depth and sincerity that transcended superficial pleasantries. He would converse with the local villagers, not as a detached observer, but as a fellow traveler on the path of life. He listened to their joys and their sorrows, offering not facile advice, but a genuine presence, a listening ear that conveyed understanding and empathy. He found that in sharing their burdens, his own seemed to lighten, and in celebrating their triumphs, his own heart swelled with a quiet joy. He realized that the strength he had once sought in isolation was, in fact, amplified through genuine human connection. His days were punctuated by small acts of service, not born out of a sense of obligation, but from an overflow of inner peace. He might help a neighbor mend a broken fence, or share the bounty of his small vegetable garden with those in need. These acts were not performed with any expectation of reward or recognition. They were simply expressions of his inherent interconnectedness, his understanding that his well-being was intrinsically linked to the well-being of others. He had discovered that the greatest fulfillment often came not from grand gestures, but from the quiet, consistent practice of kindness. These simple acts, repeated day after day, wove a rich tapestry of meaning into his existence, creating a quiet legacy of goodwill that rippled outwards through the community. The philosophical inquiries that had once consumed his mind had softened, transforming into a form of gentle contemplation. He no longer wrestled with grand cosmic questions, but rather found wisdom in the subtle observations of his immediate surroundings. The way a seed sprouted and grew into a plant, the resilience of a spider weaving its web after it had been destroyed, the cyclical nature of the seasons. These were the lessons he now pondered. They spoke of a profound order, a gentle unfolding that required no forceful intervention. His understanding of the universe had moved beyond intellectual comprehension to a deep, intuitive knowing, a silent agreement with the natural flow of existence. He had achieved the ultimate goal of many a seeker, to understand that he was not separate from the universe, but an integral part of it. His physical presence itself seemed to radiate a calming influence. People would often seek him out, not for his martial prowess or his philosophical insights, but for the palpable peace that emanated from him. Children would play near his home, drawn by an unseen magnetism, their boisterous energy softening in his vicinity. Adults, burdened by the anxieties of their daily lives, would find their shoulders relaxing, their breaths deepening, simply by being in his presence. He offered no sermons, no grand pronouncements, yet his very being was a sermon on the power of inner tranquility. He had become, in essence, a living embodiment of the quietude he had so arduously cultivated. He recognized that true strength was not about the absence of weakness, but about the courage to acknowledge and embrace it. His journey had been a testament to this very principle. He had faced his own perceived inadequacies, his moments of doubt, his physical limitations, and rather than succumbing to them, he had found a profound strength in their acceptance. This was the ultimate liberation, freedom from the relentless pressure to be something more than he was. He was Li Wei, an old man living a simple life, and in that simple truth, he found an unparalleled power. His final years were a quiet affirmation of this profound discovery, a peaceful conclusion to an outwardly unremarkable, yet inwardly monumental, existence. The extraordinary had been found not in conquering the world, but in mastering the art of simply being in it. The essence of his final years was a profound understanding of the cyclical nature of life. He no longer feared the inevitable decline that age brought, for he saw it as a natural transition, a shedding of the old to make way for the new, even if that new was simply the continuation of the natural order. He observed the leaves on the trees turn from vibrant green to fiery hues before letting go and falling to the earth, providing nourishment for the soil. He saw the frost of winter give way to the burgeoning life of spring. He understood that his own eventual passing would be no different, a natural cessation, a return to the elements from which he had come, a continuation of the grand cycle. This understanding removed the sting of mortality, replacing fear with a quiet sense of belonging to something far larger and more enduring than his individual self. He found immense joy in the small, often overlooked details of nature. The intricate patterns on a fallen leaf, the delicate unfurling of a fern frond, the shimmer of dew on a spider's silk. These were the wonders that captivated his attention. He would spend hours observing a single ant trail, marveling at the organized chaos, the collective purpose that guided each tiny creature. This immersion in the natural world served as a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. He saw himself not as a superior being, but as an equal participant in the grand symphony of life, each element playing its vital role. His conversations, when they happened, were rarely about the past or the future. They were firmly rooted in the present moment. He would ask about the harvest, about the health of a neighbor's child, about the quality of the recent rainfall. These were the tangible realities that mattered, the elements that shaped the lives of the people around him. He had shed the intellectual preoccupations of his younger days, recognizing that true wisdom often lay in the simple, practical observations of life. He had learned that the most profound truths were often the most accessible, hidden not in obscure texts or esoteric practices, but in the very fabric of everyday existence. The concept of legacy itself had undergone a transformation in his mind. He no longer worried about leaving behind grand achievements or enduring monuments. His legacy, he realized, was being woven in the quiet moments, in the subtle shifts he had inspired in the people he encountered. It was in the way a younger villager, having spent time with him, began to approach conflict with a little more patience, or in the way a parent, having witnessed his gentle interactions, started to value emotional expression in their child. His influence was not a roaring bonfire, but a gentle ember, radiating warmth and light in small, consistent ways. He understood that the most profound impact was often the least visible, the quiet transformation that occurred within the hearts and minds of others. He also discovered a deeper layer of self-understanding through his engagement with the ordinary. By relinquishing the pursuit of the extraordinary, he had finally found himself. He was no longer defined by his quest, by his ambitions, or by the expectations of others. He was simply Li Wei, a man at peace with himself and the world. This acceptance was not born of resignation, but of a profound liberation. He had finally stopped fighting against himself and had begun to simply be. This internal harmony was the true prize, the ultimate achievement that dwarfed any external validation he might have once craved. His evenings were often spent in quiet reflection, not of his past accomplishments, but of the simple blessings of the day. The warmth of the fire, the taste of a simple meal, the comfort of his humble dwelling. These were the things he cherished. He had learned to find profound contentment in the absence of striving, in the quiet acceptance of what was. This was the enduring peace of the ordinary, a peace that was not fragile or fleeting, but deep, resonant, and utterly unshakable. It was the quiet testament to a life lived authentically, a life that had finally discovered its truest strength not in the exceptional, but in the simple, enduring beauty of the everyday. The world outside continued its ceaseless motion, its dramas and its triumphs. But within the quiet sanctuary of his being, Li Wei had found a stillness that transcended it all. The modest cottage Li Wei called home was more than just a dwelling. It was a testament to his newfound philosophy. Its walls, constructed from rough-hewn timber and daub, were unadorned, save for the gentle patina of age and the occasional climbing vine that had found purchase. Sunlight streamed through the paper-paned windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny, ephemeral spirits. The interior was Spartan, furnished with only the essentials: a low wooden table, a woven mat for sleeping, a simple hearth that crackled with warmth on cooler evenings, and a few carefully chosen earthenware pots. Each item had been chosen not for its material value, but for its utility and its quiet beauty. There were no elaborate carvings, no gilded ornaments, no unnecessary accoutrements. The absence of clutter was, in itself, a form of richness, allowing the mind to rest and find clarity. His daily routine was a gentle dance with the sun. He would rise with the first hint of dawn, not to an alarm, but to the subtle shift in the quality of light and the awakening chorus of birdsong. His first act was always to tend to his small herb garden, a patch of earth bursting with the fragrant promise of mint, basil, and rosemary. He would carefully water the plants, his movements slow and deliberate, feeling the cool earth between his fingers. This was his morning meditation, a communion with the life-giving soil. Following this, he would prepare a simple breakfast of rice porridge, often seasoned with a pinch of salt or a few slivers of dried ginger. The act of preparing and consuming food was, for Li Wei, a sacred ritual, a reminder of the fundamental sustenance that nature provided. He savored each spoonful, acknowledging the journey from seed to sustenance, a micro-reflection of the larger cycles of life he so deeply appreciated. The afternoons were often spent in quiet contemplation or in gentle engagement with the world around him. He might sit beneath the shade of an old willow tree that stood sentinel by the nearby stream, its branches cascading like a green waterfall. Here, he would watch the water flow, its ceaseless movement a metaphor for the impermanence of all things. He observed dragonflies with iridescent wings flitting across the surface, fish darting into shallows, and the occasional frog launching itself into the cool water with a plop. These were not mere pastimes. They were lessons in mindfulness, in the art of being fully present to the unfolding narrative of the natural world. He found that by observing these simple phenomena, his own internal chatter would quiet, his anxieties would recede, and a profound sense of peace would settle over him. Occasionally, he would wander into the small village nestled in the valley below his cottage. He was no longer the figure of awe and apprehension he had once been, the legend whispered in hushed tones. Instead, he was simply Old Li, a quiet elder whose presence brought a sense of calm. Children, initially wary, had grown accustomed to his gentle smile and the steady gaze that held no judgment. They would sometimes approach him, offering a brightly colored stone or a handful of wild berries, and Li Wei would accept these gifts with genuine gratitude, his eyes twinkling with warmth. He would engage in simple conversations with the villagers, listening with patience as they shared their triumphs and their troubles. He offered no pronouncements of wisdom, but his attentive presence was often enough to soothe frayed nerves or to bring a fresh perspective to a difficult situation. He understood that sometimes the most profound help one could offer was simply to bear witness to another's experience. His interactions were marked by an absence of expectation. He offered his assistance not with a sense of duty, but with a generous spirit. If a neighbor's fence needed mending, he would offer his steady hands and his quiet strength. If a widow's field required an extra pair of hands during harvest, he would appear without being asked, working alongside her with steady efficiency. These acts were not performed for recognition, but as a natural outflow of his interconnectedness. He saw the well-being of the community as intrinsically linked to his own, and he understood that a single act of kindness, however small, could ripple outwards, creating waves of positive change. He had learned that true strength was not about dominance, but about contribution, not about standing apart, but about standing together. The evening ritual was as sacred as the morning. As dusk settled, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Li Wei would return to his cottage. He would prepare a simple evening meal, perhaps a bowl of vegetable soup or some steamed dumplings, always taking his time, savoring the flavors and the aroma. After eating, he would often sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance, their ephemeral nature a constant reminder of the transient beauty of existence. He would reflect on the day, not with a critical eye, but with a spirit of gentle acknowledgement. He would recall the laughter of children, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the quiet satisfaction of a task well done. These were the treasures he now collected, more precious than any material wealth. His philosophy had evolved beyond the realm of abstract thought into lived experience. He no longer debated the nature of reality or the meaning of existence. He embodied it. He understood that life was not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be experienced. He had learned to trust the natural unfolding of events, to surrender to the flow of time, and to find profound joy in the present moment. The striving, the ambition, the desperate pursuit of an elusive future had all been shed, leaving behind a core of pure, unadulterated presence. This was the ultimate achievement, not a victory over external forces, but a profound peace found within. He had discovered that the greatest strength lay not in the ability to conquer, but in the grace to simply be fully and authentically in every moment. He found a deep satisfaction in the cyclical nature of the seasons. Spring brought the vibrant awakening of life, the tender green shoots pushing through the earth, the birds returning with their melodious songs. Summer offered warmth and abundance, the fields heavy with grain, the air thick with the scent of blossoms. Autumn painted the landscape in hues of gold and crimson, a beautiful surrender before the quiet slumber of winter. And winter, with its hushed beauty and its stark clarity, offered a time for introspection and rest. Li Wei saw himself as an integral part of this grand cycle, not separate from it. He understood that his own journey, from the vibrant bloom of youth to the inevitable fading of autumn and the quietude of winter, was a natural and beautiful progression. This acceptance of the natural order of things removed any fear or resistance he might have once held towards aging and mortality. He saw his eventual passing not as an end, but as a transformation, a return to the elements, a continuation of the grand, cosmic dance. His days were filled with small, deliberate actions that held profound meaning. He would spend hours tending to his small garden, his hands working the soil with a gentle reverence. He would plant seeds, nurture seedlings, and harvest the fruits of his labor with gratitude. This was more than just sustenance. It was a practice in patience, in observation, and in trust. He watched as the tiny seeds, seemingly inert, unfurled in a vibrant life, guided by forces beyond his comprehension. This process was a constant reminder of the inherent power and resilience of nature and his own place within it. He learned to appreciate the subtle nuances of growth, the slow, persistent unfolding that characterized all living things. He also discovered a deep connection to the local community through these simple acts of cultivation. He would often share the bounty of his garden with his neighbors, offering fresh vegetables and herbs with a warm smile. This simple act of sharing fostered a sense of camaraderie and interdependence. He found that by offering what he had, he received far more in return, not just in material terms, but in the form of genuine connection, shared laughter, and mutual respect. He saw that the strength of a community, like the strength of a forest, lay in the interconnectedness of its individual parts, each contributing to the health and vitality of the whole. His philosophical musings, once characterized by complex arguments and profound questioning, had softened into a gentle form of contemplation. He no longer sought to dissect the universe with his intellect. Instead, he sought to experience it with his heart. He would find profound wisdom in observing the flight of a bee, the intricate design of a spider's web, or the way sunlight filtered through the leaves of a tree. These were not merely observations. They were moments of deep communion, where the boundaries between himself and the external world seemed to dissolve. He understood that true knowledge was not always found in books or in abstract theories, but in the direct, unmediated experience of life itself. He found that his physical presence had a calming effect on those around him. People often spoke of feeling a sense of peace simply by being in his company. Children, who could be prone to boisterousness, would often quiet their play when he was near, drawn to the serene aura that emanated from him. Adults, burdened by the stresses of their daily lives, found their shoulders relaxing and their breathing deepening in his presence. He offered no platitudes or easy solutions, but his quiet strength and his unwavering peace acted as an anchor for others, helping them to find a measure of stillness within themselves. He had become, in essence, a living embodiment of the tranquility he had so diligently cultivated. His understanding of strength had undergone a radical transformation. He no longer associated it with physical power or the ability to overcome obstacles through force. Instead, he saw true strength in vulnerability, in the courage to acknowledge one's limitations and to embrace imperfection. His own journey had been a testament to this realization. He had faced his physical frailty, his moments of doubt, and his past regrets, not by denying them, but by accepting them as an integral part of his being. This acceptance was not a sign of weakness, but the ultimate expression of inner freedom. He had finally come to understand that the greatest battle was not against external forces, but against the internal resistance to simply be who he was. In this profound self-acceptance, he had discovered a strength that was unshakable and everlasting. His final years were a quiet testament to this profound truth, a peaceful culmination of a life that had, in its outward simplicity, achieved an extraordinary depth of wisdom and contentment. The world continued its relentless pursuit of the extraordinary, but Li Wei had found his ultimate reward in the quiet, enduring beauty of the ordinary. The twilight of his years was not a somber affair, but a period of quiet illumination, a gentle unfurling of understanding that had eluded him in his more vigorous youth. Li Wei found himself often revisiting the concepts of strength and weakness, not as distinct entities to be conquered or acquired, but as intertwined threads in the rich tapestry of existence. The sharp dichotomy he once perceived, the warrior's might versus the civilian's frailty, the disciplined mind versus the undisciplined heart, had blurred into a more nuanced and ultimately more truthful perspective. He saw now that the relentless pursuit of one had been the very crucible that forged the profound appreciation for the other. His younger self would have scoffed at the notion. Strength, to him then, was an absolute. It was the unyielding will, the stoic facade, the body honed to a razor's edge, capable of inflicting and enduring pain. Weakness was its antithesis, surrender, hesitation, the tremor of fear, the sting of vulnerability. He had spent decades chasing this idealized form of strength, believing it to be the sole key to unlocking life's ultimate truths. He had believed that by shedding every semblance of weakness, he would ascend to a state of pure, unassailable power. This was the grand illusion that had driven his early quests, the intoxicating promise that fueled his arduous training. But time, the great equalizer and the ultimate teacher, had a way of dissolving such rigid frameworks. He recalled the myriad instances where perceived weakness had served as a surprising catalyst. There was the time, during a particularly brutal sparring session in his early martial arts days, when a moment of unexpected fatigue, a flicker of genuine doubt in his own abilities, had caused him to falter. Instead of crushing him, this brief lapse had opened his awareness to a subtle shift in his opponent's posture, a fractional opening he would have missed in his relentless pursuit of dominance. The subsequent counterattack, born not of aggression, but of opportunity seized through a moment of vulnerability, had secured him a hard-won victory. It was a lesson etched not in muscle memory, but in the deeper recesses of his consciousness, that sometimes by ceasing to fight against oneself, one could unlock a greater potential. He would often muse on the villagers, those he had once dismissed as simple and perhaps even weak. Their resilience in the face of hardship, their capacity for deep compassion, their ability to find joy in the most meager of circumstances. These were not the hallmarks of weakness, but rather a different manifestation of strength, one rooted in connection and adaptability. He had witnessed a farmer, his back bent by years of toil, his hands calloused and gnarled, offer his last meager bowl of rice to a traveler caught in a storm. Where was the weakness in such an act? It was an act of profound generosity, a testament to an inner fortitude that transcended physical prowess. Li Wei realized that his own relentless focus on self-sufficiency had, in a way, been a form of self-imposed weakness, a refusal to acknowledge the inherent strength that lay in interdependence and mutual support. The embrace of his own aging body was perhaps the most profound lesson in this evolving understanding. In his youth, the slightest ache, the most minor indisposition, had been perceived as a personal failing, a betrayal by his own flesh. He had pushed through pain with a fierce determination, viewing it as an enemy to be vanquished. Now, the creak in his knees as he rose from his mat, the occasional tremor in his hands as he held his teacup, were not sources of shame, but simply the natural progression of life. He no longer fought against the physical changes. He welcomed them as part of his story. And in this acceptance, he found a different kind of strength, a quiet endurance, a profound appreciation for the simple act of being alive, regardless of the body's limitations. This was not the strength of the warrior, but the strength of the sage, the ability to find peace not in overcoming, but in yielding to the natural order. He saw how his former obsession with control had been a direct consequence of his fear of weakness. He had strived to control every external circumstance, every internal impulse, believing that any deviation from his meticulously planned path was a sign of his underlying inadequacy. This constant vigilance, this relentless effort to maintain an iron grip on reality, had been exhausting. It had prevented him from truly experiencing the present moment, from allowing life to unfold organically. He remembered the countless times he had rigidly adhered to a training regimen, only to miss a vital insight that would have presented itself if he had allowed for a spontaneous deviation, a moment of unplanned exploration. The fear of weakness had shackled him to a rigid adherence to his own constructs, preventing him from discovering the boundless possibilities that lay beyond his carefully constructed walls. Gratitude became the prevailing emotion as he reflected on this journey. There was no bitterness, no regret for the years spent chasing a flawed ideal. Instead, there was a deep and abiding thankfulness for the lessons learned, for the wisdom that had been so hard-won. Each perceived weakness, each moment of doubt or vulnerability had been a stepping stone, a necessary precursor to the deeper understanding he now possessed. The stumbles, the falls, the moments of confusion, these were not aberrations but integral parts of the path that had led him to this tranquil plateau. He understood that if he had achieved the absolute strength he once craved, he might have remained forever blind to the subtle, yet profound, power that lay in gentleness, in empathy, and in the quiet courage to simply be. He began to see the world through a new lens, one that recognized the inherent duality of all things. The rain that nourished the earth could also cause floods. The fire that provided warmth could also consume. This was not a cause for despair, but for a deeper understanding of balance. His own life had mirrored this principle. The intense discipline that had forged his physical prowess had also, at times, led to emotional rigidity. The intellectual pursuit of truth had, at times, distanced him from the simple joys of human connection. He had learned that it was not about eradicating one aspect in favor of another, but about finding harmony within the interplay of these forces. The fear of mortality, a shadow that had loomed large in his younger days, had also receded. He understood that the cessation of his physical form was not an end to his existence, but a transformation. He saw it as the natural conclusion of a cycle, much like the falling leaves that nourish the soil for new growth. This acceptance was not born of resignation, but of a profound understanding that his essence, the lessons he had learned, the love he had shared, would continue in subtle, unseen ways. The strength he had cultivated was not merely his own. It was a contribution to the ongoing flow of life, a ripple that would continue long after he was gone. He often thought of the children in the village. Their uninhibited laughter, their boundless curiosity, their occasional tears. These were all expressions of their authentic selves. They had not yet learned to armor themselves against perceived weakness. They embraced their emotions, both joyful and sorrowful, with an openness that he envied. He saw in them the raw potential of human experience, a spectrum of feeling that was not to be feared, but to be explored and understood. His interactions with them, in his later years, were a constant reminder of this unadulterated state, a gentle nudge towards embracing the full, messy, beautiful spectrum of human existence. He no longer saw himself as a solitary figure on a quest for ultimate power, but as a part of a vast, interconnected web of life. The strength he had once sought in isolation was, he now understood, a diminished form of power. True strength, he realized, lay in the ability to connect, to empathize, to offer comfort and support, and to receive in turn. It was the strength of the community, the strength of shared experience, the strength that arose from the collective rather than the individual. His journey had been a long and winding one, a testament to the fact that the most profound discoveries are often found not in striving for the extraordinary, but in the courageous and humble embrace of the ordinary, with all its inherent strengths and vulnerabilities. The pursuit of strength had, ironically, led him to the profound realization that true power resided not in the absence of weakness, but in the wisdom to understand and integrate it. It was a wisdom that brought not a sense of finality, but a profound and lasting peace. The wisdom accumulated over a lifetime, much like the patina on an ancient bronze, did not diminish the form but deepened its character. Li Wei, now a man whose silver hair flowed like a gentle stream and whose skin bore the intricate map of his years, found a peculiar solace in the undeniable signs of his own impermanence. The sharp edges of his youth, both physical and emotional, had long since been smoothed by the relentless current of time. His gaze, once piercing and demanding, had softened, now holding a profound gentleness that seemed to see beyond the superficial to the enduring essence of things. He understood that the pursuit of an everlasting, unblemished existence was a fool's errand, a denial of the very rhythm of life. He would often sit by the window, the morning sun painting the room in hues of gold and amber, and observe the world outside. The leaves, once vibrant green, were now transitioning through a glorious spectrum of reds, oranges, and yellows, a breathtaking display of their final flourish before their inevitable descent. He saw in this a mirror to his own life. The vigor of his prime, the peak of his martial prowess, had been a magnificent, sun-drenched season. Now, he was in his autumn, a time not of decay, but of a different kind of beauty, a rich tapestry woven from experience and acceptance. The fading of his physical strength was not a defeat, but a natural progression, a gentle relinquishing of one phase to embrace another. His body, once a finely tuned instrument of war, was now a vessel carrying the weight of a life lived fully, each ache and stiffness a testament to the battles fought, the journeys undertaken, and the simple, profound act of enduring. This acceptance was not a passive surrender, but an active engagement with the truth of his being. He no longer wrestled with the encroaching limitations of age. The days when he would rage against a strained muscle or a moment of breathlessness were long past. Instead, he found a quiet strength in acknowledging these physical realities. When his knees protested his rising, he would pause, breathe, and find a different, more measured way to move. This was not weakness. It was an intelligent adaptation, a profound respect for the body's narrative. He understood that true strength was not about denying the inevitable ebb and flow of life, but about navigating it with grace and wisdom. The warrior's strength was defined by its peak, its capacity for explosive power and unyielding resilience. The sage's strength, he now realized, was defined by its depth, its ability to withstand the storms of existence not by brute force, but by an unwavering inner stillness. He often reflected on the villagers, their lives woven into the fabric of the seasons. They celebrated the harvest with joyous abandon, knowing full well that the lean winter would follow. They mourned their losses with heartfelt sorrow, yet found the strength to rebuild and continue. Their lives were a testament to the beauty of cyclical existence, a constant dance between creation and dissolution, joy and sorrow, beginning and ending. Li Wei had once viewed such things with a detached, almost clinical, curiosity. Now, he saw himself as a part of this grand, unbroken cycle. His own life, with its ascents and descents, its triumphs and its quiet moments of reflection, was but a single, unique thread in this magnificent tapestry. The fear of the ultimate ending, death, had also transformed. In his youth, it had been a monstrous specter, a void of absolute nothingness. He had trained his body and mind to be so formidable, so self-sufficient, in a desperate attempt to outrun this finality. He had sought to become so potent, so essential, that his departure would feel like a cosmic imbalance. But his journey had taught him that true potency lay not in an attempt to cheat the natural order, but in embracing it. He understood now that the end of his physical form was not an annihilation, but a metamorphosis. Just as a seed must break apart to give rise to a new plant, so too must the individual form dissolve to contribute to the greater whole. He began to see the beauty in the imperfect, the cracked teacup that still held his tea, the weathered stone that bore the marks of countless rains, the old tree with its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. These were not flawed, but perfected by their imperfections. They told stories, whispered tales of resilience and endurance. His own body, with its fading sight and slower movements, was no different. It was a testament to a life lived, a chronicle of experiences etched into every cell. He found a profound peace in this realization. The relentless striving for perfection, for an idealized state of being, had been a source of much anxiety and internal conflict. Now, he found liberation in the acceptance of imperfection. This acceptance extended even to the concept of legacy. He had once believed that true legacy was built through monumental achievements, through deeds that would echo through the ages. But he had seen how even the grandest monuments could crumble, how the most powerful empires could fade into obscurity. His understanding had shifted. True legacy, he now understood, was not in the permanence of stone or the grandiosity of deeds, but in the ripples of kindness, the seeds of wisdom, and the warmth of love that were shared along the way. It was in the quiet moments of connection, the shared laughter, the gentle touch, the words of encouragement offered to a struggling soul. These were the true enduring legacies, immeasurable and intangible, that would continue to resonate long after his physical presence had ceased. He would often recall the stories he had shared with the village children, the tales of heroes and mythical beasts. He no longer presented these as perfect narratives with clear-cut victories. Instead, he wove in the complexities, the moments of doubt, the instances where the hero's strength was tested not by an external foe, but by their own internal struggles. He showed them that even the most celebrated figures had their vulnerabilities, their moments of fear, and that it was in overcoming these imperfections that their true strength lay. He taught them that a fall was not the end, but an opportunity to learn how to rise again, stronger and wiser. He saw the dawning of understanding in their young eyes, a glimmer of the same truth that had taken him so long to grasp. The concept of endings, once a source of dread, now held a gentle allure. He looked forward to the eventual fading of his own consciousness not with fear, but with a sense of completion. It was the natural conclusion to a journey that had been rich, complex, and ultimately deeply fulfilling. He saw it as the final act in a play that had been unfolding for decades, a graceful bow after a long performance. He was not afraid of the silence that would follow his last breath. He understood that silence was not an absence of sound, but a canvas upon which new melodies could be composed. His philosophy had evolved from one of conquering and control to one of surrender and flow. He had spent his life mastering himself, believing that in absolute self-mastery lay the ultimate power. He had achieved a level of discipline that few could comprehend, and it had served him well. But in his later years, he had discovered a deeper, more profound power in letting go, in allowing the currents of life to carry him. He had learned to dance with the inevitable, to find strength not in resisting change, but in adapting to it. The beauty of imperfect endings was, for Li Wei, the ultimate expression of life's profound wisdom. It was the understanding that perfection was an illusion, a sterile ideal that stifled growth and limited experience. True beauty, true strength, lay in the embrace of the messy, the flawed, the incomplete. It was in the acceptance of the transient nature of all things, including oneself. His life had been a testament to this evolving truth, a journey from the rigid pursuit of an unattainable ideal to the serene appreciation of life's inherent, glorious imperfections. He was not diminished by his aging, but refined, not weakened by his approaching end, but strengthened by his acceptance of it. He was ready, not for a final victory, but for a peaceful, beautiful dissolution, a return to the grand, unending cycle from which he had emerged. His life, in its entirety, was a perfect example of an imperfect, and therefore beautiful, ending. He found peace not in the promise of immortality, but in the profound understanding that even mortality, in its own way, was a testament to the enduring, ever-renewing beauty of existence. The final curtain call was not an ending of the story, but a poignant, resonant note that affirmed the value of the performance itself, with all its stumbles, its triumphs, and its quiet moments of grace. The gentle rhythm of his days settled into a cadence that soothed his soul. The frantic urgency that had once propelled him through life, a relentless pursuit of mastery and validation, had finally ebbed away, leaving behind a vast, tranquil expanse. This was not the stillness of apathy, but the vibrant quietude of a river that has found its course, its waters flowing with a deep, unwavering purpose. He no longer felt the need to conquer external forces, nor did he wrestle with the internal demons that had once plagued him. Instead, he found a profound sense of peace in simply being. The world, with its cacophony of desires and demands, seemed to recede, its edges softened, its clamor muted. His perception had shifted, honed by years of introspection and the undeniable wisdom of aging. He no longer sought grand pronouncements or earth-shattering revelations. His universe had contracted, wonderfully so, to encompass the simple, resonant truths found in the ordinary. He discovered a profound joy in the quotidian. The preparation of his morning tea, a ritual he had performed countless times, now held a new significance. The precise measurement of the leaves, the careful heating of the water to the perfect temperature, the slow unfurling of the leaves as they steeped, releasing their fragrant essence. Each step was a meditation. It was a small act of creation, a deliberate infusion of care into the nascent moments of his day. He would hold the warm ceramic mug in his hands, feeling the gentle heat seep into his palms, and watch the steam rise, a fleeting wisp that dissolved into the air. This was not mere habit. It was an appreciation for the sensory experience, a conscious engagement with the present moment. The taste of the tea, nuanced and complex, was a reward in itself, a testament to the patient unfolding of flavor, much like the unfolding of his own life. He no longer rushed through meals, bolting down sustenance as fuel for further endeavors. Each bite was savored, each texture acknowledged, each flavor appreciated. The simple act of eating became a connection to the earth, to the hands that had tilled the soil, and to the processes that had brought sustenance to his table. The act of walking, once a swift and purposeful stride, had transformed into a leisurely exploration. He would traverse the familiar paths around his dwelling, his pace dictated by the gentle inclination of his body rather than the dictates of his will. His eyes, once focused on distant horizons and potential threats, now lingered on the intricate details of the world around him. He would observe the way sunlight filtered through the leaves of an ancient oak, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. He noted the tenacious growth of moss on weathered stones, the silent tenacity of life persisting against the erosion of time. The buzz of an insect, the flitting of a bird, the rustle of a small creature in the undergrowth. These were not distractions, but integral components of the living tapestry, each with its own place and purpose. He recognized that his own existence was interwoven with these myriad lives, a single thread in an unimaginably vast and intricate design. His interactions with others, though fewer, were imbued with a newfound depth. The casual pleasantries of the past were replaced by moments of genuine connection. When a villager stopped to inquire about his well-being, he would respond not with rote politeness, but with a thoughtful consideration of his true state. He would share not just the superficial details, but a glimpse into the quiet contentment that filled his days. He found himself listening more than he spoke, his presence a calming anchor in the often turbulent waters of others' lives. He offered his quiet wisdom not as pronouncements, but as gentle observations, seeds of thought planted with the hope that they might find fertile ground. He understood that true influence lay not in commanding attention, but in fostering understanding, in creating spaces where others felt seen and heard. The weight of his past reputation, the legend of the fearsome warrior, had gradually faded, replaced by the gentle aura of a sage, a man who had weathered many storms and emerged with an unshakable inner peace. The notion of challenges had also undergone a profound redefinition. They no longer presented themselves as adversaries to be vanquished, but as opportunities for continued growth and deeper understanding. A physical discomfort, such as a persistent ache in his joints, was not a sign of defeat, but a gentle reminder of his body's narrative, a story etched in the lines of experience. He would adapt his movements, finding new ways to navigate his physical landscape with grace and acceptance. A misunderstanding with a neighbor was not a cause for confrontation, but a chance to practice empathy and patience, to seek the common ground that lay beneath the surface of differing perspectives. His inner stillness acted as a buffer, absorbing the friction of external events without becoming disturbed. It was as if he had built an internal sanctuary, a place of inviolable peace that the storms of life could not breach. He often found himself contemplating the nature of impermanence, not with a sense of melancholy, but with a quiet appreciation for the beauty it bestowed. The fleeting beauty of a blossom, the ephemeral glow of a sunset, the transient nature of a cloud formation. These were not signs of loss, but invitations to savor the moment, to recognize the preciousness of what is. His own life, in its winding journey from youthful vigor to seasoned wisdom, was a testament to this natural flow. He saw no tragedy in the fading of his physical strength, no shame in the slowing of his steps. These were simply the hallmarks of a life lived, a journey completed with honesty and intention. The battles fought, the lessons learned, the love shared. These were the enduring elements, the essence that transcended the limitations of the physical form. The concept of authenticity became his guiding principle. He shed the layers of pretense and artifice that he had, perhaps unconsciously, worn for so long. There was no longer a need to impress, to prove, or to conform. He was Li Wei, a man who had lived a full life, and in that simple declaration, he found a profound freedom. His words, his actions, his very presence were a genuine reflection of his inner state. This unvarnished self-expression was not an act of defiance, but a natural outflow of his accumulated peace. He had arrived at a point where the external validation of others held little sway, where his own internal compass pointed resolutely towards truth and integrity. His days were punctuated by moments of quiet observation, where he would simply watch the world unfold. He might sit on his porch, the afternoon sun warming his face, and observe the ebb and flow of village life. Children playing, their laughter echoing through the air, their innocence a stark contrast to the complexities he had once navigated. The farmers returning from their fields, their faces etched with the day's labor, yet often bearing a quiet satisfaction. The exchange of greetings, the brief conversations, the shared humanity that wove the community together. He absorbed it all, a silent witness to the ongoing drama of existence. He recognized that his own journey had been a part of this larger narrative, and that his current state of peace was a reflection of his alignment with the fundamental rhythms of life. He understood that true contentment was not a destination to be reached, but a way of traveling. It was not about achieving a state of perpetual bliss, but about cultivating an inner resilience that allowed one to navigate the inevitable ups and downs with equanimity. The occasional sting of regret, the fleeting shadow of doubt, the whisper of past hurts, these still visited him, but they no longer held the power to destabilize his inner world. He could acknowledge them, observe them, and then let them pass, like clouds drifting across a clear sky. His peace was not a shield against life's difficulties, but a deep wellspring of strength from which he could draw, enabling him to face whatever came his way with a steady heart. The simple act of breathing became a profound practice. In his youth, breath had been a tool of martial discipline, a force to be harnessed for power and control. Now, it was a gentle reminder of his aliveness, a constant, rhythmic connection to the present moment. He would close his eyes and focus on the inhalation, the intake of life-giving air, and the exhalation, the release of what was no longer needed. This simple act grounded him, anchoring him in the here and now, dispelling the anxieties that often arise from dwelling on the past or fearing the future. It was a silent affirmation of his existence, a daily renewal of his connection to the life force that flowed through him. His reflections on his past life were no longer tinged with the sharp edges of self-criticism or the yearning for what might have been. Instead, he viewed his journey with a compassionate detachment, a recognition that each decision, each action, had been a product of his understanding and circumstances at the time. He saw the wisdom in his mistakes, the lessons learned from his failures, and the growth that had sprung from even the most challenging experiences. He understood that the man he had been was the necessary foundation for the man he had become, and that the two were inextricably linked, each essential to the unfolding of his life story. He found a deep resonance in the cyclical nature of the seasons. The vibrant burst of spring, the lush fullness of summer, the colorful transition of autumn, and the quiet repose of winter, each held its own unique beauty and purpose. He saw his own life mirrored in this grand cycle, his youth the spring, his prime the summer, his current stage the autumn, and the approaching end the winter's gentle slumber. This understanding brought a sense of profound belonging, a feeling of being an integral part of the natural order, rather than an outsider struggling against it. He embraced the inevitable descent into winter, knowing that it was not an end, but a necessary phase of rest and regeneration, a prelude to the renewal that would inevitably follow. His days were a testament to the power of presence. He was fully engaged in whatever he was doing, whether it was tending to his small garden, sharing a quiet cup of tea with a visitor, or simply observing the flight of a butterfly. There was no mental wandering, no restless seeking of something more, something different. He had found that more and different were often illusions, distractions from the richness that was already present. His peace was not a passive state, but an active engagement with the fullness of each moment, a conscious choice to savor the experience of being alive. The echoes of his past martial prowess, once the defining characteristic of his identity, now serve as a gentle backdrop to his present tranquility. He no longer needed to demonstrate his strength, to prove his capabilities. The inner stillness he possessed was a far greater testament to his mastery than any physical feat could ever be. He understood that true power lay not in the ability to conquer, but in the capacity to remain undisturbed, to navigate life's currents with an unwavering inner calm. This profound peace was his ultimate achievement, the culmination of a lifetime's journey, a quiet, enduring strength that radiated from his very being. He was at last at peace with himself, and in that he was at peace with the world. The phrase, strong enough to live, had once seemed like a hollow echo, a distant aspiration glimpsed through the fog of his relentless pursuit. It had been a concept tethered to external benchmarks, the perfect technique, the unblemished victory, the unwavering command of every situation. But the fog had lifted, and the phrase now resonated with a profound internal truth. His strength was no longer measured by the force of his blows, the speed of his reflexes, or the unwavering stoicism he once cultivated. It was found in the quiet courage to feel, to connect, and to simply be. This was the ultimate mastery, not of the external world, but of the intricate landscape within himself. He had spent a lifetime seeking to dominate, to control, to perfect. Now, he understood that true strength lay in acceptance, in vulnerability, and in the gentle embrace of his own imperfect humanity. His journey had been a long and arduous ascent, not up a mountain peak of martial prowess, but through the labyrinth of his own ego. The quest for perfection had been a relentless taskmaster, a shadow that had haunted his every step. Each perceived flaw, each moment of hesitation had been a source of deep dissatisfaction. He had strived for an ideal that was, by its very nature, unattainable, a shimmering mirage that receded with every step he took towards it. The pursuit had been all-consuming, leaving little room for the messy, beautiful, and often frustrating reality of lived experience. He had been so focused on becoming the perfect warrior that he had almost forgotten how to be a man. The realization had dawned slowly, a gentle illumination rather than a blinding flash. The perfection he sought was a construct, an external imposition that had stifled his true essence. His strength, he now understood, was not in the absence of flaws, but in the courage to acknowledge them, to learn from them, and to weave them into the rich tapestry of his life. The need for external validation, a hunger that had gnawed at him for so long, had finally subsided. He no longer measured his worth by the admiring glances of onlookers or the hushed whispers of awe that had once followed him. The approval of others had been a fickle mistress, offering fleeting moments of satisfaction that were always overshadowed by the next perceived deficiency. He had lived his life as a performance, a meticulously choreographed display of power and control, all in service of a craving for acceptance that could never truly be satisfied. Now, the applause had faded, and in its silence, he found a deeper, more authentic resonance. His own quiet affirmation was enough. The knowledge that he was living in accordance with his own inner truth was the only validation he required. This inner peace, cultivated through years of introspection and the willingness to confront his own limitations, was a far more potent and enduring source of strength than any external accolade. He found a profound connection in the shared vulnerabilities of human existence. The idealized warrior, a figure of almost mythical invincibility, had been a persona, a carefully constructed facade. The man behind the mask, however, had experienced the same fears, the same doubts, the same pangs of longing as any other soul. It was in shedding that mask, in allowing the raw, unvarnished truth of his being to surface, that he discovered the true essence of connection. He could now meet another's gaze and see not a potential opponent or an admirer, but a fellow traveler on the winding path of life. The shared experience of joy, sorrow, hope, and fear created a bond far stronger than any shared ideology or common enemy. He understood that his own imperfections, once sources of shame, were in fact the very conduits through which genuine empathy and understanding could flow. The concept of failure underwent a radical transformation in his understanding. No longer was it a catastrophic event, a definitive mark of inadequacy. Instead, he saw it as an integral part of the learning process, a necessary stepping stone on the path to wisdom. Each misstep, each unintended consequence, was a lesson etched into the fabric of his experience. He no longer recoiled from the memory of past mistakes. He embraced them as valuable teachers. He recognized that the most profound insights had often sprung from the soil of his deepest failures. This shift in perspective was liberating, freeing him from the crippling fear of imperfection and allowing him to approach each new endeavor with a sense of curiosity and openness, rather than trepidation. His physical presence, once a testament to raw power and honed discipline, now conveyed a different kind of strength. It was a quiet strength, an embodiment of resilience and acceptance. The lines etched on his face were not merely signs of age, but maps of a life lived fully, each crease a testament to a challenge overcome or a moment of profound joy. His movements, while perhaps slower, were imbued with a grace born of deep understanding and a harmonious relationship with his own body. He no longer sought to dominate his physical form, but to live in concert with it, respecting its limitations and celebrating its enduring capacity. This was the strength of a tree that had weathered countless storms, its roots deep and strong, its branches reaching towards the sky with quiet dignity. The world, which had once seemed like a battlefield to be navigated and conquered, now revealed itself as a sanctuary, a place of wonder and profound interconnectedness. He saw the intricate dance of nature, the seamless flow of life and death, the constant cycle of renewal, and felt himself to be an intrinsic part of it all. The anxieties that had once fueled his relentless drive had dissolved, replaced by a deep-seated sense of belonging. He no longer felt the need to impose his will upon the world, but rather to harmonize with its rhythms. This sense of cosmic unity was the ultimate peace, a profound realization that he was not an isolated entity, but an inseparable thread in the grand tapestry of existence. His interactions with the villagers became opportunities for genuine connection, devoid of any pretense or agenda. He no longer felt the weight of his past reputation, the legend of the formidable warrior. Instead, he was simply Li Wei, a man who had walked a long road and found his way to peace. He listened more than he spoke, his presence a calming balm in the often turbulent lives of those around him. His wisdom, when offered, was not a pronouncement from on high, but a gentle observation, a shared insight born of lived experience. He found a quiet joy in witnessing the simple acts of kindness and resilience that characterized their lives, recognizing in them the same fundamental human spirit that had guided his own journey. The echoes of his past battles, once the defining moments of his narrative, now served as gentle reminders of the lessons learned. He did not dwell on the victories, nor did he linger on the defeats. They were simply chapters in a story that had brought him to this present moment of profound contentment. He understood that the man he had been, with all his fierce determination and relentless ambition, was the necessary crucible in which the man he had become had been forged. There was no regret, no longing for what might have been, only a quiet gratitude for the journey, with all its twists and turns, its triumphs and its trials. He had finally achieved the strength to simply be, to exist without the gnawing need for more, without the pressure to prove, without the fear of faltering. His strength was not in the absence of weakness, but in the unwavering resilience of his spirit. It was the quiet fortitude of a soul that had made peace with its imperfections, that had embraced the messy beauty of humanity, and that had found its ultimate power in the simple, profound act of living. The quest was over. The journey had led him here, to a place of profound and abiding peace, finally strong enough to truly live. His strength was no longer a weapon, but a sanctuary, a quiet testament to a life fully embraced in all its flawed, vulnerable, and beautiful imperfection. He was at home within himself, and in that profound stillness he had found his ultimate victory.